Chapter 5, Perspective. Morning of day 87, before the Great Divide. Kroger the Injured lay unconscious in the dark. The honey badger was face down on the beach at Lake Minu, his mouth full of sandy pebbles, thanks to Vortex and her fury. Back in Tala, Gia woke up hours before the birds living outside her window beckoned the day. While she didn't mind getting up early to start work on her famous dessert, Gia had every intention of going back to bed once the doe's first rise had begun. Silently, well, almost silently, Gia pulled the heavy quilt back and sat up on her side of the bed. Slippers positioned beneath her feet, she slid into them without moving an inch to the left or to the right. After waiting a few moments for the warmth of her feet to overcome the coolness of the furry lining, Gia stood up and shuffled towards the bedroom door. Small pink feathers on the top of her slippers swayed gracefully in the breeze as she walked. While Gia would have loved to see them, it was too dark for her to enjoy their ballet. Once she crossed the room, Gia grabbed a robe off the hook hanging on the back of the door and put it on without tying it shut. She blew a kiss to her slumbering mate, then placed her hand on the doorknob. As she started to turn the handle, a melody tugged at her attention and begged her to join in. Trying to suppress the urge to sing, she rushed out of the bedroom onto the second-floor landing, quickly closing the door behind her. Gia was only halfway down the stairs before she began humming. Quietly at first, so as not to wake Lipiconjo or Cat, but once she was safely down the stairs, around the corner, and back in the kitchen, she let the song have more leeway. After 10 minutes or so, gathering and combining the initial ingredients, Gia was singing rather loudly and dancing around in her jammies. She even purposely threw some flour up into the air to watch the particles sparkle as they swirled all around her back down to the floor. Gia loved making her famous burnt scroll dessert, even though it took hours of preparation, precise baking, and a perfect rest. Hers was a labor of love, created to help make the remembrance, or, as the Kuur preferred to call it, the char, a special occasion. The char had been Peebee's brainchild. As a history teacher, he understood the importance of holidays and the manipulation of history to serve those in power. Peebee worried that the impact of one of the Kuur's greatest victories, the destruction of Desma, would be diminished and ultimately forgotten as the royal recorders worked to recreate the recordings. He knew restored Desma would have the ability to move inhabitants beyond the loss they'd felt when the Kuur burned down Rosewood. To combat and control this narrative, Peebee suggested an annual celebration of the fall of Rosewood to Delator. The Kuur leader loved the idea, since he was never one to miss an opportunity to try to demonstrate he was more capable than the Onu. To launch the holiday, Delator acquired a plot of land at the edge of Hiraburu, at the foot of the mountain that would eventually house his mansion. On the land, builders constructed a replica of the Parched Salmon, the most popular pub back in Tala. Delator had chosen this design to thumb his nose at the Onu and make recent Kuur converts feel more at home. The new tavern mimicked its architectural ancestor in every way, except it had a larger back patio and no toger claw marks marring the front porch posts. Delator christened his version of the pub the Burnt Scroll, in honor of a small souvenir he hung over the front door, a framed fragment of a badly burned Desma scroll secretly pilfered from the rosewood rubble before the cleaners could cleanse the site. This parchment sliver was so charred and small, it was hard to recognize it as having once been part of a word keeper. But if patrons took the time to stand close, squint, and tilt their heads to the right, they could usually make out 3 clusters of characters. While few agreed on how many letters remained, and no Kuur bothered to figure out what the original Desma recording meant, the sway of the scorched scrap was clear to all who entered. The Onu weren't invincible. To Delator's delight, the tavern opened on the first anniversary of Desma's destruction, with immense fanfare and many toasts to the scroll fragment over the front door, and, more notably, from Delator's perspective, with many toasts to Delator himself. The char spread rapidly throughout Kuurland, and after a few centuries became a general celebration of the caustic influence of the Kuur. During the rise of the char, Otec Plas encouraged the Onu to intermingle with the Kuur more, not less. By doing so, the king hoped many insurgents would leave the rebellion and return to the Onu. This interaction between the Onu and the Kuur caused the holiday to become well known throughout all the realm, not just in Kuurland. Over time, the Onu co-opted the char and renamed it the Remembrance. However, they surprisingly kept the Kuur-inspired idea that at least one course of the meal should be shaped like an old-fashioned scroll. While this special course and its ingredients varied widely, it was always something rolled, with one end purposely burned, typically by a small torch like those used to crisp creme brulee. This burnt scroll course held great significance to both the Kuur and the Onu. For the Kuur, the scorching effectively reminded them of the fall of Rosewood and the destruction of original Desma, just like PB had envisioned. They didn't follow any set way of eating or toasting the course itself, simply raucous celebration throughout the entire meal. On the other hand, a clear pattern emerged for the Onu. When the time came for the burnt scroll course, the head of the household selected someone to be the remembrance teller. Sometimes young, sometimes old, sometimes in between. The teller was never alone at the table as they took the knife and cut through the scroll, always very close to the burnt end. With a slight twist of the knife, the teller collapsed the burnt end down onto the platter and simultaneously crumbled down into their chair to speak of the cutting of the realm into Kuurland and Onuland, a painful divide inflicted by the Kuur. During this first part of the ceremony, the teller didn't blame the Kuur, nor display any anger. They simply delivered the message, heartbroken, mourning a kingdom torn asunder. They took the time to name and remember those they had lost to the Kuur. Few tellers made it through this fundamental cut without becoming grief-stricken. So vast was the heartache for friends and family no longer present. When this happened, an encourager rose and came over to the teller to make physical contact, such as a hand on a shoulder or kneeling to give them a hug. But critically, the encourager never spoke, for doing so would break the teller's telling, and each telling was worth hearing intact. To the Onu, the loss of friends and family was far more painful than the day-to-day battles of war. Because of this, most had discovered that their remembrance burnt scroll course had to be a dessert. Not because the holiday was sweet, but because having it be any other course caused the burnt scroll and the rest of their remaining meal to be eaten cold, since they never, ever rushed the teller. After the teller completed this part of their telling, they remained seated and reached out to grip the knife, which had been left in place during the remembering, and slowly pushed the fallen burnt end off to the side. This burned piece was never touched by Onu to paw, claw, or hand, only the cold blade of the knife. As they pushed it aside, the teller spoke of the fall of Rosewood and the burning of Desma. Once the destruction had been solemnly told, the teller moved on to recount the rise of Himkala and the reconstruction of Desma to fill the void. They celebrated the gift Otogo had bestowed upon the royal recorders so they could remember the contents of the ruined recordings. For many Onuotu, these restorations became more precious than the originals. As the power of the word rang in the ears of the listeners, the teller rose and sliced off a piece of the scroll, which they placed on a plate and handed to the first inhabitant on their left. When they extended the plate, they spoke the blessing. The word restored for you. Instead of keeping the plate, the receiver passed it to their left and repeated the blessing. This continued on and on until the first plate had traveled all the way around the table, back to the teller, who received it gratefully. Having served the last first, the teller placed their plate on the table and acknowledged the gift simply. And for me. After this, the teller cut slices for everyone else, blessing them in the same way as before, and passing them to their left to be blessed again until each arrived at their destination. When all had been served, the first being last, the teller sat down and pulled their piece over in front of them. Without speaking, the teller prepared their primary bite and held it up in the air like a toast, pausing for everyone else to do likewise. When they all had their initial bites ready and raised, the teller silently lifted theirs up a little bit more, as if to say, "Cheers!" And they all began to silently eat in unison. As they swallowed their first bites, any remaining shroud of sadness from the remembering was lifted, and the telling was officially over. Miraculously, the entire group then burst forth in conversation, not in fake laughter or forced merriment, but with true Onu joy, an incredible blessing from Otogo. Giajuja placed the dough ball of her burnt scroll in a well-greased glass bowl, covered it with a damp towel, and carried it into the living room, where softly glowing embers in the fireplace would help the yeast spring to life. As she was about to set the vessel down on the stone mantel, someone knocked on the front door. Since it was still well before dawn, the noise startled her, and she dropped the bowl the last few inches. The container clanked precariously when it struck the mantelpiece, then made rattling, scratchy sounds as it spun to a halt on the stone. Fortunately, the bowl lost no structural integrity during this gruff encounter, nor did the dough within. While Giajuja had no idea who could possibly be outside at this hour, she wasn't afraid of the unseen visitor, just curious. She rushed to the door, thinking it might be someone in need. Peering through the side curtain, she saw It was Telios. Instinctively, she looked down at her disheveled appearance and brushed some of the flour off her robe, tied the belt around her waist, and tried to straighten her hair. But not wanting to keep the prince waiting, Giagiga quickly gave up and opened the door. Given the insanely early hour, she wasn't quite sure how to greet Telios. In the end, she decided to act as if the new day had already dawned. "Good morning, Prince," whispered the royal recorder. "Good morning, Giajuja. May I come in?" "Yes, yes, of course." "Thanks," replied Telios as he entered. As Giajuja turned to close the door, Telios walked across the living room, directly towards the mantel, as if this had been his destination all along. Once there, he lifted the corner of the towel to examine the damp dough. "Already breathing," he said softly when Giajuja joined him. Giajuja stared at the blob, but couldn't see any difference yet. "I'll take your word for it," she said cheerfully. Telios lowered the towel back down and ran his hands around the edge of the bowl to straighten it out. "Cat tells me your burnt scroll is one of a kind, often hinting of ingredients you didn't even add." Giajuja smiled, not because Telios had acknowledged her work, but because Cat had. "Thanks, but honestly, I don't know how it works," admitted Giajuja as she motioned to the kitchen and led the way there. Giajuja wanted to be able to talk more naturally, more loudly, without having to worry about waking Lipukanja or Cat. After they were safely inside her laboratory, she began to expound upon her explanation in typical Giajuja fashion. She didn't even notice that Telios respectfully remained silent during her telling. For a long time, we didn't celebrate the holiday. As you know, once Cat heard about the char, she was devastated. She blamed herself for everything, and I do mean everything. Whenever the char rolled around, we'd end up talking for hours on end about what might have been if she hadn't. Giajuja hesitated. She just couldn't bring herself to say Cat had stolen the first scroll. It all seemed so far away, so very uncat-like. If she hadn't become friends with Volpres, she finally said, finding an appropriate euphemism. Telios nodded and sat down at the table. Giajuja remained standing and grabbed a dishcloth to clean off the table. But instead of deploying the rag, she simply sat down opposite Telios and plopped her arms down into the mess. Cat would cry and claim Desma would still be intact and other nonsense like that. She had even convinced herself the rebellion would have died out without her toe. Giajuja cut herself off to keep from saying the word Toba. Well, without her, you know what I mean. Giajuja began doodling in the flour in front of her, choking down the lump in her throat, as she recalled the long nights consoling her niece and the depth of Cat's distress. Telios didn't rush the royal recorder. Giajuja swirled the dusty mess in circles with her fingertips, spreading her hands in and out at the same time, whisking her memories into the clouds. She drew a few simple arches that looked like birds in flight, and a rising sun in the lower right corner. As she stared down at the landscape, she continued. I tried to assure Cat that Delator was Toba bent of his own accord. I personally think he wants to replace you and your father at any cost. Good luck with that. Giajuja looked down and added a hill to her dusty landscape. Even with the sun in the wrong location and the picture upside down, Telios recognized the future scene. The prince remained silent as Giajuja continued. So here we are in this silly war, which Cat feels is all her fault, which, of course, it isn't. With a deep sigh, Giajuja rubbed her palms across the scene to erase it and start over. The raw recorder then looked up from her blank slate to the prince. I know you spent time talking with Kat about how she felt and what you said to her, whispered Giajuja as her eyes began to well up again. Giajuja lingered to let her tears flow freely, run down her face, and splash cannonball style into the flour on the table. After a cleansing cry, she wiped the remaining tears off her face using her dusty hands, leaving several flour smudges behind on her cheeks. The look was somehow magnificent, not in any way comical. That meant a lot to me, and a cat, she said softly. Giajuja reached down to wipe her hands on her apron, forgetting she hadn't put one on this morning. Instead, she adorned her robe with white streaks to match her cheeks and plunged unfazed deeper into her telling. Anyway, the char became a yearly reminder that just depressed Cat and dragged her back to her past. So, Lip and I tried really, really hard to help Cat ignore the char and make her feel like it was simply another day. Over time, this got harder and harder, not easier, especially after the Onu began to transform it into the remembrance, making it something really special, which, as it turned out, only made Cat feel worse. Telios nodded, though didn't speak, his expression clearly indicating he had shared this agony with Cat. Eventually, Lip had an interesting idea. He challenged me to change course and throw myself into finding and perfecting the best burnt scroll recipe around, explained Giajuja, finally getting to the secret ingredient of her tale. At first, I thought he was nuts. It felt like that would make things even worse. But Lip must have been inspired by Otego, because this really changed things. To say it was easy would be a massive understatement. Did you know there seems to be as many recipes for burnt scrolls as there are families in the realm? It took me a long time to pick a few that seemed the most promising, ones Cat might enjoy. From there, it took me several hundred attempts before I perfected mine. But who's counting? Along the way, I asked Cat to be my official taste tester, and through the process, she began to look at the remembrance differently. We both did. In the end, we had an incredible burnt scroll, if I dare say so myself. Giajuja paused, as if expecting Telios to agree her burnt scroll was amazing. But in no way did she seek confirmation that her efforts had helped Cat. In the ensuing silence, Giajuja quickly remembered that while Telios had been over for many meals, he'd never shared the remembrance with them, and had, therefore, never enjoyed her burnt scroll. Hey, would you care to join us tonight for dinner? She asked enthusiastically, ultimately derailing her telling. I'd love to, accepted Telios. Great! Absolutely great! It'll be great having you here, beamed Giajuja, not even realizing she had sprinkled in 3 greats, as if great was the only verbal ingredient at her disposal. With new plans in place for the remembrance, Giajuja forgot about the rest of her burnt scroll history lesson, and her mysterious ghost ingredients, which was pretty incredible, since this was the special reveal she'd been working up to. Hey, I got sidetracked there with my dessert endeavors, and failed to ask you why you stopped by in the first place. Telios loved that Giajuja's burnt scroll wasn't really a dessert adventure. It was a cat quest, a perfect way to live and celebrate the remembrance. While he'd already been doing his own remembering earlier today and couldn't really divulge the details, he shared what he felt he could. Well, I was restless and knew you'd already be up working on your dough, so I opted to head over to ask you if I could join you for an early morning breakfast, explained Telios, without mentioning that he'd been considering Kroga, whom he had longed to heal and bring home. "Oh my, are you hungry?" bellowed Giajuja, suddenly upset she'd missed asking this before and wasn't being a good host. Telios didn't answer, but instead he asked his own question. "Are you?" "Now that you mention it, yes. Yes, I am." "In that case, do you mind if I make you breakfast?" offered Telios. As the owner of the parched salmon and a close friend of Asa the Knight, Telios knew many things about short-order breakfast making. His proposal didn't sound the least bit awkward to Giajuja. She appreciated that the prince cherished the opportunity to create something delicious out of the simplest of things. "Please, I'd love a Telios special," she drooled. Under the cover of pre-dawn darkness, Kroga cringed and curled up into a ball. Not because he was consciously aware of his situation, but because pain was working overtime to reconnect him to his surroundings. When Lippy Conjo woke up, he didn't open his eyes to check on the time. Instead, he removed one of his earplugs to listen for birds singing. From their cheery chorus, he assumed dawn was breaking. So he removed the other earplug and placed them both on the nightstand. Rolling over to snuggle Giajujo one last time, Lippy Conjo was surprised to find her side of the bed empty. While his mate invested a lot of time preparing her burnt scroll, Giajujo was always back in bed before the birds rang in the day. Concerned something might be amiss, Lippy Conjo sprang out of bed and darted downstairs. After reaching the first floor landing, he turned and raced through the living room towards the kitchen. Briefly glancing over at the mantel, he saw the covered glass bowl in place, which was a good sign. But staring back into the kitchen, Lippy Conjo was beckoned to run faster by the eerie silence and bedlam on the floor, which was well beyond the mess Giajuja normally left behind. As he broke through the open kitchen doorway, Lippy Conjo slid to a stop, awkwardly waving his arms to keep his balance, while his socks plowed long, clean furrows in the floury residue covering the floor. "Oh, hi, Telios," panted Lippy Conjo, trying to play down his dramatic arrival. "I didn't know you were coming by this morning." Telios, savoring his last bite of breakfast, kept chewing, but smiled with his mouth closed and saluted Lippy Conjo with his empty fork. Giajuja did likewise, which quickly explained why the kitchen had been so quiet. Lippy Conjo pulled up a chair and sat down at the table as Telios and Giajuja finished their last morsels. "Thanks, Telios. That was delicious," sang Giajuja, jumping up to place her plate in the sink. "You're quite welcome, Giajuja. Lip, there's more over there on the stove. Help yourself, and be sure to thank Telios. He's the one who made it." As Giajuja shot out of the kitchen, she shouted back over her shoulder, apparently no longer worried about waking anyone up, not even the neighbors. "I'm going to go get dressed. I'll help you clean up later." Bounding merrily through the living room, Jiajuja was halfway up the stairs before Lipikanja had a chance to scoot back his chair and stand up. "So, what brings you by this morning?" he asked as he ventured to the stove. "I was out for a walk and gathered Jiajuja would be up early making her burnt scroll, so I decided to swing by and chat." Once again, Telios didn't fully explain why he wasn't home sleeping, nor that Kroga was weighing heavily upon his mind. With food in hand, Lipikanja sat down opposite Telios and Jiajuja's vacant chair, instead of at the end of the table where he'd been before. He unfurled a napkin, which blew a small cloud of flour up into the air, then placed it on his lap before taking his first bite. "Oh my!" exclaimed Lipikanja, as his taste buds went wild over their initial encounter with Telios' creation. The prince accepted the praise with a chuckle. "I'm glad you like it," he said. "I'm glad you stopped by," smiled Lipikanja, after he swallowed and captured an even larger forkful for his second bite. "Happy to. By the way, now that Jiajuja's upstairs, mind if I do the honors?" asked Telios. Sorry, what do you mean?" mumbled Lipikanja through an overly stuffed mouthful of food. He was looking down at his plate, already preparing his next forklift. Telios laughed again at Lipikanja's enthusiasm, not in a "I'm making fun of you" sort of way, but because he loved to see Lipikanja this happy, enjoying the simple pleasures of life. The prince then explained his request in more detail. "I know that you know where the mysterious flavors in Jiajuja's burnt scrolls come from, but don't worry, your top secret mission is safe with me. Is it okay if I sneak in some cinnamon this year? Oh, great mischievous sous chef?" Lipikanja grinned, but didn't suspend his chewing. He wasn't the least a bit surprised. Telios was aware of the secret he'd been cautiously guarding. For eons, Lipikanja had been playfully sneaking a little something into Jiajuja's burnt scroll when she left it unattended. Not every year, as that would be way too obvious. More like once every decade or so. During each sortie, Lipikanja deployed just a pinch of the rogue ingredient, so it was nearly impossible to spot, and only surfaced in a couple of bites. When Jiajuja or Cat got a taste of the clandestine ingredient, they'd talk excitedly about the subtle flavors appearing out of nowhere and hypothesize about how the original ingredients had combined in inexplicable ways to create hints of non-existent elements. Lipikanja found it interesting that Telios had asked about cinnamon, since many burnt scroll desserts used it as one of their main ingredients, but not Jiajuja's. It did, however, perfectly accent the other flavors in her burnt scroll, and was one of Lipikanja's favorite hidden ingredients. Lipikanja figured Telios must have known all of this as well. "Sure, that'll be fine, but only use a tiny bit. Much more, and it won't be absorbed before Jiajuja checks the rise for its first punchdown." Telios jumped up like a kid in a candy store, grabbed the cinnamon out of the spice rack, and crept over to the dough bowl. Lifting the damp towel, he put in a small pinch, prudently grinding the grains between his thumb and forefinger so they separated and spread out. When they were all in place, Telios lowered the towel and rejoined Lipikanja in the kitchen. "Thanks, that was fun," approved the prince as he sat back down. "No problem. I'm happy to have had such a distinguished accomplice," confessed the defender. Lipikanja finished his breakfast, and the two had the kitchen completely cleaned up before Jiajuja reappeared. Mid-morning, on the shores of Lake Manu, in a small clearing of the woods near the Great Eastern Plain, Benadari sat rocking on the front porch of her cabin, with her first cup of tea in hand, waiting for it to cool down. While she could have set the cup on the table next to her, she preferred to hold it so she could enjoy the rhythmic pulse of the fluid sloshing back and forth to her rocking. The mug had a lid, so she wasn't worried about spilling it and felt no need to temper her momentum to restrict overflows. Although Benidorm had a prominent home in the center of Hiraburu, she often chose to ignore the suffering of war by spending most weekends at her cabin. As Delator's most trusted healer and a special member of his inner circle, her privileges ran deep. Her cabin was a small reflection of her elevated status. Well protected, no cur ventured into this cabin or the territory surrounding it without the express permission of Delator or Benidorm. The cabin itself was exquisitely decorated, but its shape was overly simple, merely a long row of rooms standing shoulder to shoulder as if guarding the shore. This formation afforded each room a broad view of Lake Manu on the front side and of the forest on the back. While some of the rooms had internal doors that led to the next, all rooms were connected by an enclosed back porch, which served primarily as a hallway, and oddly, had no place to sit down to enjoy the wooded view. On the lake side, the front porch was packed edge to edge with an assortment of chairs and couches. Having never been used, all the seating options were in perfect shape, except for the two rocking chairs closest to the door. The one currently supporting Benidorm was worn out and needed to be replaced again, while the one next to her had the faintest hint of use. Benidorm loved to spend the morning watching Delator's mountain on the other side of Lake Manu become bathed in the rising sunlight. Or, more accurately, she loved the resulting movement of the shadows towards her. As the sun climbed higher, behind her, a shadow line slid down the mountain, over the foothills, across the lake towards her, and in due course, right up to her porch, before bounding over her cabin to disappear into the woods. Each time any shadow ran this race, Benidorm felt like it was Delator himself flying home to greet her, and in keeping with her desire to be his mate, Benidorm never wanted to miss the pageantry of his arrival. But today, she'd overslept, and by the time she'd gotten out onto the porch, his approaching shadow was only a few hundred yards offshore. Benidorm's late porch appearance was easy to explain, if not forgive. A few days ago, Delator had surprisingly accepted Benidorm's invitation to share an intimate dinner at her cabin before his public char party at the Burnt Scroll. The anticipation and honor of Delator sacrificing his time to be with her on such a significant day had weighed heavily upon Benidorm and kept her awake last night until right before Vortex splashed down. Since Vortex had used most of her strength elsewhere, her thumps on Lake Manu and the surrounding trees weren't loud enough to wake the exhausted healer. Now, as Benidorm savored the final moments of Delator's shadow racing towards her, a break in his darkness caught her eye. This blemish was produced by a shaft of light off to Benidorm's right, which was shaped like a dagger and appeared to be piercing the side of Delator's shadow. Benidorm was mindful of this knife and its light source, a gap in the tree line instigated by a small, grassy grove between several large evergreens. Benidorm had planted numerous varieties of trees in this grove to mend Delator's shadow, but no matter what the healer tried, nothing took root. Years ago, she'd learned to live with the imperfection, forcing herself to ignore the knife's presence. But today, the light dagger looked different, its midsection disfigured by a periodic darkness, fluttering into and out of existence, like the darkness was trying to overcome the light. Benidorm smirked, happy to see the dagger finally struggling. Wondering what had been able to conquer the light, Benedari set her tea down and stood up to go explore her new ally. On the outskirts of Tala, a Punchwin the Seer stood in her bowl in Asa the Knight's kitchen, all four of her feet wrapped around a single twig. Frozen in a classic salamander pose on the highest point she could find, a Punchwin had her eyes closed as if asleep. She was, however, gazing northward towards Kroga and Benedari. As one of Kroga's first rescues, a Punchwin had a special fondness for the honey badger, and often used her gift of seeing to watch his every move, or, as was the case right now, his lack of movement. A Punchwin flinched and tightened her grip as a vision of Kroga's pending pain flashed across her sight. After this future scene faded to black, the current image of Kroga curled up in a ball, flat on the beach at Lake Manu, came back into focus. Tormented by the honey badger's misery, a Punchwin used her deshmi to pour out her heart to Odigo. Unlike most inhabitants, a Punchwin was learning to use her deshmi to its fullest potential, often using it to tell Odigo her thoughts, concerns, desires, and hopes for others. She didn't know how or why this seemed to make a difference, but it did. When a Punchwin asked Odigo about these things, he confirmed that her connection mattered. For her, the Onu, and for others. In truth, she never understood why the Onu resolved to make deshmi connections work like this. But Odigo had told her it was so, and so she was sure it was so. This morning she pleaded for Kroga's safety, and thanked Odigo for her deshmi so she could. A Punchwin's intervention for Kroga was powerful and effective, more passionate than anyone else in all of First Realm, save the king, the prince, and the intercessor. As Benedari stepped off her porch and started up the beach towards the grove, the tip of Kroga's shoot fluttered out from between the trees and then disappeared again. The view from Benedari's location made her think it was only a piece of trash. Curiosity dampened, she slowed her approach and veered over into the water until she was ankle deep. After a few minutes, distracted by the lightly splashing waves and swirling sand around her steps, she forgot why she was rambling up the beach. When she reached the shaft of light touching the water, she recalled her goal and turned to the right to stride ashore in its vibrant wake. With the sun now directly in front of her, Benedari put her hand up to shield her eyes, but found she couldn't bear the brightness and changed her angle. She stepped to her left to get out of the light and walked inland in the shade. Since her eyes hadn't yet adjusted to the sudden change of luminosity, she couldn't see the broken figure on the beach in her path. Instead, she kicked him in the stomach as she tripped over him and fell to the ground. "Ouch!" she yelled, out of instinct, not pain. She rolled over to sit up and see what she'd hit. Telios. Yep, just a piece of trash, cursed Benedari. Having no respect or patience for PB, Benedari projected her impression of the trash in the trees down upon the owl. She didn't have to be a healer to grasp PB was unconscious, not sleeping, since she'd kicked him pretty hard, and he hadn't budged at all. It was also beyond obvious that PB's left wing was broken, having a distinctive elbow-like bend where there shouldn't be one. While Benedari could have easily reached out and healed the owl's wing, she didn't feel like it. So she didn't. Grunting as she stood up, Benedari hoped that when PB regained consciousness, he drifted away through the woods towards the troops stationed on the Great Eastern Plain, instead of wandering down to her cabin for aid, even though her cabin was much, much closer. Injured or not, Benadari believed PB should absolutely know he wasn't welcome at her cabin, nor on her beach. Turning away from PB, she brushed the sand off her clothes and instantly forgot all about the owl, not even wondering why he was there. At the same time, her tea summoned her back to the porch, and she started homeward. A few steps into her retreat, the wind whipped up, loudly snapping crocus shoot in the grove behind Benadari. The popping sound reminded her again of why she had ventured this way in the first place. Stopping to evaluate the situation, Benadari pondered leaving whatever was stuck in the grove for PB to clean up, since it must be his garbage. But figured the owl would be too lazy or confused to pick up after himself. In the end, she concluded she might as well go take care of it while she was there, to avoid having to come back later. Groaning at the imposition, Benadari turned around to retrieve PB's mess. As she walked past him and turned into the grove, she began to question why PB might have been carrying anything during his night watch, which he obviously dropped, and why he'd strayed to her side of the lake. Had Delator asked him to fly over and check on her? The thought nearly made her giddy. To avoid straining her eyes in the glaring light in the grove, Benadari passed under Kroga's chute, without even hazarding a glance in its direction. Once she was well beyond it, she turned around to look up. With the sun at her back, it was easy to see what the chute was, even though it was flapping wildly in another gust of wind. Since this wasn't the first time an Onu chute had been found around Lake Minu, she gasped at the impact of its presence. So the traveler was here last night. Was PB chasing him? She asked herself aloud. Benadari knew the chute hadn't been there yesterday morning, marring her view of Delator's approaching shadow, and confident no Onu would brave a daytime incursion, Benadari assumed the traveler must have dropped in overnight. Well aware of Delator's commands regarding the traveler, Benadari deemed she'd have to retrieve the chute and tell him gory details about its appearance. Unfortunately, the chute was well beyond her reach, so she looked around for a broken branch long enough to snag the chute and help her pull it back down. After scrounging around for several minutes, Benadari gave up and started to head back to her cabin to fetch her tree trimmer to do the job. As she came out of the grove onto the beach, she didn't bother to check on PB in any way, not even a glance in his direction. When Benadari arrived back at her cabin, she was in no particular rush. She climbed up onto the porch and sat down to relax. After a few minutes, she got up and plodded around her cabin to retrieve the long pole trimmer from her shed. With pole in hand, she slogged around to the front of the cabin and hopped up onto the porch to enjoy the rest of her tea. Once finished, she stood up and began the long hike back up the beach towards Kroga's chute. At the light shaft, she turned off the beach into the grove. Even though she had to walk directly by PB in the process, she completely ignored him again. Under the chute, Benadari extended her trimmer and freed the fabric. Once she had the chute on the ground, she stepped on it to keep it from blowing away, while she retracted the long pole of the trimmer. During the chute removal, Benadari had taken meticulous mental notes, almost like a recorder, of how many limbs she had to snip to free the chute, and which trees had been impacted, so she could give a full account to Delator later. Exiting the grove with the pole in her right hand and dragging the chute in her left, Benadari veered towards her cabin when something made her pause, and it wasn't the sight of PB crippled on the beach. Benadari had suddenly realized that while she'd been looking for broken sticks earlier, there were lots to choose from. Way too many, in fact. Just none long enough. Taking a moment to scan this portion of the beach, Benadari saw that it too was cluttered with broken branches and limbs. Clearly, a storm had come through last night. Setting her trimmer down, she used both hands to open the chute and look at it closely. Upon inspection, it appeared to be torn at several odd places, as if the chute had been ripped free instead of jettisoned. Maybe, just maybe, she thought, the traveler got caught in the storm too. She turned around, not to look at PB, but to look beyond him, further north, up the beach. Benidari knew she had to investigate. Delator would demand it. After crumpling up Kroga's chute, she put it under her trimmer so it wouldn't fly away, and began her trek up the beach to search for the parachute's owner. Cazador stood in the top row of his Colosseum to get a bird's-eye view of the destruction Vortex had left behind. While he'd weathered many storms in Hiraburu, his prized Colosseum had never sustained this much damage before. As he looked to his right, the sea waved back to him through a gaping hole in the Colosseum, where the western stands once stood high and proud. Presently, just a pile of rubble, the debris was acting like a leaky dam, retaining most of the floodwater Vortex had pulled into the stadium last night. The water seeping through the dam's cracks and crevices joined together as one, outside the Colosseum, to stream down to Hallam Bay. With his keen eye for profit, Cazador reckoned the wreckage accounted for a 15% loss of his sold-out capacity. To make matters worse, Cazador had only been allotted a handful of unqualified fixers by Delator, and they hadn't even shown up yet to do any work. Given the limited help and rationed resources of war, Cazador estimated that if the renovations were done to completion, it would take 37 months before the crushed rock and mangled seats could be completely cleared out and the western stands replaced to bear a full house again. While he'd definitely feel the loss, the entertainer understood a crowd of 85% could still bring in sizable profits, so he turned his attention to the flooded Colosseum floor. Cazador calculated the Colosseum contained more than 50 feet of water, since it was lapping the bottom edge of his box seat platform. Fortunately, the Colosseum had trapdoors, retaining walls, pumps, and spillways below ground to handle show-sized lagoons in the east and west sides of the Colosseum. This meant he already knew how to bring water into those areas and flush it out, often multiple times during a single performance. However, those choreographed features were small in comparison to the breadth and depth of the deluge down below him now. While Cazador had already turned on several pumps and opened the appropriate operational pathways to try to remove the flood, he thought it'd probably take 3 or 4 days to get all the water out of the Colosseum basin. Still, he wasn't overly worried about the flood he could see. He was more concerned about the devastation below ground to the hidden infrastructure patrons never saw or cared about. From Cazador's perspective, the real magic of his empire lay underground, where he and the original owner had invested heavily in a multi-level maze of corridors, elevators, hoists, ramps, pumps, spillways, cages, pens, depots, and other astonishing technologies he kept secret. The covert spaces were so vital to his success that he'd immediately gone underground to check on them when he'd first arrived this morning. Since it's very dangerous to spelunk below floodwaters, like those in the bowl of the Colosseum, he did so alone, not letting his daughter Tal, who was the Colosseum producer, join him. While he could have sent an underling to do the job, he wouldn't have trusted their appraisal. When the caver came up from the depths of his survey, he was muddy and soaking wet. The assessment he'd shared with Tal, while sloshing away, was uncharacteristically brief and depressing. 10 waterfalls, flooding everywhere. Nothing dry. Absolutely nothing. Most of the beasts are dead. Worse, I couldn't even get to 4 levels or half of the rooms. It's going to take an eternity to recover from this. I need some time to think. Even now, more than an hour later, standing high above the arena, Cazador could still visualize the level-by-level impairments he'd seen while he was underground. He predicted it'd be months before he had even a smattering of the most essential parts of his Colosseum fully restored, which would severely limit his options. The magnitude of his misfortune suddenly made Cazador sick to his stomach. Without turning around to look to see where he was going, Cazador shuffled backwards towards the retaining wall that ran around the top of the Colosseum. Since the original stadium owner had spared no expense below ground, she'd saved costs above, so this wall was more of a suggestion than a safety barrier, barely knee-high. Even though Cazador was depressed, he instinctively recalled this and approached the wall slowly until both of his calves bumped against it. Cazador sat down and closed his eyes to concentrate. Oddly, his first coherent thought was that the retaining wall could be used to accommodate more patrons, and he wondered why he hadn't considered this before. Once the Colosseum reopened, the ledge would be used as a new row of seating, which typically resulted in a few unlucky patrons spending more time at the care center than inside the Colosseum watching the show. Happy he'd conceived of a new way to increase profits, Cazador opened his eyes and spun around to dangle his feet out over the city. Unafraid of heights, he always sat on the ledge after a storm to measure its impact on Hiroburu and to pick a program to celebrate the storm's passing. As the preeminent entertainer in Kurland, not just Hiroburu, Cazador felt natural disasters were huge opportunities. Until last night, his Colosseum had been spared major harm from all storms, even previous vortex visits, and had at most required a quick scrub down before reopening. Seldom closed for more than a single day, Cazador had even come up with dozens of post-storm performances, which had become Hiroburu favorites, guaranteed to bring in large crowds trying to escape the drudgery of storm recovery. This time, however, was different. Way different. Cazador felt like Vortex had singled him out to be foremost in the long line of residents whose lives had been upended, and he didn't like the feeling. Determined not to let Vortex defeat him, Cazador reached over to his left and grabbed an imaginary stack of playbills, set them on his lap, and prepared to flip through the pages. Since he had a photographic memory, at least when it came to his own possessions, though not to the needs of others, he could see each notice clearly and all the Colosseum damage behind him without needing to turn around. These skills typically made it easy for him to choose a post-storm show, but not today. Burali's Pursuit, whispered Cazador to himself as he picked up the first option and read its title. Nope, he said, as he flung the paper to the wind. Cazador hadn't even wasted any time visualizing the opening scene. He knew Burali required all the Colosseum trapdoors to really impress. Moving on, he clutched the subsequent playbill before Burali had a chance to float back down to eye level. Ridire's Revenge, one of my favorites, mused Cazador as he scanned the intricate artwork below the title. Too bad the catapult's ruined. Maybe next time, my old friend, assured Cazador as he cast Ridire out over the city to chase down Burali. Next, commanded Cazador. The top sheet snapped to attention in front of Cazador's face of its own accord. Meghuli's Mall? Suggested the tiny poster. Unfortunately, no. Not enough beasts left alive, answered Cazador, anger creeping into his voice. He stole the flyer out of the air, crumpled it, and threw it after Redire. This went on for several minutes, Cazador inspecting each placard, then quickly flinging it overboard. Most of the time, he didn't get past the title, or at best, the opening scene. By this point, he was going so swiftly that he was barely thinking, just tossing, before each possibility hit the ground, or more precisely, before it had dropped a few feet. It was soon followed by several other pitched rejections. It didn't take long for Cazador's mood to hit rock bottom. "Lenidor's no!" shouted Cazador, without bothering to complete the title. Lenidor's Fall. "Nothing's going to work," growled the entertainer as he chucked the entire stack of remaining playbills up into the air and watched them scatter on the breeze, creating a hazy cloud of paper. Cazador was certain none of the normal standbys could be presented without radically changing them to suit the current state of its broken Colosseum. But he was keenly aware that changing a patron favorite could result in disgruntled clients, and only a night or two of decent income before word of mouth ruined him. Having lived through that before, the anguish of losing a massive amount of profit in a similar fashion caused Cazador to doubt all possibilities. Blinking to clear his vision, the playbills disappeared, and Cazador was able to look down at the main road passing directly below his feet along the Colosseum. Since a fair portion of Hiraburu sloped out to the sea, floodwaters often receded from pockets of the city quickly, especially those closest to Holland Bay. Such was the case for the road below Cazador, which currently lacked standing water, but was fully laden with debris and mud. Following the muck to his right, Cazador was pleasantly surprised to see the mire thin and a narrow footpath already emerging in the lane. Many small shops lined the other side of the road, and those merchants had been busy digging out. While it'd take several days before the merchants had the entire boulevard cleared, Cazador never spent any of his own resources to help speed the overhaul. He felt it was the least the merchants could do, since they benefited abundantly by their proximity to his Colosseum, and siphoned off way too much profit from his own street-level shops. Looking beyond the road, Cazador scanned the city for new inspiration, only to become infuriated when he realized the storm damage was limited to his half of the city, and that Volpres and the merchants on the other side of town had been completely spared. Cazador watched enviously as inhabitants filed into and out of Volpres Market to gather supplies to help them clean up and rebuild. While the inhabitants seemed ant-like from this distance, there was no mistaking the profits they'd be bringing Volpres. As he ground his teeth in anger, Cazador leaned over to his right and picked up his imaginary bow and arrow. Knocking the arrow, he drew, aimed at his arch-rival, and freed his barb to fly with a loud twang towards Volpres' office window on the second floor of the market, directly above the main entrance. Cazador held his release position as he watched his arrow leap off his bow, fade into the distance, and ultimately spark harmlessly off Volpres' window. Still, the flash made him smile, confident one of his real arrows would have pierced the window and performed its duty. Cazador broke his pose and placed his imaginary bow back down on the ledge off to his right. Caressing its curve, he praised its potential and his ability to control it. Leaving his right hand gently resting on his friend, he looked out over the city and the flood-clearing efforts below him. The entertainer was confident the city would be busy for months, cleaning up and rebuilding from vortex. It would need a diversion, and he needed to be that diversion. But how could he open the Colosseum back up quickly? Like tomorrow? Okay, realistically, in less than a couple of months. Cazador desperately needed an event he could stage in his ravished venue, one the Colosseum scars would accentuate, or at least not detract from. Tal had known exactly where to find her father. Normally, she would follow him up to his dizzying perch to immediately receive his directions, since his programming decisions routinely took just a minute or two. But today, after having seen her father so discouraged, Tal had taken her time trekking around the Colosseum before scaling up to her father's location. When Tal emerged from the tunnel onto the deck, directly below Cazador, she had stopped abruptly and discreetly, not making a sound. Familiar with her father's stalking skills, Tal had learned long ago that she shouldn't interrupt a hunt. She knew Cazador usually flung his fiery arrows during the afternoon, when the Colosseum contained no matinee patrons and here Buru was busy grinding away without him. But this morning she wasn't surprised to see him take aim at Valpries, one of his favorite targets. From her vantage point, Tal couldn't tell if Cazador was celebrating his decision on how to reopen, or taking out his frustrations that he had not. She had waited patiently until her father broke his pose and placed his imaginary bow back down on the ledge beside him. When he finally let go of his weapon and placed his hand directly on the ledge, Tal perceived it was safe to walk up the final few steps towards him. She then cleared her throat to announce her arrival. "Well?" she asked, once her father turned to greet her. As Colosseum producer, it was Tal's responsibility to understand her father's visions and make sure each show lived up to his expectations. She'd never seen prey escape her father, or for him to come home empty-handed, so his reply caught her off guard. "Haven't picked one yet." Had Cazador not already jettisoned the playbills, he should have been able to pick a show without Tal's help, like he'd done every time before. But today, he decided to act as if he needed her assistance. The ploy seemed reasonable to him, since he liked having her around, and he didn't want to admit that he'd lost his temper. "What do you think?" he asked. Without answering, Tal sat down in the second-to-last row off to her father's left. Afraid of heights, she never sat down next to Cazador on the ledge or even in the top row. She looked up into her father's eyes, vigilant not to show fear, but very aware he held the higher ground. While Tal and her father were close, he'd never asked her opinion about post-storm performances. Was this a test? Was she being hunted? As Tal raced through the programs in her mind, she was careful not to break eye contact with Cazador, but instinctively felt she was running out of time, since her father never tarried for an answer before pouncing. Just as Tal was about to give up and simply say, "I don't know," a rogue piece of paper floated up over the wall on an updraft, fluttering into her peripheral vision. Its sudden appearance startled Tal, and she almost turned her head to look. But instead, she kept her gaze firmly fixed upon her father. The advertisement sensed Tal's interest and responded by drifting towards her. When it was within reach, Tal thrust out her arm and seized it, like a frog snatching a fly out of the air with its tongue. Poster in hand, Tal hazarded a glance at the title, chose it as her answer, and held her thesis out to her father for approval. Interesting choice," commended the entertainer, as he took the invisible playbill from his daughter and rubbed the 2-week-old stubble on his chin. "You know," this just might work. Tall had selected Port Liberation, a propaganda piece. It glorified the Kuur battle to liberate Benadari's hometown of Port from the Onu, which had been long and bloody. The Kuur didn't actually win the clash. They simply destroyed the city, so no one could live in it, similar to many of Delator's other campaigns. But, like any good war story, the play took artistic license and claimed the seaside city was still thriving. In its iconic finale, the performers celebrate the redemption of Benadari's birthplace by bidding farewell to the conquering hero, Delator, as he sails off into the sunset. Normally, a small lagoon in the western end of the Colosseum was used for this climatic scene, with lighting that made it look like actor Delator was sailing off into a yellow-red sunset. The vision was one of real Delator's favorites, and he almost never missed a show. Everyone in Hero Bureau knew this, and, whether they liked Port Liberation or not, all alertly attended at least one presentation, and faithfully cheered to avoid Delator's wrath, since the Kuur leader kept close score of these types of things. Many even came to multiple viewings, just for good measure. This meant Port Liberation often sold out for as long as Delator was willing to let Cazador run it. Well, we certainly have the water for the last scene, chuckled Cazador. He spun around on the ledge and came down to Tall's level. I'm proud of you. This is a fantastic choice. You certainly have the gift. Tall beamed at his endorsement and immediately set to producing to prove to her father that she'd done more than merely inherit one of his gifts. We'll go bigger and make the lagoon twice as large. Tall paused as the image danced in her head and her enthusiasm swelled. We could even excavate a small gap in the rubble to create a navigatable stream we control. It'll look like the water's flowing through a canyon, out to the sea, and Tall could hardly contain herself. She pointed in delight to the huge gap in the western portion of the Colosseum, and Delator's boat could sail right through it, directly into the real setting sun. The timing would be tricky, but the sight would put the original to shame. Tall hammered her hand down on her lap as if she was banging a gavel to end a court session, but she quickly added a footnote. Except, that is, for the lost patron seats, blushed Tall. I love it, laughed Cazador heartily as he gave his daughter a congratulatory slap on her back. In his exuberance, he'd forgotten Tall was barely half his size and hit her way too hard again. Tall coughed loudly to cover the cry of pain that slipped out. Ignoring, or maybe more accurately, unaware of, Tall's discomfort, Cazador continued. We won't even have to try to clean up as fast. We'll just push stuff out of the way. Maybe Delator will even let us run Liberation long after he has the time to attend himself, which will force everyone to come and see it again, and again, and again. No one would dare risk letting a seat go unfilled. Oh, this is going to be great. I bet I can have us up and running in less than a month, forecast Tall. That's my girl, glowed Cazador proudly as he gave Tall a stiff shoulder hug. Suddenly, father and daughter viewed the severely wounded Colosseum as an asset, not a liability. But neither of them foresaw that Delator would rewrite history once again, soon, demanding a finale change to highlight a new star attraction, currently out by Lake Manu. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 122C-AACEL1A69-1F0K 6G4837E E4 99376 4L6 H1823. "How's he doing?" asked the king. While Otec already knew the answer, he wanted a first-hand account from Telios, since the prince had gone to see Kroga in person. "He's unconscious, cut, bruised, and has a severely broken leg," triaged Telios. "Did you touch him?" probed the king. "Yes, of course I did, but only his Olmec. I desperately wanted to totally heal him, but I didn't. I followed your command and our pact with him," assured Telios. Silence ensued as all the Onu bore the agony of these decisions, as well as Kroga's current and future suffering. Will it be worth it? From Kroga's perspective, yes. Chapter 6. Dinner Guest. Evening of day 87, before the Great Divide. Kroga the Caged woke up on the cold tile floor of his bathroom prison cell, unaware of how long he'd been there. Wrapped in parachute straps and bound in a thick cocoon of rope, he was stuck on his left side, unable to roll over to reduce the pressure on his broken leg. Despite the pain, he knew his mission was well underway. Benadari, dressed in a beautiful, semi-formal evening gown, which seemed totally inappropriate for the gloom hanging over Hiraburu, sat on her front porch, watching the sunset over Lake Manu as she waited for her dinner date. In a fortuitous twist of seasonal alignment, the sun was setting directly above the tip of Delator's mountain. When the mountain peak rose to stab the amber light, Benadari raised her cocktail and toasted the dark, pie-shaped wedge being sliced out of the sun. As she pulled her glass away from her lips, she heard a rustling off to her right, and casually glanced over to see what kind of varmint might be hiding in the shrubs. Having totally dismissed any thought of PB or his injuries, Benadari cringed when she saw the owl emerging from the bushes. In severe distress and barely lucid, PB had been wandering in and out of the forest for hours, even though his goal had been to reach Benadari's cabin, which was a straight shot down the beach from where he'd been hurt. Dragging his broken wing awkwardly behind him, PB looked like he was about to collapse again. Benadari jumped up frantically to go take care of the owl, not because she cared about him, but because she didn't want anyone around when Delator arrived. In her haste, she set her drink down on the table, leaving too much of the glass overhanging the edge. As she started to dash off the porch, the glass toppled over in slow motion behind her and crashed down to the floor, shattering with the unmistakable ring of fine crystal. Benadari stopped mid-stride and glanced back at the broken treasure. Moaning her loss, she stomped off the porch to accost PB. When Benadari reached him, her high-pitched voice sounded concerned, but really it was the anger of her broken goblet and the hidden treasure in her bathroom that influenced her intonation. "PB, what happened to you?" she asked dramatically. PB let out a sigh of relief, happy to have finally arrived at Benadari's cabin and find the healer at home. While he reasoned Benadari would never take him inside to address his needs, PB was hopeful she'd at least have a little mercy on him outside, given his pitiful condition, even though he was trespassing on her beach. "Vortex snuck up on me, clipped my wing, and hurled me to the ground," began PB. Benadari said nothing and gave no visual clues the owl should continue with his tale. PB missed these social nuances since he was sore and wasn't making eye contact with the healer. I was out for a long time, and when I came to, well, I struggled to get my bearings. It took me forever just to get down here, and now I've lost the entire day, he whined as he pointed with his good right wing towards the setting sun. Benadari knew that while PB had been relegated to night patrol, the owl should have been more attentive to his duties. A storm, no matter how weak or strong, shouldn't have surprised an airborne sentry. Had she not been hiding Kroga in her guest bathroom, Benadari would have taken the time to give the history teacher a lesson in responsibility. Instead, she wanted to keep PB far away from her cabin and get him on his way quickly. "Oh my, that sounds terrible. Here, let me see." Benadari reached out her hand to inspect PB's wing. At the same time, PB lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Benadari didn't twitch or lunge to catch him. Instead, she just watched him fall. "Ouch," whimpered PB as he hit the sand. Benadari sighed heavily and shook her head, as if to say, "Oh, how pathetic." Kneeling beside PB, Benadari slowly extended PB's broken wing. As she stretched it out, she astutely allowed no healing to flow through her touch into the owl. PB was unaware the torture Benadari was inflicting was unusual, having never experienced a broken wing healing before. At first, he grimaced and tried to remain quiet, happy to be getting some help. But after a few moments, he yielded to the blitzkrieg of pain and screamed in agony, surprised he had the energy to wail so loudly. When Benadari deemed her physical therapy reprimand was complete, she healed PB's broken limb, but cruelly didn't remove all this suffering. "There you go. That should do it," she said, as she forcefully patted PB where the bone had been broken, as if trying to prove to him it was solid. Really, Benadari simply wanted to inflict a parting shot of misery. Benadari loathed PB and was glad he was no longer in Delator's inner circle. Feeling PB had gotten soft and complained way too much, Benadari wished she could encourage the owl to return to Onu land. But she, like Delator, despised the Onu more than she hated PB, and counted every crew member as a major victory over the royal family. "Thanks," muttered PB as the punishment of Benadari's last touch subsided. PB stood up, extended his wings, then folded them back into place and began walking towards Benadari's cabin. In his confused state, he had suddenly and mistakenly presumed she'd give him some nourishment to increase his strength, since she'd already been kind enough to heal him. But before the owl could take his second step, Benadari jumped in front of him to block his progress and view of her cabin. She was so outrageously close to PB, so disrespectfully in his face, that her nose was almost touching his beak. "You should be good to go now. Try it out," she exclaimed. "What?" asked PB, afraid immediately using his wing again would cause it to break. "Sure, it's as good as new," lied Benadari. "The sooner you use it, the better." PB was doubtful, but ultimately figured the healer knew what she was talking about. As he stretched out his wings, Benadari held her ground, so PB had to take a few steps backwards before he could turn to face the water. The owl beat his wings tentatively a few times to test them, and he gratefully felt no searing pain, just dull thumping. Exhausted, PB stopped and dropped his wings down to the ground to rest. Turning his head, he looked sadly at Benadari, hoping she'd notice he was too weak to leave and needed more time to recover. "Go on," she demanded. "You can do it." Worn out by the bickering of war, PB's takeoffs were slow and methodical these days, even when he didn't feel sick or injured. Mustering his courage, the owl clenched his beak, beat his wings, and started to scamper over the sand towards Lake Manu. Before he was completely airborne, PB ran out of beach runway and had to drag his claws across the water. As he slowly gained height, he veered off course since his left wing hurt and wasn't flapping as fervently as his right. This made it look like PB was about to circle back towards Benadari's cabin, which caused the healer to let out a frightened screech. "No! No! You've got to keep going! Don't turn back now! Flap your left wing harder, or the healing won't take hold!" yelled Benadari, afraid that if the owl came back to her cabin, he'd be even harder to get rid of a second time. PB had never heard of a healing failure because the needy didn't work hard enough to make it stick. But the owl was too scared to ignore his healer's directions. Focusing his attention on his left wing, PB eventually persuaded it to flap as fully as his right. Between every other stroke, he glided briefly to gather his strength. Unfortunately, since there was no wind-aided lift today, each time he tried to float in the air, PB came perilously close to dropping into the water. After about a minute, PB was high enough that he could safely alternate between flapping and gliding, without having to worry about splashing down into the lake. Still close to shore, he could hear Benadari barking encouragement, and on any other day, PB would have bobbed his head or buzzed back to say goodbye. But today, he just concentrated on piloting as straight as he could towards his apartment. Once PB was well out over the water, Benadari stopped cursing him and turned back to her cabin, grumbling to herself about how the bird had almost ruined everything. Giajuja scurried about the first floor, frantically cleaning up in preparation for the arrival of Prince Telios. She dusted and picked up the clutter, but instead of putting the wayward items back where they belonged, she piled them in a laundry basket sitting near the front door, which the Picanha would dutifully hide in a closet upstairs when it was full. As Giajuja alternated between dusting and shuttling items, she wasted a lot of time scampering back and forth. Had she been thinking clearly, Giajuja could have made quicker progress by doing one thing or the other to completion, as her best friend, Piacio, liked to remind her. Meanwhile, Cat was in the kitchen, putting the finishing touches on dinner, and the Picanha was rocking peacefully in the living room, reading a book, unmoved by the hectic activity around him, since he'd already spent a good deal of time helping to get ready. When he was at the end of his chapter, the Picanha looked up to survey the room. "Everything looks great, Gio." "Oh my, I wouldn't say that, but at least it's not totally disgusting anymore," assessed Giajuja as she plopped down on the couch to take a short break. Come on, it's not that bad. Besides, it looked much worse this morning when Telios was here for breakfast." While the Picanha had meant to make Giajuja feel better, his testimony had the opposite effect. "Don't remind me. It was so embarrassing." The Picanha suddenly stopped rocking, a clear sign to Giajuja he was serious. "Really? Are you sure?" he asked. "You didn't seem mortified to me this morning." The comment jolted Giajuja and caused her to drop her feather duster into her lap. Oblivious to the consequences, Giajuja caressed the dirty feathers while she considered the Picanha's observation, flicking dust up into the air, which fluttered back down onto her pants and the cushions beside her. "Well, now that you mention it, this morning I wasn't." "And are you embarrassed now?" Yes, clearly. I just told you I was. Then, what changed between this morning and now? Giajuja grasped one big difference. Tellius had been here this morning, and now he wasn't. But she didn't believe his presence or absence drove her humiliation, even though it really did. No idea, but I didn't feel embarrassed until just a few minutes ago, right before I commenced Operation Cleanup. Now, why do you think that is? I don't know. But let's get one thing straight. It's absolutely okay to want to tackle the grime. You're not saying we should never tidy up, are you? Smiled Lippy Kanja. No, of course not, snickered Giajuja as she noticed the dust all over herself for the first time. There's just no need to get so stressed about it, or to go overboard, continued Lippy Kanja. I know, but I want everything to be perfect. Why? Do you think Tellios won't have a good time if things are dirty? Does the cleanliness of our abode really control the prince's happiness? No, I suppose not. Then why be embarrassed if things fall a little short? Weren't you busy earlier today working on other things? Things you viewed as more important than having everything shipshape? Yes, agreed Giajuja half-heartedly. But I should have found the time. To Giajuja, hosting was a gift meant to refresh others. She loved making everyone feel at home and took immense care to prepare things they liked. But there was a small, secret part of her that always worried it wouldn't be enough or good enough, and that her guests would be disappointed in the experience and in her. Giajuja tried to ignore the twinge of self-doubt. Dinner would be starting soon, and she felt like now wasn't a good time for self-reflection. Lippy Kanja, the defender, sensed the opening slipping away and lovingly knifed back in. He wanted to protect Giajuja from Giajuja, no matter who was about to arrive for dinner. From his perspective, the opportunity was too important to miss. In all of First Realm, no one worked harder to protect Giajuja than Lippy Kanja, save the king, the prince, and the advocate. It seems to me that the perfect environment you admirably strive to create for our guests sometimes turns on you, attacks you, and makes you feel like the perfection itself, or the lack thereof, is a direct reflection of you. That's just plain wrong. You can't judge yourself like that. No one does. Giajuja suppressed the urge to cry and looked away from the Pukanja, down at the feather duster in her lap. But I do, she admitted softly. Don't. Please, don't, pleaded Lippy Kanja. Easier said than done, mumbled Giajuja, not flippantly, nor as an attack. Gio, please, stop keeping score like that. Giajuja wrung her hands several times before replying. I don't know if I can. If you don't, your embarrassment will never go away. Maybe not. Come on, think about it. If you stay the course, then you're really acting as if you believe the state of the stuff around us directly demonstrates your worth. And if there's a mess or things don't measure up, you're going to be stressed, depressed, or humiliated. After a few moments, Giajuja looked up and leaned forward, as if trying to engage in the struggle more actively, and beg for help. But it's Telios, she implored. Lippy Kanja recognized that most inhabitants would be more concerned about having Telios as their guest than friends or family, like Giajuja was now. But for some reason, he just didn't feel that way. Gio, It's been my experience. Negative feelings around the prince are self-imposed. Whenever I'm around him, or any of the Onu, I'm just not embarrassed or humiliated. No way! That's not possible! Sure it is. No, it's not. I know you. I know you get embarrassed all the time. Why, I'm sure I can embarrass you right now if I wanted to. Yes, I bet you could. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Onu. Do you think they want to embarrass me? No, not at all. But how can you say you've never been humiliated around the prince? From his work as a defender, and from the time he spent with Telios outside of court, Lipiconja judged the prince was more accepting of him than anyone else, even his friends and family. While Lipiconja knew Telios didn't consent to any of his toba, he understood Telios completely accepted him, even his self-perceived weaknesses. Telios the creator loved him as he was, and, in so doing, wasn't embarrassed to be around him. Ever. Lipiconja felt this deeply, and often witnessed Telios offer the same unconditional acceptance to everyone. But right now, in this moment, Lipiconja didn't know how to explain this to Giajuja in a way that resonated with her, would help her feel better about tonight, and all her tomorrows. He paused, asked Odago for help, and then spilled out a truth he'd never voiced before. Still, he saw that it accurately reflected the essence of something he'd taken for granted about Telios, and all the Onu, for a long time. Probably because they've never seemed embarrassed to be around me. Lipiconja's short answer caught Giajuja off guard. She'd expected some long, lawyer-like response, one she'd struggle to follow. Instead, his simple observation made her head spin, but in a good way. Giajuja closed her eyes and watched as her beliefs scurried about, darting in and out of her worries, shortcomings, and on a couple of rare occasions, her strengths, gifts from the Onu. As her convictions slowed and coalesced, Giajuja realized she'd been so focused on her own view of herself that she'd assumed this image was the same way others perceived her, including the Onu. But now, this felt wrong, like she'd been unfair to everyone, especially the royal family. Giajuja sensed she should have given the Onu the benefit of the doubt, believed they saw her in a more loving, accepting way than she saw herself. Lipiconja could see Giajuja's wheels turning, and waited. When Giajuja opened her eyes and looked up at him, she had a slight furrow in her brow, like she'd been concentrating so hard it hurt, or she was mad at herself. Lipiconja wanted to make sure it was the former, and not the latter. Gio, I think they're like us. I'm sorry, what? Asked Giajuja, struggling to reconnect her train of thought to Lipiconja's. I think the Onu are like us. I mean, you and me. Gio, you know how we want to be together all the time, regardless of the setting? Neat, dirty, fancy, simple, or whatever? Yes, but you know I prefer semi-clean. She smiled. I know, but given the choice of you and me together or apart, together, every time, interrupted Giajuja before Lipiconja could even finish his question. Me too, and the Onu make me feel it's the same choice they'd make. They're not embarrassed to be around me. Quite the contrary. They want to be there. They want to be with me. See me, not the stuff around me. You know, just like you want to be with me. Giajuja looked around the room and couldn't help but see the confusion she hadn't fully tackled. But as she did, a vision started to take shape. In the middle of the room, a scale appeared, the swinging balance kind, with two circular pans on either side, suspended by chains to an axis arm. The scale was supersized and filled the entire space between her and Lipikanja. Since the scale blocked Giajuja's view of her mate, she didn't even know if he was still there. As she began to call out to him, the laundry basket of clutter rose off the landing, floated over to the scale, and sat down on the left side pan, causing the scale to slowly tilt to that side until it came to rest at its lowest point. Suddenly, more disarray, dirt, and anxiety came rushing from throughout the house and from inside Giajuja herself to join the laundry basket of stuff on the left side pan. Giajuja's multitude of concerns were stacked so high they ran up through the roof into the sky, so high she couldn't see the top. Giajuja's mound of worry dominated everything, felt suffocating. But just as it was becoming hard for her to breathe, Telios appeared next to the empty right side pan of the scale. He smiled, waved, and reached out his hand to Giajuja, beckoning her to come to him. While physically, Giajuja remained seated, frozen, unable to move. In her mind's eye, she immediately accepted the prince's offer, stood up, and walked over to stand directly in front of him, face to face. Without saying a word, Telios placed his hands on the image of Giajuja in front of him, one hand on each shoulder, and gently steered her backwards until she was up against the empty right side pan of the scale. The prince then took his hands off Giajuja's shoulders, and as he lowered his left arm to his side, he extended his right hand, palm up, towards the empty pan. Sit, was all he said. When the image of Giajuja sat down, the scales shifted. Not slowly, but fast. Super fast. So blazingly fast, the right side pan crashed down onto the floor with a thunderous boom. As the clap resounded throughout the room, Telios turned and walked over to the real Giajuja, still sitting on the couch. He knelt in front of her, placed his hands on her knees, and looked deeply into her Olmec. Giajuja, I don't love a perfect dinner, a clean house, or any of those things on the scales. I love you. Giajuja began to weep, overwhelmed by the avalanche of love. Telios was so close to her, so intimate. He was all Giajuja saw. She couldn't see past him to the scales, or to her mound of worries piled so high upon them. Surprisingly, she felt no shame or embarrassment that she had entered her vision with so many concerns, nor that even now she was still struggling to really let her burdens go. But with Telios' help, her grip loosened, and she eventually released them. Giajuja understood, in a deep, new way, that she didn't have to be perfect, or portray herself as perfect, to gain the prince's favor. As she let out a grateful sigh, Telios stood up, and the scales vanished, as did everything on them, except for the laundry basket of collected items waiting to be ushered upstairs. It stayed floating several feet off the ground, where the bottom of the left side pan had just been, the basket still held high by the never-ending worth of Giajuja. Telios walked over to the container and started pushing it across the room towards the front door, like it was a shopping cart on air wheels and he was going to take the items home. When he reached the door, he pushed the basket off to the right, above the staircase landing, so it wasn't blocking the entrance, and gently pushed it down to the floor. With the basket now back in its original place, Telios turned around, smiled at Giajuja, and disappeared. Giajuja collapsed back into the couch and fully relaxed for the first time this evening. Even though the furrow in her forehead was now gone, she was still sobbing softly. During Giajuja's entire vision, Lepikanja had remained quiet. While he couldn't see any of the imagery, it was clear to him something amazing was going on. When Giajuja had leaned back, he knew it was over, and almost safe to talk again. But he stayed silent until Giajuja stopped crying, and then he waded in. Want to share? Yes, but not now. There's not enough time to do it justice. Lepikanja didn't press, didn't even ask another question. Instead, he waited again. When Giajuja picked the conversation back up, her voice sparkled with insight. I can see your point now. I'm more important than the mess, or my cares. Right, to me and to the Onu. They just want to be around me, not our stuff. Precisely, affirmed Lepikanja. Still, there's got to be more. I mean, I get the Onu aren't embarrassed to be around us. But how is it again you never feel embarrassed around them? While Lepikanja understood this was an important moment, he struggled to find a way to adequately describe how he felt about this marvelous, freeing idea. In the end, he sought help from Otago once more, and the guide nudged him in the right direction. Truthfully, I'm in awe of the Onu. They're powerful, kind, worthy, gracious, responsible. Anyway, you know what I mean. They're lots of things. And while they live out a life I aspire to, I know I'm nowhere close to that. None of us are, interjected Giajuja. That's true. And maybe my own shortcomings should make me feel ashamed or embarrassed to be around them. But here's the catch. For me to suffer like that, I'd have to be thinking about me. And, I guess I just don't. I mean, I do, but I don't. Instead, I try to focus more on them. Oh my, this is so hard to explain. Go on. You're doing just fine. Well, as I focus on the Onu, I think their acceptance helps me accept myself. My shame fades away, and I become more comfortable around them. That makes sense, observed Giajuja. And for me, focusing on the Onu helps me become more comfortable around others. How so? It's like this. We're seldom alone with the Onu, right? So when we're all together, if I focus on them, it becomes easier for me to see those around me, not just the Onu. Weird, isn't it? By looking at the Onu, I see others. I become more attentive to everyone. I get so busy interacting with others, there's simply no time for me to fret about myself. No time to be stressed or embarrassed. Interesting, pondered Giajuja. Besides, if they're truly my friends, then how I look, or the stupidity of something I've said or done, or not done, well, none of that really matters to any of them. Giajuja began to well up at the boundless truth. She even knew she provided this acceptance to others, and that her friends, family, and Onu reciprocated in kind. She'd simply sold herself and others short by worrying about things when they weren't around. I think I'm supposed to be like this all the time, continued Lipukanja, even when the Onu aren't around. I mean, me focusing on others, not me centering on myself. I need to concentrate my efforts on friends, family, others, and especially you. Jiajuja started to cry freely, not in sorrow, far from it. Her tears were joyful, liberating. Otago silently encouraged her and helped her see how far the Onu had already brought her. He even validated that she was already living much of what Lipukanja had described, just like she'd sensed a few moments ago. Lipukanja rose to go sit down next to Jiajuja to be supportive, but as he stepped in her direction, the doorbell rang. He looked at Jiajuja, then the door, and then back at Jiajuja again, uncertain what to do. Go ahead, Lip. Answer the door. Are you sure? Yes. Don't keep him waiting. Okay. Lipukanja walked over to the door and put his hand on the doorknob, but hesitated. He spun around to look at Jiajuja, who wiped the tears from her face and nodded to him to signal she was fine. With his mate's approval, Lipukanja turned and opened the door. Hello, Mkeshi. I'm glad you could join us tonight. Thanks, Lipukanja, replied the warrior as he shook Lipukanja's hand and walked in. Lipukanja closed the door and ushered Mkeshi into the living room. Jiajuja stood as they entered and didn't bother to take the time to brush the gray patches of dust off her dark pants. Instead, she focused her energy on Mkeshi and rushed across the room to give him a big hug. Jiajuja had never done this before, but had been uplifted by the moment, and resolved embarrassment wouldn't hold her back any more. At first, Mkeshi held his arms stiffly down at his sides, feeling a bit awkward. But Jiajuja, in typical Jiajuja fashion, held tight. Slowly, Mkeshi raised his arms, and after a fair amount of time, gave Jiajuja a heartfelt, emotion-releasing bear hug in return, including a twin-worthy guttural growl. Jiajuja purred with delight and let go to verbally greet him. I'm so glad you made it. Cat warned us you might not be able to come. Yeah, I had watch duty, but surprisingly, Telios came by at lunch and told me to take the night off. So, here I am, he said as he spread his hands outward, like a magician, saying, Ta-da! That's great. I'm super happy you're here. Me too. And thanks again for inviting me. Oh, you're quite welcome. Should be a fascinating evening, if it's anything like the past few minutes. Mkeshi wasn't sure how to react to Jiajuja's comment, since he had no idea what had just transpired. Suddenly, he had a momentary fright, thinking Jiajuja meant he was going to be called upon to be the teller. Before the notion could fully set him adrift, Cat stepped in. Hi, Mkeshi. Did Aunt Gio tell you who else is joining us tonight? She asked from the kitchen doorway. Cat had heard Mkeshi enter and dropped everything to quickly go greet him, but she'd stopped short when she saw Jiajuja enjoying the privilege. Cat wasn't jealous. Her aunt had received the first ice-breaking hug from Mkeshi. Nor was she surprised Jiajuja had initiated the contact. But it did make Cat wonder when the warrior would be brave enough to hug her. Who? Asked Mkeshi as he turned to radiate at the sight of Cat, then realized he hadn't appropriately acknowledged her presence yet. I mean, hello, Cat. Nice to see you. So, who's coming? Telios, sang Jiajuja, Lipukanja, and Cat in unison. Mkeshi laughed at the stereo effect, since he was essentially standing in the middle of them, and their answer seemed to come from everywhere. That's fantastic, responded Mkeshi. Mkeshi wasn't the least bit concerned about the additional guest or any attention that might go to Telios instead of himself, The warrior was very comfortable around his leader, and while he'd eaten with Telios often, Mkeshi hadn't shared the remembrance with him, so he viewed the opportunity as an honor. "I just invited him early this morning, on the spur of the moment," revealed Giajuja. Mkeshi, quick on the battlefield and always attentive, appreciated the importance of Giajuja's brief account. "Imagine that," noted the warrior. "What?" asked Kat. "Telios knew I'd been invited, since I'd mentioned it to him a couple of days ago. And when he told me to take the night off, he'd already accepted Giajuja's invitation. That means he planned for all of us to be together tonight. He's thoughtful that way, you know. He always seems to know how to make any occasion better." Kat took a step towards Mkeshi and gave a silent shout-out to the prince for letting Mkeshi attend. "Thanks, Telios." While no one in the room heard her, all the Onu did, and rejoiced with her. PB's flight home was brutal. Since Benadari hadn't properly healed his wing, he had to stop several times to rest and let the pain subside. To make matters worse, he flew far out of his way to avoid Delator's mountain and the aerial guard. He didn't want to cross paths with his commander, Jatima, and have to explain why he'd missed the changing of the guard in the morning, and where he'd been all day. When PB arrived at his apartment, he gobbled down some food and crashed in bed to take a quick nap. But totally exhausted from his ordeal, he slept all the way through the night, ruining his plans to celebrate the Char at the Burnt Scroll Tavern, where he had hoped someone would be willing to help him relive his glory days. With their main dinner courses complete, Kat's family, Mkeshi, and Telios broke ranks to provide time for their food to settle and to clean up before attacking Giajuja's famous burnt scroll. "Everything was delicious," exclaimed Telios from the kitchen as he placed another plate in the sink. While he wasn't quite shouting, his volume was set rather high, so those back in the dining room could hear him. "Wonderful," approved Mkeshi, who was standing next to Telios with his arms full of dishes, waiting for the prince to remove them one by one, so as not to topple the precarious pyramid. "Giajuja, I'm really looking forward to dessert. I saved extra room for it," continued Telios. "Then hurry up," ordered Giajuja playfully from the dining room. Even though she had plenty of time before Telios and Mkeshi would be done in the kitchen, Giajuja was already standing over her dessert, which was resting as the honored centerpiece in the middle of the dining room table. She picked it up and gingerly walked it past several chairs, stopping when she reached Kat. Kat was sitting in Fajal's old position at the far end of the table. As head of the household, it would be Kat's privilege to pick the teller tonight. She leaned sideways to make room for Giajuja as her aunt carefully set the burnt scroll down in front of her. While Giajuja understood that Kat would be moving away from her seat to later allow the teller to come forth, she wanted her dessert perfectly placed for whomever Kat picked. Giajuja spun the scroll slightly to the right, then back to the left, then back to the right again, trying to get the angle just right. "Aunt Gio, it looks great," whispered Kat softly as she placed her hand on Giajuja's arm. "Thanks," acknowledged Giajuja, who finally stopped agonizing about her burnt scroll alignment and went back to her seat. Waiting for the warriors to return, Kat's family conversed excitedly as the anticipation of the remembrance swelled. When Telios and Mkeshi came back in, they were talking happily, even louder than those already in the dining room. Telios took Layla's old seat at the end of the table opposite Kat, and Mkeshi sat down to his right. As the warriors slid their chairs closer to the table, everyone abruptly grew quiet. Cat took a deep breath, cleared her throat, and stood up. Tonight, we celebrate the remembrance and all those we hold dear, but can no longer touch, she began. Already sensing a lump in her throat, Cat paused to look around the table. She could see ghost images of Fajal, Layla, and Bamvu, all lost to the Kuur. And in Leg, a steadfast Onu supporter who'd chosen to stay close to enemy lines instead of coming back to Tala. Oh, how she missed them all. While Kat had a longer introduction planned, she decided that was all she could handle. She reached down to pick up the telling knife, using the physical action to help compose herself. With knife in hand, she choked back a tear and set off to walk slowly around the table to her right, behind Lipikanja and Giajuja. As she passed by each one of them, she let her fingers ripple across the spindlebacks of their chairs, creating a soft drumming, which marked her progression. Someone who didn't know Cat might have taken offense to this action, deemed the noise and vibration a nuisance, or thought she was being silly and inappropriate for the moment, like she was playing Duck Duck Goose. But not Lipikanja or Giajuja. They loved Cat and understood her actions, demonstrated she felt close to them, comfortable enough to reach out and break into their space. As her left hand departed Giajuja's chair, Cat stopped and placed it on her aunt's right shoulder. Now standing between Giajuja and Telios, Cat kept her left hand on Giajuja's shoulder and looked down at Telios as she deftly, though Mkeshi felt dangerously, spun the knife in her right hand until the handle pointed to Telios and the blade to her heart. Telios, would you please be the teller tonight? Had any other Onuotu hosted Telios for the remembrance, they too would have asked him to tell. Most would have done so out of reverence for the royal family. Not Cat. She'd given this a lot of thought after she'd learned Telios was coming. She had planned to ask Mkeshi, if he was able to make it, to help show him he belonged. But now she knew it had to be Telios. He was the true storyteller. She wanted to hear him. She needed to hear him. Before answering Cat's request, Telios explored each other inhabitant present: Giajuja, Lipikanja, Kraid, and Mkeshi. He looked them each in the eye, gauged their desire to tell, and their desire to know, and could see they all concurred with Cat. "I'd be honored," he said. The prince slid back his chair, stood up, and took the knife from Cat. He then started to make his way around the table to go to Cat's original seat. Moving to his right, behind Mkeshi and Kraid, he let his fingers run across the backs of their chairs as he walked, mimicking Cat's journey past Lipikanja and Giajuja. Telios did this as a powerful sign. He saw Cat, understood her, and wanted everyone else to grasp where her desire to connect via touch had come from. He was the Prince of Touch, knew just how to do it for everyone, every time. As the prince slowly made his way around the table, Cat took his previous place at the end of the table and sat down. But not before she had inched her chair ever so slightly closer to Mkeshi. Telios, now standing at the head of the table between Cat's old chair and the waiting burnt scroll, held the telling knife in his right hand and rotated it slightly, as if inspecting it. In truth, he was watching the reflection of the overhead light, its rising and falling, as he pivoted the blade back and forth. The prince was mindful that one day the light would momentarily leave First Realm and all those in it. The separation would be agonizing for the Onu and an enormous opportunity for the Kuur. But he knew it was something he couldn't avoid. Teleus had agreed to this long ago, the hope of a larger kingdom spurring him on. For now, he steadied the knife to hold the light in place, then reached forward and positioned the blade close to the burned end of the scroll. Teleus paused and looked around the room at the tiny fraction of his First Realm family present, then slowly slid the knife down through the dessert until the blade hit the underlying platter. With an imperceivable twist of the blade, Teleus broke the delicate scroll in two, and the burned side fell over. The room was so quiet, the charred edge made an audible thump against the glass plate, which everyone could hear. Before Teleus sat down to begin his telling, he did something unusual. He pushed the flat side of the blade firmly back up against the main portion of the burnt scroll. The moisture of the dessert and some friction held the knife in place vertically, as if the cutting was ongoing, and the knife hoped someone would intervene to undo the division. As Teleus proceeded, he didn't elongate or shorten his telling of the fall of Rosewood, the loss of Desma, or the Kuur rift in the realm. His weaving of the threads didn't strictly follow the traditional telling tapestry, but it was eloquent, meaningful, and revealed a perspective no one at the table had taken the time to consider before. In a subtle but unclear way, his telling gave Kat and Giajuja the impression Teleus had known all these events would take place beforehand. Maybe it was their eons of experience, or the gift of perception Odogo had given all recorders, so they could convey the meaning, emotions, and intent behind spoken word. Whatever it was, they were both shocked to think Teleus, and thus all the Onu, were willing to endure so many insults from those he'd created. It was clear the fall of Rosewood had pierced the prince deeply. Not the actual loss of a library room or some scrolls, but the hatred the actions embodied from those whom he still deeply loved. Teleus then moved on to the part of the telling everyone had been anticipating the most. During this part of the remembrance, the tellers typically focused on their own pain, their own loss of friends and loved ones. Teleus started in a similar fashion, as if telling as a member of Kat's immediate family. The prince began with Fajal, spending several minutes fondly reflecting on Fajal's many creations and the beautiful work he'd done in Rosewood. The telling allowed everyone to raise their own memories of Fajal, while helping them to completely ignore his weaknesses. When Teleus was almost done remembering Fajal, he called him by name, as if beckoning him home. The longing in his voice was so impassioned, so intimate, that it made those listening blush, as if they'd accidentally overheard a private conversation. And then Teleus blessed Fajal. This wasn't some short or canned blessing which everyone had heard before or knew by heart. It was meaningful, unique, and very, very specific to Fajal. The power of the prince's blessing was so colossal it flew across First Realm, landed on Fajal, and truly blessed him. Done with Fajal, Tellius turned to Layla, and then Bonvu, remembering and blessing them in a similar but personalized fashion. By now, everyone in the dining room assumed Tellius was going through Kat's family in age order, concentrating on those who belonged to the Kuur. They all thought he'd skip Kat and Kraid, since they were present, and Endnote, since he was merely absent from the room, not a Kuur rebel. That would have been the normal route for a teller to take, zigzagging through family and friends, to only remember those who were gone. But that's not Tellius. Instead, he stopped to remember Kat, then bless her. Next, he did the same for Kraid. To try to explain how this made Kat and Kraid feel would cheapen the experience and the power of the moment. Suffice it to say, each remembrance and blessing was just as special, personal, surprising, intimate, and, well, perfect as all those that had come before, as if knowing each of them had been the prince's greatest adventure. Tellius went on to remember and bless Endnote, followed by Giajuja, Lipikanja, and their children, who'd joined the Kuur, and then Umkeshi and his family. With all the close family of those present remembered and blessed, everyone believed Tellius would select some extended family and friends to embrace and then wrap things up. This would have been the common path for most tellings, keeping it meaningful to the teller, while short enough not to bore the others present. The problem for Tellius with this approach is that for him, everyone is family, and thus no one can be singled out as friend, family, or foe. To be true to himself, the prince stepped out of time to consider and bless his entire family, every single First Realm inhabitant. Savoring the moments he shared with each one of them, he never thought or said a negative thing about anyone. Instead, he powerfully and mercifully blessed everyone, even the Kuur, even Delator. During his extended telling, Tellius periodically pulled those in Kat's dining room out of time with him. In these moments, they experienced his blessings for inhabitants they would have chosen had they been doing the telling themselves. While this made the night complete from their perspective, they had no idea Tellius had remembered and blessed all of his creation. As expected, Delator arrived late for his dinner with Benedari. It wasn't that he couldn't tell time, or was too busy doing something else. He arrived late because he loved arriving late. The Kuur leader believed it made him the center of attention, and showed he was more important than anyone else present. Benedari understood this about her guest, and had cooked the meal so it'd be ready when she estimated Delator would show up, not for their agreed-upon start time. She was only off by 15 minutes. During dinner, Delator led the conversation, focused solely on his recent victories and the destruction he'd caused. Never once did he mention those suffering from Vortex Rampage back in Hiraburu, nor did he take the time to thank Benedari for her eons of support, or for all her efforts to make the night special. None of this surprised Benedari. She knew their relationship was lopsided. Still, she loved Delator anyway, and felt important merely because he was spending the char with her. Delator never revealed to Benedari why he agreed to share the char with her, nor why he was willing to dine at her cabin. He simply viewed the timing of her invitation as providence. The day before Benidari had invited Delator to dinner, Delator's current seer, Figlia, had told the Kuur leader his fortunes would soon change near the eastern shores of Lake Manu. Like many prophecies, Figlia's foretellings had multiple peaks of fulfillment. To Delator's demise, Figlia couldn't distinguish these peaks, since she was unable to see as clearly as her mother a punch win. Because Figlia was too insecure to admit her shortcomings to Delator, he took Figlia's limited description of her revelation as complete and had assumed the timing was related to Benidari's invitation. Tonight, he'd soon feel Figlia's vision had been satisfied during dessert. Delator would later come to realize Figlia's primary foresight had been of the great Eastern Plain and events yet to come. When it came time for dessert, Benidari didn't ask Delator if he wanted to lead the char. She knew he'd never let anyone else have that honor. Instead, she simply placed the burnt scroll in front of him, then went back to her seat. Delator missed the impish grin Benidari wore during this brief, close encounter, because he didn't bother to look up at her. For once, Benidari appreciated his oversight, instead of just tolerating it. Struggling to keep her secret a secret, Benidari sat back down, put her hand over her mouth to hide her emotions, and tried to keep quiet until Delator had time to bask in char glory. Delator stood, picked up the knife, and waved it to the large audience before him. In his mind, Delator saw throngs of adoring Kuur, all shouting his praises, giving no thought to the despair they must be suffering during these dark days of war. He waved the knife with his free hand for several minutes, urging them on. When the cheering finally started to subside, he began. The char. The fall of Rosewood. I can remember it like it was yesterday, and exactly where I was. Can't you? Delator paused, watching everyone in the crowd nod and voice their agreement. He viewed the char as an incredible victory, a turning point for him and his flock. I was sitting on my park bench throne, on the far edge of the green, opposite the public library, to the right of the clueless blue twins. He waited, made sure everyone had time to visualize his spot. Since he sat there often, and many paid homage to him there, he presumed everyone knew exactly where he meant. I had the perfect view. I watched joyfully as the nightlights inside of Rosewood flickered and went off. Immediately, an amber torch bobbed up and down as it marched across the first floor, then arched in and out of view as it flew through the air into the center of the room, near the staircase trunk. As it bounded across the floor, sparks lit out and touched the accelerants, which I had placed in all the best positions. The flames sprang to life faster than even I could have imagined, and Rosewood had fire raging on all its floors in less than 3 minutes. It was incredible. Delator babbled on and on like this for an hour or so, reliving all the events of that night and the following aftermath. He stood the entire time he did his telling, jabbing the air frantically with his knife multiple times, as if doing so would actually divide the realm, or at least cut the Onu. When he reached his intended climax, Delator raised his voice higher and prematurely claimed his victory. And that, my friends, is how I won. As Delator exalted himself with these final words, he slammed his knife down through Benidari's burnt scroll to free the first slice. Delator's strike was so hard it rattled the table, and nearly broke the amber plate under the dessert, which Benidari had picked out to replicate the color of the original torch in his telling. Delator then wildly swung his arm to the right, accidentally flinging the cut-burned edge off the platter onto the table. Unfazed, he scooped it up with his left hand and placed it on his plate. I love the burnt parts the best, he said, licking his fingers and suddenly noticing the crowd was gone. Benadari his only real audience. Delator smiled awkwardly, with just the left side of his mouth, which made him look like he was a little bit embarrassed. In truth, the Kuur leader was considering Figlia's vision, and wondering if he'd made the wrong decision to come here tonight alone. Since nothing outstanding had happened yet, Delator resolved to quickly finish his dessert and head out to gather Helvania claim elsewhere. He pulled up his chair, sat down, and began to wolf down his dessert without taking the time to first cut Benadari a piece. Benadari took no affront to Delator's ill manners. Instead, she viewed his consumption of her dessert as the perfect opening for her secret. She stood, walked over to the platter, and cut her own piece. As she walked her slice back to her seat, she called out the salutation most char-tellers would have made when they cut the burnt scroll for their guests. "Foremost, Kuur!" Delator uttered his Kuur in unison with Benadari's, as any good Kuur would. But it was a good thing Benadari knew what he was supposed to be saying, since it was hard to understand him with his mouth full. As Benadari sat down, she started to disclose her secret. "Delator, do you mind if I tell a bit?" Busy eating, Delator waved his hand as if to say, "Well, okay, go ahead." Benadari took her fork and acted like she was going to take a bite, but was really just building anticipation. She needn't have bothered. Delator wasn't paying any attention to her. That all changed in an instant. "I'd like to remember Kroga," began Benadari, but she was immediately interrupted before she could get out the next word. "What?" yelled Delator, spewing cake fragments all over his plate and the tablecloth in front of him. "We're not at some dreadful Onu remembrance. We don't pine for the lost, or those we hate." Delator knew Kroga from his days of inspecting at the Tala market. He had absolutely no respect for the straight-laced honey badger. Not then, not now, not ever. Benadari groveled and tried to continue. "Sorry, what I meant to say was, I'd like to remember the traveler." Delator jumped up, seething in anger. He threw his napkin down on his half-eaten dessert and snarled through his clenched teeth. While he had no idea who the traveler was, Delator despised them even more than he hated Kroga. "I won't sit here and let you praise someone who's been kidnapping my followers." "Oh, no, you misunderstand me. That's not what I was going to do," stammered Benadari, waving both hands at the same time, as if trying to deflect the stings and arrows of Delator's reproach. Benadari had planned to act like she was an Onu lamenting the loss of Kroga and his untimely capture, telling how she'd caught Kroga earlier today in the third person. The situation, however, had quickly spiraled out of control, and to avert further disaster, she spilled her story as fast as she could. "I caught the traveler today. It's Kroga." Delator had never known Benadari to lie to him. To others, yes, of course, but never to him. Intrigued by her comment, Delator slowly sat back down, picked up his napkin, and wiped the savage drool off his face. After his chin was clean, he folded and unfolded his napkin multiple times, as Figlia's vision waltzed in his head. Benadari struggled to read Delator's expression, and fought hard to remain seated before him. She felt like she was about to be torched as part of the char. "Okay, you have my attention," snapped Delator, as he placed his napkin down on his lap and tried to sound like he was in control. "What's really going on here?" Benadari squirmed in her seat, unsure how to proceed. She quickly decided she'd better start at the end instead of the beginning. She jumped up and darted out of the room towards the guest bathroom without saying a word. The look on Benadari's face made Delator think she was about to be sick. Frustrated, he had to wait Delator growled, placed his elbows on the table, and his chin in his hands. As he was putting on his best scowl, he heard an odd scraping and turned to watch curiously as Benadari slowly emerged from the bathroom, scuffling backwards, tugging an unconscious Kroga behind her. Once Benadari had wrestled Kroga across the dining room floor, she plopped him at Delator's feet. "Your char, sire," flushed Benadari. Delator kicked at the prisoner to flip him over onto his side. The honey badger's face was tattered and worn, like he hadn't bathed in weeks. Still, Delator could tell it was Kroga. "Ah, what do we have here?" the Kur leader asked, not to Benadari, but of Kroga, who had just opened his eyes. Because Kroga was glaring up out of the corner of his eye, his gaze looked menacing or disrespectful. It was neither. This was simply the best the honey badger could muster from this angle, since he wasn't able to adjust his position due to the stiffness of his constraints. Benadari had gone overboard when she'd wrapped Kroga as a present for Delator. She'd covered him from neck to toe with thick rope, bound so tight and edge to edge that the overall effect made him look like a mummy. In addition to the main rope encasement, small wisps of Kroga's chute were visible near his chin, ears, and hind feet, hints of the chute scraps wound around him like a toga beneath the ropes. Benadari had also gagged Kroga, so he couldn't speak. When Kroga didn't answer Delator's question, the Kur leader turned to Benadari. "Looks like you've been busy today. Want to tell me what happened?" Benadari tried to describe her day as quickly as she could, without omitting any of the details she felt were important to prove her loyalty. "Well, I was enjoying my first cup of tea this morning, on the porch, paying tribute to you and your mountain. You know, like I always do, when an odd shadow dancing on the lake caught my eye. I dropped everything to investigate, since you never can be too careful these days." Benadari explained why the shadow looked out of place, where she thought it was coming from, and how long it took her to reach the grove. "As I turned inland, I first found PB, injured and unconscious. Of course, I immediately healed him and sent him on his way." Benadari conveniently withheld that she'd fallen over PB and left him there to rot all day. She did, however, promise Delator that PB had no idea she'd apprehended Kroga. Benadari paused her telling to thank Delator for being so concerned for her that he'd sent PB to check on her. The Kur leader accepted this praise without confessing he'd done no such thing. Anyway, after sending PB home, I walked further into the trees to the source of the shadow. That's where I found the traveler's chute. It was up way too high for me to reach, even with all the broken limbs from the storm, so I quickly fetched my tree trimmer to get it down. "Wait, you mean to tell me you knew it was a parachute before you got it down, and you wasted time running back and forth to your cabin when the traveler could have gotten away?" criticized Delator. Yes, I guess so. Clearly, I made a bad call there. But look, it turned out okay," begged Benadari as she pointed to the prize she'd already placed before Delator. Delator responded by placing his foot on Kroga, like a footstool. He didn't realize it at the time, but he happened to put his foot directly on top of the broken part of Kroga's leg. Had Delator known this, he would have placed his foot on the same spot, but with more gusto. Still, Kroga winced in pain, but since he was gagged, his cries were muffled. "Okay, proceed," commanded Delator, as he rocked Kroga back and forth with his foot so he could drink in the traveler's rhythmic whimpers. Benadari tried to assure herself that she was back on stable ground, quite used to Delator demeaning her whenever she messed up, and even when she didn't. Benadari believed this was a small price to pay for all the fame and fortune she'd received from Delator over the eons. Today, she didn't understand why her good news was so hard to share. Maybe it was just the excitement of being the one who'd seized such an important foe. Benidorm pushed on, tentatively, now doubting she'd receive a rich payment for Kroga's detention, like she'd first envisioned. She tried to pick up her tale, more or less, where she'd left off. Let's see, where was I? Oh yes, I had to tangle with the trees before they'd give me Kroga's chute. As you can see, it's pretty badly shredded. Benidorm looked down at Kroga and saw that almost none of his chute was showing. Trust me? You could easily see his chute is in bad shape if it weren't covered by all those ropes. And here's the interesting thing. Almost all of the damage had been done before my tug of war with the trees. Uh-huh, grunted Delator, still rocking Kroga. Anyway, I knew the chute didn't belong to us, since it looked nothing like ours, and due to all the damage, I wondered if the owner had been grounded, just like PB. So I turned north at the spot where I'd found the owl and started to walk up the beach to look for the traveler. Benidorm could tell by the look on Delator's face that while he was listening to the details she was providing, he wasn't happy her story was taking so long to unfold. To avoid Delator's wrath, Benidorm decided it was best to try to make it sound like she'd been diligent during her entire Kroga endeavor, which meant she wasn't doing a good job of keeping her narrative swiftly moving along. I found the traveler 47 paces from the clearing, nestled up close to the tree line, not in the middle of the beach like PB had been. Kroga was curled up in a ball, facing away from me. He was really hard to see, since his speckled back bled into the color and contours of the beach and the waning shadows from the trees. Anybody casually glancing in his direction would have thought he was just rubbish, storm debris, which, of course, he was, chuckled Benidorm. She paused and waited for some small acknowledgement that she'd done well, or at least that Delator had liked her joke. None came. Like Delator, Benidorm recalled Kroga from the Tala market and knew he wasn't in the Kuur, even though he wore no Onu Adventures purple markings. Marked or not, he definitely didn't belong on her beach. Still, when she'd first found him, it had taken Benidorm several minutes to convince herself Kroga was indeed the traveler. She purposefully left this doubt out of her telling. Go on, prodded Delator sternly, still upset with Benidorm for not having been more prudent when she first found Kroga's chute. Despite the lumpy honey badger underfoot, Delator was acting like the traveler might still get away in Benidorm's story, as if her failures might allow Kroga to evade capture. Anyway, since I'd been dragging his chute, and he was unconscious, did I mention that he was unconscious? Well, he was, and hurt, badly. You didn't have to be a healer to see he was maimed with that broken bone sticking out of his left hind leg. It was really gross. Benidorm shook her head in disgust, as the image of Kroga's tibia jutting out of his fur by his knee jumped back into her mind. Delator stopped rocking Kroga to glance down at him to see if he could spot the damage. But the ropes around Kroga were so close together, Delator couldn't really see the honey badger's legs. He started rocking Kroga again and looked back up at Benidorm, who answered his silent query. Your foot's resting directly on the spot where his leg was broken, clarified the healer. Delator cackled and rocked Kroga harder. Then he suddenly stopped, picking up his foot to look at the traveler. Wait, was it broken? Or is it broken? It is broken. I knew you wouldn't want it any other way. While Kroga's injuries were unsightly, Benidorm could have easily healed him, but deciding not to heal him would prove to be one of the best decisions she'd made all day. Good, replied Delator as he rammed his foot back down on Kroga and began to rock him back and forth again. The Kuur leader, enthralled with the feeling of power that came from having Kroga underfoot, and now actually enjoying the details of Benidorm's story, didn't notice or care that Kroga started fading in and out of consciousness from the pain. Yes, as I was saying, since I had his chute, I used it to wrap him up real tight. While I was wrapping him up, I was super careful not to heal him. It took me a long time, but I knew it'd be worth it, because I knew if I healed him, you'd be... Benidorm stopped, well aware she couldn't repeat the phrase that came to mind. While everyone knew Delator had a raging temper and was unafraid to show it, the Kuur leader often got vengeful when someone pointed this out. "Furious!" roared Delator. Not quite the word Benidorm had in mind, but it'd do. Yeah, right. Furious. So I was really careful not to heal him, and once I had Kroga bound, I knew he was too big for me to carry or drag all the way back to my cabin. So Benidorm gasped, putting her hand up over her mouth as she realized she'd led herself right into another trap. She mentally kicked herself for not thinking further ahead so she could steer clear of Delator's rage. "Let me guess. You left the traveler all alone. Again, didn't you?" disparaged Delator. Benidorm bowed her head and whispered, "Yes." Figures. The hate in Delator's voice was so palatable that Benidorm held her tongue. She couldn't tell if she was supposed to continue or wait until Delator completed a more proper tongue lashing. After an eternity, Delator broke the silence by kicking Kroga in the stomach. "Since I clearly have the traveler right where I want him, I might as well hear how you got lucky and got the job done. Go ahead. What'd you do next?" Benidorm hesitated, trying to buy some time to get her bearings and make sure she didn't skewer herself again. "Oh, come on, out with it," yelled Delator. Benidorm rushed through the next part of her telling without pausing for a single breath. "I raced back to the shed to get my large canoe. You know, the red one? I grabbed a paddle and a bunch of ropes and tossed them in. When I had the boat in the water, I used a tow line to pull it up the shore, running along the beach in the surf. I figured that'd be much faster than paddling. Once I reached Kroga, I pulled it ashore and used the extra ropes to tie him up." Benidorm's story barely matched reality. While she had gone back to her shed to retrieve a canoe, Benidorm hadn't rushed, but had taken her time sauntering on the beach along the way. Nor did she give any thought to grabbing ropes to tie Kroga up. Instead, she only focused on getting her boat out onto the water, to enjoy one of her favorite pastimes. When Benidorm had launched her red canoe, she had pushed off with a cosmic single-leg thrust, then balanced on one foot with both arms triumphantly outstretched and her launch leg trailing high in the air behind her. Benidorm held this precarious pose until her vessel came to a complete stop in the water. She was showing off, of course, but for no one in particular. Landing her airborne foot, Benidorm took a bow, then sat down on the bench and leisurely paddled out towards the middle of the lake. After about 30 minutes, Benidorm turned north to make her way towards Kroga. Enjoying the view and the sweet smell of success, it took another 45 minutes before she reached Kroga's location. Benidorm was approximately 25 yards away from the shore when she set her paddle across the canoe and began to coast. Her momentum, perfectly calibrated, was sufficient to beach the boat, so she could disembark without getting her feet wet. Turning around, Benidorm pulled the craft inland until it was secure, but not too far up the beach, so that once she had wedged Kroga into it, she could still launch it by herself. Benidorm picked up her story at this point, leaving out all the noteworthy details of what she'd actually done. Critically, she understood she needed to jazz up her story more, so it sounded better than reality. Otherwise, Delator would gather she hadn't taken the situation seriously. "It took some doing, but I dragged the bound beast over to my canoe, then used my paddle and some driftwood to lever him up into it. When he flopped down inside, he woke up, So I knocked him back out with the paddle. This wasn't true. Kroga wasn't bound, and the Onu made sure he stayed unconscious until he was safely back in Binadari's bathroom to avoid just such an incident. Despite her claims, Binadari didn't tie Kroga up until she had him back at her cabin. She'd been positive he was out cold and wouldn't come to for hours. Inexcusably, she hadn't even worried about someone else intruding on the scene while she was gone getting her canoe. Not even PB, who was on the beach nearby. In retrospect, Binadari had no idea why she hadn't been more frantic during the day, hustling as fast as she could to make certain she was the one who restrained the traveler. Later that night, after she was alone and reliving the day, Binadari would have a panic attack when she reviewed all the ways the day could have gone very poorly for her. That was okay, right? I mean, whacking him over the head like that? Asked Binadari. The healer gathered it was completely acceptable to hit Kroga under normal circumstances, but she was having a hard time reading Delator tonight. Yes, of course, and good of you to do so. Okay, well, I hit him so hard he stayed disconnected until just before dinner. He didn't wake up as I paddled him to shore, tipped the canoe over, dropped him on the beach, dragged him into my cabin, or when I tied him to the non-functional radiator in the bathroom, which I guess proves it really does have a function after all. Binadari failed to mention that while she was paddling back to her cabin, she'd pulled ashore to retrieve her trimmer, and that's when she happened to pick up Kroga's chute. She didn't even think to use it to help bind Kroga until much later. Now that she was nearing the end of her telling, Binadari was loosening up, feeling better about her relationship with Delator once again. Her own ease seemed to be reflected in Delator's face, or so she thought. As her story had advanced, it flowed more freely towards the end, taking on qualities that were better than life, and she wondered why she hadn't doctored her tale more thoroughly from the very beginning. She should have known better, known it was safer to lie to Delator, the king of lies, than to speak the truth and tell him something he didn't want to hear. This wasn't the first time she'd lied to Delator, nor would it be the last. Like an expert guard, I checked on him every couple of minutes throughout the day, and he didn't reconnect until right before you arrived. This wasn't true either. Binadari had completely ignored Kroga after she'd locked him in the bathroom. She rightly figured he was too incapacitated to dig his way out, but she also foolhardily didn't stop to consider that Kroga might have the gift of transportation. Fortunately for her, Kroga didn't possess this gift. Otherwise, Binadari's surprise this evening might have been an empty bathroom instead of a gloating opportunity in front of Delator. Binadari wrapped up her tale. To be on the safe side, I then gagged him so he couldn't interrupt our dinner. And well, that sort of brings us up to now. I knew there was a reason. You were always my favorite, conceded Delator, and in the moment, he almost meant it. Binadari blushed, soaking in the praise. Before she could respond, Delator cut himself another huge piece of dessert and plopped it down on his plate. Delios, this is going to be fun, he sneered, already envisioning multiple ways he could use Kroga to wound the prince. Yes, it is, agreed Binadari. My fortunes have changed. I'm going to kick those pious Onu out of First Realm and remake it in my image. Since Delator didn't want to tell Binadari about Figlia's vision, he couldn't explain why he was bubbling over with confidence, and knew he was right. Good, I can't wait. Long overdue, beamed Binadari, unaware the pivotal battle would soon take place in her own backyard. Chapter 7. The Escort. 86 days before the Great Divide. Kroga the Protected rolled over in his own squalor, having soiled himself multiple times in the darkness. Tightly bound, he'd spent the night locked in Benadari's guest bathroom and had neither rested nor been able to make use of its facilities. While the stench was overwhelming, his sensitive nose no longer registered the offense. 2 days removed from meaningful nourishment, he was weak, dehydrated, and lightheaded. His hunger pains, however, were no match for the throbbing in his broken leg, which was now infected. Morning arrived in unheralded stages, merely changing from one dreary shade of gray to the next. Overcast, the sun made no appearance, leaving an oppressive fog to hang in the air and the ground to remain damp. The disposition of the day made it feel much colder than the temperature dictated. The soldiers inside Benadari's well-lit cabin hardly noticed the gloom. But outdoors, Toger endured the weather. Miserably wet, the tiger stood outside the guest bathroom window with no one in sight, having ordered his troops to patrol the woods and beach, so he could be alone. Frustrated to be on simple guard duty to retain a mere badger, Toger hadn't bothered to peer inside the window or check on Kroga during the night. Presently, Toger was staring south towards Tala, wondering if the conditions there were warmer, or at least sunnier, like the tiger preferred. Around on the front porch of the cabin, facing Lake Manu, Benadari sat wrapped in a flannel blanket, shivering in the cold. As she held her hot tea in both hands close to her chin, she pressed her arms against her chest for more warmth. Instead of sitting in her normal rocker next to the door, she was on the bench at the furthest end of the porch, as far away from Toger as she could possibly get. Disappointed the sun wasn't shining, Benadari was deprived of the image of Delator's shadow racing across the water to greet her. She consoled herself with the knowledge the Kuur leader had pledged to escort her tonight through Hiraburu during a parade and to the after-party at the Burnt Scroll Tavern. As Benadari sat daydreaming of the promised celebrations honoring her capture of the traveler, several geese came into view off to her right, flying in her direction. Benadari watched the birds as jumbled groups of threes and fours slowly merged into a single, large V formation. The lead goose then swept the squadron lower and leveled off just a few feet above the water. When they reached her cabin, all the geese honked noisily as if saluting Benadari and zoomed on by before gliding to a raucous landing a few hundred yards away. Curiously, they'd no sooner splashed down than one goose turned around to face Benadari. Beating its wings, it danced across the surface of the water until it was airborne, then tucked its feet up to become more aerodynamic. As the bird approached, Benadari noticed it had an odd, orangish circle on the underside of its right wing, which reminded Benadari of her own Kuur badging and willingness to go it alone. Benadari watched as the goose flapped furiously past her to the north. The bird wasn't beating its wings against a headwind, for the breeze was coming up from the south behind the goose, but seemingly because it was in a race against time. While she had no idea why, Benadari found herself rooting for the soloist to succeed. When Benadari lost sight of the bird, she turned back to her tea and the visions of glory she expected to receive tonight. 15 minutes later, Benadari's fantasies were interrupted once again when she heard a familiar honk off to her right and saw what seemed to be the same bird with another small flock in tow. Benadari squinted and scanned for the orange blemish under its wing, trying to verify it was indeed her goose. At first, she couldn't see the mark, but Benadari was certain it was there, and sure enough, as the flock neared, the lead bird buzzed the group over the porch, even nearer than she'd previously done, clearly revealing her colors. Benadari smiled, glad to see that she herself, or rather the bird, had come home. The geese flew on by and landed close to the previous arrivals. They promptly intermingled, honking merrily as if saying hello at a family reunion. Soon, Benidorm lost interest in the blotches on the water and returned to her tea. After 3 or 4 sips, a bobbing figure off to Benidorm's left caught her attention. It was a solitary goose floating away from the others, slowly rolling up and over the waves, out towards the middle of the lake. Since the goose wasn't flying, Benidorm couldn't see under its wing to confirm its identity. But she had no doubt it was the same curse-stained bird as before. As she watched the single goose paddle off into the distance, Benidorm pondered its actions and the motivation that caused geese to swim together or split apart. After a while, she realized she was really rehashing her own split from the Onu and Malum. But, happy to be with the cur and in no way missing the ironworker, she chuckled and bid the lone goose farewell, raising her cup to toast her kindred spirit. "See you soon," she said, as if she and the bird would reunite on the other side of the lake, near Delator's. Back in storm-ravished Hirabiru, Cazador and Tall had arrived at the Colosseum before sunrise and spent several hours whipping the workforce into shape. Once the conscripts displayed an appropriate level of passion, Cazador left to go haggle over the supplies they'd need to repair the Colosseum. While Tall could have handled this endeavor, Cazador wanted to personally shave profits from the merchants, especially Valpry's, since the fox had suffered no harm from Vortex. To make sure he'd be the one chosen to barter today, the hunter had cheated when he gamed Tall for the privilege. Returning late in the morning, now much happier, Cazador found Delator pacing back and forth in front of his Colosseum. Quickening his pace, Cazador slogged through the messy street up to the cur leader. Since it wasn't uncommon for Delator to swing by unannounced, his presence didn't overly worry Cazador, though the unusual twinkle in Delator's eyes did make the entertainer do a double-take. "Morning, Delator. Good to see you," saluted Cazador as his boots gurgled down into the mud. "Hunter," nodded Delator. "How goes the cleanup?" While the inquiry seemed innocent enough, Cazador had good reason to reply cautiously, having been inspected and reprimanded many times before. Still, he found it hard to believe he'd be in trouble, since it'd barely been a day since Vortex had stormed through. And so, with little progress to show above ground, Cazador decided to allude to hidden things, and hope for the best. "Slow, but steady. We're making headway down below. Thanks for asking," he reported. "Mind if I check for myself?" Sure, why not?" accepted Cazador awkwardly, as the imposition disclosed itself on his face, which in turn made Delator feel powerful. While the cur leader knew the Colosseum architecture as well as Cazador, Delator was unaware of its current damage, so he had Cazador lead him through the venue, at least to all the locations that were accessible. During their long journey above and below ground, the cur leader said nothing, and the entertainer similarly bit his tongue. When they finally returned to the main entrance, Delator walked over towards the draw. The draw, a recent addition to the Colosseum, had been Tall's idea. As Tall had described her vision to her father, Cazador had immediately approved, and wondered why he hadn't thought of it first. The draw was really just a glorified, covered beast cage, primarily carved out of the plaza grounds. It sat 4 feet above street level, with 3 outer, open-air partitions made entirely of prison-like bars, and 1 inner wall recessed slightly into the Colosseum. In between performances, beast wranglers put primary attractions inside the draw to help raise attendance for the next show and boost interest in their demise. When Delator reached the draw, he grabbed 2 thick bars and pressed his face in as far as it could go, which really wasn't very far at all, since the bars were close together to provide patrons a modicum of protection from the beasts. At least this looks like it's in good shape, he noted, easing the tension ever so slightly. Cazador, who was now standing beside Delator, matched his leader's posture and pressed his own head between a couple of bars. Since Cazador's face was long and narrow, much more of it slipped between the irons than Delator's. Had a beast been inside, neither Kuur would have been safe in their current position. Yes, it should be more or less dried later today. Not much to clean up in there. Good. This'll work just fine. For what? For my new addition to Port Liberation, answered Delator. Oh yeah? What did you have in mind? Asked Cazador, trying to sound nonchalant. While the entertainer didn't always agree with Delator's artistic interpretations, he'd learned long ago not to cross the Kuur leader, even if it meant delaying a show's production. Delator let go of the bars and put his arm around Cazador, then ushered him back into the Colosseum, up into the stands, and over to his Helvani suite, where he ranted, raved, and gesticulated wildly for over an hour with what he had in mind. When he concluded his soothsaying and visions for tonight, the show, and First Realm, Delator asked Cazador for his opinion on the proposed new ending to Port Liberation. A rarity. So, what do you think? Asked the Kuur leader. I love it, exclaimed Cazador, confident the show would be his greatest hit ever. A real crowd pleaser. Good. I look forward to tonight's parade, and sitting right here, in a week, to watch the first performance of Liberation. A week? Balked Cazador. Yes, a week. But I know, interrupted Delator as he held up his hand. You're going to say it's not possible, and that there's simply not enough time. But don't worry. I've decided to halt all other restoration efforts in the city, so everyone's going to be available to help you get ready. Really? Absolutely. Since Hirabiru was huge and had more residents than could possibly fit in and around his Colosseum, Cazador understood Delator was exaggerating. But the idea of having everyone at his disposal overwhelmed him with an incredible sense of supremacy. Even Valpries? He asked. Yes, of course, even him, answered Delator, who gathered the merchant would have many of the needed supplies. Cazador interpreted Delator's response to mean Valpries was at his disposal for anything. The image of the fox down in the depths of the Colosseum, caked in mud, was almost too much for the hunter to bear. Well then, I better get started, he announced as he jumped up, rubbed his hands together, and darted off to engage Tall's help. Cazador had been so excited that he ran off without offering to escort Delator out. He hadn't even stopped to make sure the Kuur leader had nothing else he wanted to share. As his captors ate their lunch in staggered shifts outside the bathroom, Kroga could tell by their muffled bickering something was wrong. He only caught snippets, but it sounded like they were conflicted about giving him a few scraps of food. Just when it seemed like they'd agreed to provide him some rations, everything went deathly quiet. After 10 more long minutes, clopping feet approached the bathroom, and Kroga heard the promising sounds of the metal key scratching into the lock, the bolt retracting, and the slow creak of the door opening. Even though no one entered, the guard's reaction was immediate nonetheless. Yikes! Who died in there? Gasped Camparana as she slammed the door shut. Campy, as she was better known, was the most junior guard on duty, and the unlucky one responsible for feeding Kroga. Overcome by the odor in the bathroom, she remained outside, food still in hand. While Kroga completely understood Campy's discomfort, he wasn't the least bit embarrassed by his current station. Campy gathered herself and began shouting instructions from the hallway. Cazador called. He said we have to feed the beasts or they won't perform. So, here you go, wheezed the guard, as if Kroga's funk had leached through the barrier and contaminated all her fresh air. Campy cracked the door ajar and tossed a bowl of food sideways into the room through the crevice. The vessel lost some of its contents on entry and landing, and even more as it rattled across the tile floor. Before the container came to rest 5 feet from Kroga, Campy yanked the door shut and locked it again. While he couldn't reach any of the food, Kroga could easily hear Toger's stern voice outside the bathroom. "Camperana, how do you expect him to eat?" "With his mouth, of course." "And did you trouble yourself to take his gag off?" No." "Then get back in there and take care of it. And this time, don't come out until he's eaten all I've allotted to him." "What? You mean I have to stay in there with him the whole time?" protested Campy, scrunching her face in disgust. Toger roared, bared his teeth, and let that be his answer. Okay, I'll stay with him," flinched Campy as she backed away from the tiger's pearly fangs. "And make sure he drinks some water," growled Toger. "Yes, sir," stammered Campy. Kroga watched as the door opened, and Toger pushed the reluctant guard into the bathroom. The tiger summarily shut and locked the door, and Campy squealed as if the action had pinched her pink, curly tail in the jam, which would have been quite a feat given how short it was. But Campy's cry was a sign of distress, one which had escaped when she'd heard the bolt latch behind her, unaware she'd be locked inside. Overcome by a morbid, sudden sense of entrapment, Campy forgot all about the smells she'd once feared, and spun around to stare at the barricaded exit for several minutes. After she finally regained her composure, she sighed deeply and turned to face Kroga. Scuffling towards him, she used her hooves to scrape the spoiled slop and bowl along the floor as she advanced. When Campy had most of the food near Kroga's head, she knelt to remove the rope covering his mouth and the gag beneath it. Even though her nose was working again, and she was in a hurry to get out of the bathroom, Campy was careful to only free the traveler's mouth and nothing else. "Eat," she commanded as she sprang up and fled to the furthest corner of the bathroom, covering her nose with the crook of her right arm. "Thanks," replied Kroga. But before he took a bite, the traveler wanted to see if Campy was the inhabitant the king had sent him to help. He wasn't overly concerned about being wrong, or revealing one of his passphrases to anyone, since he'd already been caught. As it would turn out, Kroga tried boldly to identify his one more many times, positive his adventure would become more interesting and fulfilling when he knew who the returner was. "I've come from afar," he began softly. "Shut up and eat. I want to get out of here," fumed Campy, as she curtly cut him off. Kroga complied and eagerly ate his rotten rations, then drank a bowl of murky water, which Campy supplied in the dirty dish once he'd eaten the food. Kroga would have slurped more, but Campy hastily grabbed the bowl and dashed over to the door. At the gateway to fresh air, Campy realized she'd failed to replace the gag over Kroga's mouth. She raced back to secure his muzzle, then spun wildly and sprinted to the escape hatch again. This time, during her rush, Campy tripped over Kroga, jolting his broken leg. The honey badger wasn't sure if she'd done this in haste or malice, but he chose to believe Campy had done it in haste. When Campy reached the exit, she banged on the wooden portal like her life depended on getting out immediately. She hammered so hard the door vibrated violently back and forth between the confines of its bolt and the frame. But while there were several guards outside, none replied. After much more pounding, pleading, doorknob rattling, and not a few sobs, someone finally answered. "Hold on." Toger took the key. "Chase has gone to find him." "Oh, come on, Tuka. Let me out of here." "I can't." "You're kidding, right?" "No." "Please? It's awful in here." "Sorry. I said I can't. You'll have to wait on Toger." Campy began to feel claustrophobic. Trapped. She banged her forehead against the door a couple of times, as if still knocking to get out. When no one answered, Campy stood up and started pacing around in circles, first clockwise, then counterclockwise, periodically switching directions. After 4 or 5 minutes, the bolt clicked free, the outlet opened, and Campy barreled out, nearly plowing Toger over. As the tiger relocked the door, Kroger wondered if Campy had been his one more, but had been too frightened to engage in this space. He decided to try again later, if given the opportunity. It was late in the afternoon when Tall bounded merrily into her father's Coliseum office. "I'm ready. I'm done," she announced, as if the start of a prized family vacation had been delayed pending the completion of her chores. While Tall's preparations to meet Delator's demands for tonight had taken her much longer than she would have liked, she completed them in considerably less time than anyone else could have possibly accomplished. Cazador looked up from his own work, and although he had no reason to doubt Tall, the entertainer wondered how his daughter had been able to arrange everything in just a couple of hours. While Tall had produced many parades and premieres, he knew she hadn't hosted a citywide event in eons. Given the limitations of war, and the long passing of time since anyone had tried to stage such an elaborate event, Cazador figured Tall and all the other performers and suppliers surely needed more time to pull things together. Unrivaled in his ability to visualize a scene and its impact, Cazador wasn't willing to leave until he was certain all the tasks he'd delegated to Tall had been completed to his satisfaction. "Are you sure you're ready?" he inquired. "Positive. Go ahead. Test me," submitted Tall. "Okay, I will. Hold on. How about a small bet to make it more interesting?" offered Tall. "Always. The return?" "Top seat." "Wow. I see you're going big." "Sure. Why not?" "Why not, indeed," smiled Cazador, proud of his daughter for being so bold. "And the wager?" he asked. "I cook dinner, say, for a week." "But you're a terrible cook," objected Cazador. "So what?" "So I lose either way." "What's wrong with that?" teased Tall. "Do you want to play or not?" pushed the hunter. "Yes, of course. How about I buy dinner for a week?" "Much better. But a week isn't going to cut it." "Okay. How about for a month?" "Make it 6, countered Cazador. For the honor of sitting above the traveler, Tall would have gone much higher, and was surprised her father had only raised the wager to 6. She felt no need to haggle further. "Agreed," she said swiftly, before Cazador could change his mind. "The game? How about name 3, proposed Tall. Tall would have never suggested her wager, or picked this particular game, if she wasn't confident she'd win, and had been overly prepared to do so. Cazador, too distracted by his own efforts to line up an insane number of cleaners, builders, fixers, and supplies to get his Coliseum back up and running in a week, hadn't taken the time to detect this. Since he would have grilled Tall on the state of her tasks anyway, Cazador decided it might as well be a little more fun. At least more fun for Tall, that is. "Sure, why not? Are you ready?" he checked. "Shoot," announced Tall, who should have known better than to issue such a decree to her father. "Whoa, wait a minute," she yelled quickly, holding up her hands to show they held no weapons. "What I meant to say was, yes, go ahead, but please don't shoot," she smiled as she lowered both of her hands. "Wouldn't think of it, my dear. All right then, let's start simple. Gossips? Uber gossips Layla, mother of the scroll stealer, Aratohu, the carrier, and Nozir, of course, plus 22 others. I've told them they must each enlist at least a dozen others, or else, well, You know what the or else would be. Word'll spread fast. Good. Street barkers? Yazizi the transporter, Beku the bearded walrus, and Runestavan the vehicle-washing giraffe. Others? But I've already named 3, pouted Tall, even though she wasn't surprised her father had already stretched the bounds of their bet. Tall, Delator's vision isn't a game. We both know you need more than 3 barkers. Everything must be perfect, rebuffed Cazador. Yes, I know. Turns out I already have 10 others lined up as well. Satisfied? Better, yes. Graffiti artists? 3 of the best brands, Hikewai, and Bohalo, and Onderdan, and 5 others who are very good, but not yet branded. Fine. Flyers? Only printed by Fakuri. Aha! Gotcha! That's 1, not 3. Hey, not fair. You interrupted me. I was about to say, printed by Fakuri on his 3 newest machines, which weren't affected by the flood. Aduel, Tefita, and Gravador will be his operators. Impressive. Nice catch. I thought I'd get you on the printer. Thank you, bowed Tall. Is that the best you've got? Nope, just warming up, grinned Cazador as he stretched and leaned forward onto his desk. Cazador proceeded to grill Tall over the nuanced aspects of marketing and managing the day's events. The entertainer probed the parade itself, the route, security, traffic control, warm-up vehicles, filler entertainment, toss-off gifts, and all the remaining elements he gauged would make or break the occasion. He tried not to show it, but Cazador couldn't help but be impressed with Tall's grasp of producing and logistics. No matter what he asked her, she always had a better-than-appropriate answer on the tip of her tongue, and more detail than name 3 required. Most impressively, Tall never once looked at any notes or devices for help. When Cazador was satisfied there'd be a large crowd for the parade, and they'd be well primed for the main attraction, he turned his attention to the after-parade show at the Coliseum. Effigy? Vasey will produce it, working alone like she always does. But before you say that's just 1, I've got more. She knows it must be life-size, not oversized. A honey badger, not an ordinary badger, shaded to match Kroga, whom she knew back in Tala when her market stall was 2 aisles over from his. And, most importantly, the animatronics must be nothing but her best, so we can fool the up-close spectators. She also understands she's got to be at the staging point, a half-mile west of Delator's Mountain at precisely, if not before, 9:30. Perfect. Pyre? Inspalair with oak post, pine kindling, and a platform at least 5 feet above the ground. Oh no, not Inspalair. He makes me nervous. He always over-engineers everything. I know, but I emphasized he had to keep it simple. He's aware the onlookers have to be able to clearly see the traveler for several minutes before he's totally engulfed in flames. For how long? I told him 10 minutes. Is that okay? Yes, much more and the legions will get nervous. They'll think we don't know what we're doing. Much shorter, and they'll feel like they've missed all the fun. 10 will be fine. Good. Cazador then circled back to a couple of items he sensed he hadn't scrutinized well enough the first time around. In 4 minutes, he called it. Okay, you win, he announced, waving his hands in defeat. Though really, he felt like he'd won, given how well Tall had prepared everything for the performance. Tall then made a fist, held it chest high like she was about to punch someone, then rapidly pulled it back down to her waist as she shouted, "Yes!" Congratulations. You ride in the seat of honor. Thanks, Dad. I learned from the very best. Yes, you did, if I do say so myself. Yeah, Mom's great, isn't she? Ribbed Tall. Now, Let's not break the moment." "Sorry," nodded Tall cheekily. "All right. Looks like we're ready to go. Let's get out of here." By the time Cazador and Tall left Hiraburu to go pick up Kroga, they were running quite late. While they hadn't hit many unexpected issues, they did stumble over parade transportation. Cazador had decided to use horse-drawn vehicles to harken back to simpler times. Securing the forces and horses had gone to plan, but garnishing them with fabrics and frills had not. Eyeing the disrepair of the vehicles, which no one had used in a very long time, Cazador felt they needed more ornamentation and coverage than he'd first envisioned. This wouldn't have been a big deal in and of itself, but when they went to their warehouse to retrieve the needed decorations, Cazador and Tall found that someone had shockingly pilfered a large amount of their high-end fabrics. Had they known this earlier, Tall could have easily acquired more during her chores back in the city, but since their primary warehouse was well outside Hiraburu, it was hard for her to obtain the materials late in the day. Despite the staging delays and stress, Cazador was quite pleased with the final result. Every horse, carriage, chariot, and cart, even the vintage circus cage wagon for the traveler, looked perfect, adorned in regal burgundies, gold, and garland. Had they been able to use purple instead of burgundy, Cazador and Tall would have easily remained on schedule, since their warehouse was full of purple items. But since Delator had outlawed the Onu color long ago, Cazador would have been better off burning the purple items to save the storage space. When Cazador and Tall finally arrived at Benadari's cabin, tired, short-tempered soldiers met them. "Where have you been?" demanded Toger, as if he were Delator. "Doesn't matter. We're here now. Let's get the traveler aboard and get going," deflected Cazador. Unhappy with the entertainer's non-answer, Toger roared, but then turned around to go retrieve Kroga without saying another word. "Use the back porch!" shouted Benadari after him. "I don't want you stinking up my whole cabin!" A couple of minutes later, Toger reappeared from the rear of the cabin, followed closely by Campy, who had Kroga slung over her shoulder like a filthy sack of potatoes. After a few paces, Toger stepped aside, and Campy continued on towards the circus cage wagon without him. When she was halfway to the mobile enclosure, Kroga's malodor, which had already sprinted well ahead of them, reached Tall. Tall had just opened the back gate of the cage and turned to jump down, bypassing the steps. Since this particular vehicle had been built to house lions and bears, it was quite large and high off the ground. While the wagon was technically too big for the traveler, Tall had chosen it for its hidden compartment and mechanical drop curtains. "Stop right there!" she shouted as her feet hit the dirt. "You're not putting that noxious beast in my cage." Startled, Campy stopped her advance, and Tall pressed on. "Back up. More. More. Okay, set him down there." Following Tall's directions, Campy backed up and dropped Kroga on the ground with a loud thump that could be heard by all. His yelp of pain made everyone feel better. Everyone, that is, except Kroga. "Listen, I understand the traveler deserves no respect," continued Tall, "but if we're going to please our audience tonight, we can't offend them with his odor. Even out here, it's atrocious. Imagine what it'd be like in the confines of the city. You've got to clean him up first." "Well, I ain't doing that," whined Campy as she shook her head and shuddered. "I don't care who does it, but it's got to be done," reiterated Tall. Campy turned and stared back at Toger, as if he'd take her position. "Don't look at me. You heard her. It's a tall order." "Telios," cursed Campy. "Now how am I supposed to do that?" "I don't know, and I don't care. Figure it out on your own. Earn some respect for once," ordered Toger. Campy looked around, trying to decide what to do. As she did, She peered to her right at the guest bathroom window, which happened to be directly next to her. "Oh, no you don't," bellowed Benidari. "You're not going to take him back into my cabin to use the shower, that's for sure." Okay, I won't. You got a hose?" "Not hooked up. Just go drown him in the lake," advised Benidari. Kroga, never fond of getting wet, hoped Benidari wasn't being serious. He preferred an instantaneous shower over a soak any day. "Relax, everyone, relax," directed Cazador. "Let's stay focused. Campy, you go back inside and grab some soap, preferably the liquid kind for washing dishes. Tall, grab the 5-point shackles out of the cage. Toger, you come over here and help me cut these ropes off." As Cazador took charge, everyone stepped to. Soon they had Kroga untied, dunked, bathed, and shackled. It was a gross endeavor, one they never talked about again. While 3 soldiers had joined them in the cleaning, a large contingent of their colleagues stood by with weapons drawn, keeping watch over the traveler so he couldn't escape or cause anyone harm. Kroga, who'd tried to help as best he could, felt quite refreshed now that he was clean in all the right places. Shackled in 5-point irons, but no longer bound by ropes, the honey badger also suffered less constraint. Despite a collar around his neck, rings around all 4 legs, and chains connecting everything, he had infinitely more range of motion than he'd had in Benidari's rope encasement. But still unable to walk on his broken leg, Kroga crawled up the steps into the wagon of his own accord, to avoid being dragged up. Toger followed Kroga up the steps. Once inside, the tiger locked the traveler to an eye-bolt in the middle of the battered, wood-planked floor. There were several such bolts throughout the pen, each used to position beasts where Tall or Cazador thought they'd provide the best show. Kroga had been fastened to the center bolt, so he couldn't hide along the end walls, or retrieve the decaying straw that littered the floor for comfort. After Toger clanked the padlock shut, Kroga carefully surveyed his surroundings, while Tall knelt to inspect him. As Coliseum producer, it was Tall's responsibility to make sure the beasts were appropriately prepared for their performances. She wisely voiced her appraisal of Kroga and her intended actions, so Cazador, who was standing outside the cage on the ground next to Benidari, wouldn't be surprised. "I don't like the look of his leg. As you know, I don't mind a good break, but this one's infected. I'm going to do a field mend, then have the Coliseum healers and breakers do a better job manipulating it tonight after the parade." "Okay," agreed Cazador, as Tall started to place her hands on Kroga's leg. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," cautioned Benidari, who was watching Tall and her captured prey closely. Benidari was gripping 2 bars, face pressed between them, posed just like Delator had been earlier in the day at the draw. Tall stopped her hands mid-flight, snapped her head around, and snarled over her shoulder at Benidari. "I know you wouldn't, because you didn't." Tall wasn't upset that Kroga had endured unnecessary pain. She was simply mad because Benidari had the audacity to believe she could tell her what to do. "Unlike you, we manage the injuries of our beasts, so their performances are exciting and believable. Pain for pain's sake, away from paying customers, doesn't really help us very much." "Suit yourself," huffed Benidari, "but I doubt Delator's going to be happy with you." Tall glanced over at her father, who nodded a barely perceptible "Go ahead." Turning her attention back to Kroga, Tall rubbed her hands together as if trying to focus her energy. Unlike the traveler, Tall believed her gifts were hers to use as she saw fit, and never used them in hidden ways to help others. This meant her gifts didn't bear the real fruit the Onu intended, and they never really reached their full potential. And thus, while she could employ more gifts than any other inhabitant, save the king, the prince, and the gift-giver. Tall's talents often manifested themselves less intensely than for those who'd been blessed with fewer gifts. Regardless, her ability to exercise so many different skills was extraordinary, and Cazador was happy to have access to her abilities for his endeavors, and proud to call Tall his daughter. As Tall placed her warm hands on Kroga's leg, the infected wound cleared and closed, and the bone partially mended, though not quite at the correct angle. Even so, what she did brought instant, though not complete, relief to Kroga. "Thanks," he whispered as the pain ebbed away. Kroga didn't realize Tall and her Colosseum healers and breakers were experts at keeping beasts on edge, powerful, yet controlled, hurt to the point of agitation, but not so hurt they couldn't perform. Tall had healed Kroga out of performance concerns, not out of honey badger concerns, and didn't bother to acknowledge his appreciation. Instead, she stood up and barked another command. "Gag him!" Toger, who was standing on the other side of Kroga, opposite Tall, obliged, more than willing to assist so they could finally leave for Hiraburu. As Tall walked to the back of the enclosure to jump out, she explained to Toger why she wanted Kroga gagged, though she needn't have, since everyone present was happy to have him muzzled, just for cruelty's sake. "We can't have him preaching to the patrons tonight. Normally, animals howling and screaming thrill the crowds, and we want that. You know, audiences love it when they see angry beasts like lions and tigers." Tall broke mid-sentence, suddenly realizing Toger might feel the caged tigers were kindred spirits. I'm sorry, Toger. I meant no offense," she apologized. "None taken," replied the tiger. Tall then finished her thought. Roaring animals are one thing, but the traveler spreading false hope, well, that's quite another. We can't have that." "No, indeed not," agreed Toger, as he constricted Kroga's gag a little tighter, taking Tall's offense out on the traveler. Moments later, the final items had been stowed and the caravan readied to depart, with all the military attendants in place, some ahead of the traveler and some behind. Preparations complete, Tall vaulted up into the driver's seat atop Kroga's cage, too excited to wait until they arrived back at the staging area to stake her claim. But since a truck had hauled the circus wagon to Benedari's, and there were currently no horses hitched to the wagon, Tall would have nothing to do up there during the trip back. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's my seat!" blasted Benedari. "What do you mean?" asked Tall as she looked down on her challenger. "I caught him. I parade him," submitted Benedari. "Oh, no you don't. Our parade. Our show. Our wagon. My seat." Benedari leaped forward, clearly preparing to climb aboard and attack Tall. Now, you two, hold on," said Cazador as he jumped between Benedari and Tall. Cazador moved so swiftly that Benedari ran into him before she realized what he'd done. "Listen, Tall, Benedari's got a pretty good point," continued Cazador. "What? You're siding with her?" exclaimed Tall. "Maybe. I mean, sort of. She did catch the traveler after all. Come on down and let's talk about this," waved Cazador. Cazador waited until Tall had reluctantly climbed all the way down to the ground before he turned his attention to Benedari. "Whoever reigns over the traveler tonight must be able to maneuver this monstrosity via a team of horses when we get back into the city. Can you do that, Benedari?" asked Cazador as he patted the wagon cage with his hand. "Yes," scowled Benedari. "Sure I can." "Have you ever done it before?" "Done what?" "Driven a team of horses?" Benedari thought about lying, but the vision of an out-of-control circus wagon careening through the city And her horror when Delator blamed her for the disaster brought her back to her senses. No, I haven't," she confessed. "Okay, how about this? We draw for it. If you win, we'll use the truck to pull the wagon through the parade. Since there'd be no stallions, you can just sit in the seat above Kroga and wave. It won't look nearly as spectacular, but it'll be safer. And if I win, then, well, we'll use the horses, and Tall will do the driving." Benadari didn't answer for an awkwardly long time, as she tried to figure out how to get what she wanted. She knew pageantry was important to Delator, and a truck versus a team of mighty horses was no contest. But she also didn't want to defer to Tall and miss her chance for glory. "Hurry up!" shouted Toger impatiently. "We don't have time for this." "We always have time to get a performance right," scolded Cazador, as if trying to protect Benadari from the tiger and his own glaring daughter. But really, he was playing to an audience of one, and it worked like a charm. Benadari naively assumed he was on her side. "Sure, why not?" she shrugged, agreeing to the draw. Cazador reached between the bars of the cage and retrieved 2 ancient worn-out pieces of straw. He held up the pledge to Benadari for her to check, then hid the straws behind his back as he deftly arranged them in his right hand until the protruding parts were exactly the same length. Satisfied with the turn, Cazador brought his loaded hand into view and held it up to Benadari so she could make her choice. As Benadari stared at her destiny, she pulled out the left straw, and Cazador claimed victory. "Sorry, Benadari. Looks like we go with the horses," announced Cazador, as he revealed the remaining straw, which was clearly much longer than Benadari's. The verdict was never in doubt. Cazador had easily cheated, once again, to get what he wanted. 2 minutes later, the entire entourage was on its way back to Hiraburu. It was almost 10 o'clock when Kroga and his captors reached the staging area just outside the Kuur capital. Despite being late, the soldiers in Benadari argued over who'd ride in each vehicle, and thus their perceived pecking order. During their altercations, Cazador and his Colosseum workers stowed Vasi's mechanical effigy in the hidden compartment of Kroga's portable prison, and put a few finishing touches on some of the vehicles and horses. Cazador and Tall even had time to change into their vintage costumes and mount their respective rides before Benadari and the soldiers were ready to go. After the parade ultimately got underway and rounded the tree-lined corner onto the main boulevard, the bystanders erupted, spewing forth a cacophony of cheers like they'd just won the war. Kuur devotees densely packed the parade route, sandwiched between the barricades lining the sides of the street and the next physical obstacle, be it a building, ledge, or wall. Tall was pleased to see her marketing plans had worked. As she drove the circus wagon at a steady pace, Tall acknowledged the accolades from the roaring crowd, waving first to one side and then the other. She even acted oblivious to the objects whizzing past her, which were being thrown at the traveler. While the largest particles bounced harmlessly off the iron bars of the cage, most of the spoiled food successfully exploded on impact and coated Kroga, who now needed another bath. Unfortunately, some of the waste material intended for the honey badger directly hit or splattered upon Tall, since the throwers were overly imbibed and of bad aim. Even though Tall gave the impression she didn't mind, inwardly she lamented not putting up plexiglass shields to protect herself from the errant debris. Tall had only driven Kroga a couple of blocks when she reached the road, or rather the driveway, that led up to Delator's mansion. Delator was eagerly waiting there, ready to claim the glory and adoration his followers had been showering upon Tall. The Kuur leader let the soldiers and their vehicles pass by, Then he walked out into the middle of the intersection. Delator didn't say anything, wave, or gesture at Tall. He simply stood in the road, blocking her progress, as if Tall should grasp what he was doing. Not wanting to run him over, Tall reined in the horses, pulled the wagon to a stop, and set the brake. Delator walked, as nobly as he could, alongside the stallions, while he waved at his fanatics, who were crying louder for him than they had for Tall. Delator never once patted the horses to calm them down. When he reached the edge of the cage, Delator paused slightly, like he was going to ascend the metal rungs protruding from the side of the wagon up to the driver's seat. Instead, he proceeded to waltz down the side of the circus cage, letting his hand strum along the bars, as if trying to annoy the beast within. After rounding the rear corner of the vehicle, Delator stopped by the steps leading up into the cage, and teased like he was going to jump in. As the captive Kuur spectators shouted for him to pounce and devour the traveler, Delator waved off their demands, turned, and continued his trek across the rear of the wagon. Meanwhile, Togur, who'd been riding on the roof of the circus cage wagon, crouched down, hidden from view, felt the vehicle abruptly halt, and had risen to see what was going on. In the ensuing moments, he noticed the gap opening up between the lead soldiers, Delator, and the wagon. Knowing such a gap was never good for a parade, or, more importantly, security. Togur had wanted to act immediately, but had lingered so as not to upstage his leader. Sensing he couldn't wait any longer, the tiger took action as Delator moved away from the rear steps of the wagon. He sprang forward like he was going to pounce on Tall. Hurtling high over her, Togur landed lightly on the horses, then bounded beyond the mounts up into the road. Being a talented tiger, Togur's strides on the gigantic stallions were so light they barely budged. Once in the street, Togur raced up to his lead soldiers and stayed with them during the remainder of the parade to make sure they paced themselves more appropriately. Back at the circus cage, Delator rounded the rear corner and proceeded to walk up the other side of the vehicle towards the horses and Tall, who was still sitting in the driver's seat. Tall, like Togur, didn't need Delator to tell her to step aside. When Delator reached the front left edge of the cage, Tall was already standing up with the reins in her hand, inching to the right side of the small driver's seat platform to make room for him. Tall waited patiently as the Kuur leader climbed up the left metal rungs, then handed him the reins when he reached the top, and descended using the right side rungs as he sat down. As soon as their foot hit the ground, Delator cracked the reins and the cage lurched forward. From this point onward, nobody threw any more objects at Kroga during the parade, since the Kuur knew they shouldn't hurl in the direction of their Hilvani. Tall took a quick step backwards to avoid being hit by the front of the wagon and to keep her feet safe from the crushing weight of its wheels. She watched in disbelief as Delator drove the traveler and her unique chance at fame away. The first vehicle behind the wagon cage, which contained Benadari, didn't slow down at all as it passed Tall, though the healer within did stick out her tongue and scoff at the stranded producer. Cazador came next, in an ancient chariot, reminiscent of his hunter days. He slowed, but didn't stop for his daughter either. Instead, leaning over, he grabbed hold of her right hand and slung her up into the chariot beside him. Cazador and Tall performed this move so smoothly, so majestically, the onlookers thought it was all part of the show, especially since Cazador and Tall were wearing matching costumes, which complemented the chariot gilding. After slowly parading through the city, Delator pulled the wagon cage to a stop in the Colosseum courtyard, and a technician turned off all the plaza lights. At the same time, a single follow spot operator began zigzagging her beacon, the only light in the darkness, over the audience to rile them up. While the beam distracted the crowd, Cazador and Tall jumped out of their chariot and sprinted to the back of Kroga's cage. After bounding up the rear steps, Cazador pushed a small, recessed button by the cage gate. Instantly, mechanical curtains surrounding the outside of the enclosure lowered. As the drapes began to conceal the pen, Cazador and Tall dove inside, but they purposely left the cage door ajar. Once the curtains were all the way down, covering all the bars and the gate opening, Cazador and Tall retrieved Effigy Kroga from the hidden compartment. They gathered some muck that had been thrown at Kroga during the beginning of the parade and smeared it on Effigy Kroga. When they were done, it looked eerily like real Kroga, down to the matching attached shackles. Outside, the lone spotlight stopped swiveling over the swarm and landed on Delator. The herd leader then descended from the driver's seat and progressed slowly to the back of the wagon, his every move perfectly encased by the bright cone of light. At the rear of the cage, Delator climbed up the steps with pronounced panache. After pausing briefly on the top step to wave to his admirers, he ducked inside. Even if there hadn't been a curtain covering the gateway, the multitude wouldn't have been able to see inside the pen, given the blinding angle of the spotlight and the lack of lights inside. While Delator was hidden from view, the follow spot operator slowly widened her beam, so it covered the entire width of the cage steps, which were broad enough for 3 normal-sized inhabitants to stand on, shoulder to shoulder. As she completed her alteration, Delator emerged with Effigy Kroga held tightly between himself and Cazador, and her widened spotlight cloaked them in bright white as they worked their way down the steps. When they were all on the ground, they paused, and a second spotlight erupted. Shining several yards away, it was highlighting the pyre. The horde, which had already been cheering enthusiastically, went nuts, certain the traveler was about to get his due. As Delator and Cazador led Effigy Kroga over to its doom, it scuffled dutifully along in its shackles, but without the limp that real Kroga had. Vasey missed this important detail, though later she'd claimed she wasn't told about the honey badger's broken leg. At the pyre, Inspelair stepped out of the shadows and helped usher Effigy Kroga up onto the platform. He then worked quickly and expertly to bind Effigy Kroga to the main pyre post. After double-checking the constraints, Inspelair jumped off the platform and disappeared back into the darkness. The audience roared with anticipation, confident Delator would now light the fire himself and the traveler would go up in flames. They let out a colossal groan, however, when Delator and Cazador casually turned their backs on Effigy Kroga and started down the pyre ramp. As Delator and Cazador marched away, the original spotlight followed them, and the second spotlight remained fixed on Effigy Kroga. Delator and Cazador continued their retreat until they ran into the barricade holding back the herd. There, they paused as stagehands slid open a gate, just wide enough for the two of them to pass through. However, the pack on the other side of the opening didn't understand what was happening, so they held their ground. Impatiently, Delator waved the waifs to part, and part they did. Together, Cazador and Delator then tunneled their way through the assembly until they were 50 yards or so away from the pyre, their shared spotlight still following them all the way. Once they reached their designated destination, a Colosseum assistant stepped forward with Cazador's bow and arrow in hand. After the hunter took his armament, he turned to face the traveler and raised his arms in the air, his bow in one hand and his unlit arrow in the other. The crowd, used to Cazador's archery prowess, instantly guessed what he was going to do. Cazador lowered his bow down to his side, but kept his unlit arrow held high. He waved it through the air in circles, whipping the masses into a frenzy. When it seemed they couldn't take it any more, the hunter lowered the tip of his arrow towards Delator, and the herd leader raised his hand. Delator paused, allowing the anticipation to swell even more. Then he pulled his hand back slightly, as if unwilling to do the deed. But really, this was just a signal to the follow spot operator. She immediately shut her spotlight off, so Cazador and Delator were now in the dark. A hush fell over the congregation as they strained to see their Helvani. Delator waited so their eyes could adjust to the darkness around him. After counting down from 5, solely in his head, not out loud, Delator obliged, and a bright amber spark leapt from the palm of his hand to the tip of Cazador's arrow, igniting it. "Yes!" shouted the pack, seemingly rejoicing as one. Cazador's flaming arrow was so bright and fierce that it seemed to be more like a torch than an arrow. He waved the light over his head several times to enrage the cur, as the flames loudly licked the air. When he lowered his arm and knocked the arrow, a drum roll began, though it was hard to hear over the deafening noise of the mob. After Cazador pulled the bowstring back, he took aim and nodded his head slightly as a signal he was ready. Instantly, the second spotlight on the pyre went out, which left Cazador's burning arrow as the only light in the entire plaza. Cazador, just like Delator had done before, waited a few moments to make sure the audience's eyes acclimated. When his own silent countdown hit 0, Cazador relaxed his fingers, and his flaming arrow sprang free. As the arrow whistled through the air, its fiery arch lit the plaza, magically stretching a line of fire the entire way, from Cazador's bow to the pyre. When the arrow struck its intended target, 6 inches below the feet of Effigy Kroga, the pyre accelerants burst into kindred spirits, setting the wood ablaze. The fiery arch trailing back to Cazador's bow then disappeared. Quickly, but not all at once. The visual effect looked like Cazador had loosed a second, shadowy arrow that snuffed out the residue left by the first. As the darkness of the imaginary second arrow traced over the arch, it erased the fire of the first. With the arch completely gone, everyone was free to focus on the traveler's dilemma, Effigy Kroga now screaming and groaning in pain. The pyre burned flawlessly, and when the timing couldn't have been better, the outer layers of Effigy Kroga melted away, revealing its mechanical bowels. The cur stopped cheering and began to moan, groan, and boo, having been tricked into thinking it was real Kroga in the fire. As the fire receded and disappointment rose, the curtains on the circus wagon retracted, and lights, embedded in the ceiling of the cage, came on. Since these lights were much brighter than the dying embers of Effigy Kroga and the pyre, the crowd naturally looked over at the vehicle and found Cazador inside, with a microphone in his hand, standing next to real Kroga. If you enjoyed tonight's show, come back in a week, when we'll torch the real thing, he exclaimed in his best Circus Barker voice. Cazador then kicked real Kroga a few times to get him to move around and prove he was alive. Watching nearby, Vasey was confident she could have made Effigy Kroga move like that had she been given more time, so from her perspective, Cazador's kicks didn't really prove anything. Still, Vasey chuckled, since she viewed Cazador's actions as apt cruelty, and knew she would have booted the traveler harder herself had she been the one in the cage with him. As expected, Cazador's weak offer didn't appease the crowd. They broke through the barriers, rushed the cage, and pressed in tight. The band became dangerous and violently rocked the wagon back and forth as it chanted, "Now, now, now, now." As Cazador seemed to lose control, though really things were progressing exactly as planned, Tall slowly dimmed the recessed lights inside the cage. At first, this calmed the throng down a little bit, like the switch was simultaneously managing the lights and the emotions of the horde. But while the lights inside the cage went lower and lower and finally out, the passion outside reversed course and began to rise higher and higher, like the flock had broken free from Tall's control. This, too, Cazador had envisioned, so he waited until the wagon began to tip over before he shouted into a hidden microphone in his lapel, "Now!" The follow spot operator quickly turned her spotlight back on, revealing Delator balancing precariously on the roof of the swaying vehicle. Just like the cur at the beginning of the parade, who had stopped throwing items after Delator jumped aboard, the cur in the plaza stopped rocking the cage when they realized their Helvani was above them. But as the wagon settled back down onto its four wheels, the zealots pressed in closer again, chanting louder and louder, "Now! Now! Now! Now!" Delator motioned for quiet, which caused the clamor to die down to a simmer, but not all the way down to silence. "Next week, my friends, next week. I'll see you then," he promised. Delator's continued intervention slowly steered the mob away from attack into celebration, which then ultimately raged for hours. The night's events were so successful, Cazador didn't even mind that Valpries had his own merchants out hawking unauthorized food and trinkets. An hour before dawn, the plaza was empty, and the Colosseum workers were finally able to wheel the cage over next to the draw, where Toger and his soldiers violently transferred Kroga to his new penitentiary. Once he'd given orders to a fresh garrison of guards, Toger left to go get some sleep, skipping the after-party at the Burnt Scroll Tavern, which started so late it turned into a breakfast affair. With Toger gone, Tal went over to the draw to perform her customary beast check. Responsible for all the main attractions, Tal always stopped at the draw on her way home to make sure the creatures were well under control and set for the next day. Tonight, the guards were too far away to hear her whispers. "You're welcome," she said. When Kroga didn't reply, she repeated herself. "I said, you're welcome." "For what?" puzzled Kroga. "For the healing. I didn't say so before, when you thanked me at Benedari's, because I didn't want anyone to think I was soft." And with that, Tal sprang up and bolted off before Kroga could say another word. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 122C-4GB 8E7E 6I2B 8H41 85831 6C8 A2D 356C. While the Onu have always been, and will always be, one, they regularly interact to build their relationship as if their communication is just as important, or more important, than the raw information they already possess. Long Night asked Telios as the king walked into the council chamber late for their early morning meeting. "No, not really. No longer than normal," noted Otec with sadness in his voice. "How's Kroga?" asked Odogo the Spirited One, who routinely supported inhabitants via their deshmi, or by his unseen presence, having learned both skills from the king. "Resting peacefully, though not for long," observed Otec. "And you escorted him?" asked Telios, who roamed First Realm as much as his father did, simply acting and being, well, just like his father. "Absolutely, all the way from outside Benedari's cabin into the draw. Most of the time, I sat in the corner of the circus cage, behind the driver's seat. I'm sure Kroga appreciated your presence. Indeed, he perked up when I hopped in after they locked the cage," explained Otec Plas. The image of the massive king packed into a beast cage, hiding in plain sight, made them all smile, but not in a way that diminished their concern and anguish for the suffering Kroga had already endured, or his pending torture yet to come. Chapter 8. Second Thoughts. 76 days before the Great Divide. Kroga the Faithful, still stuck in the draw, prevailed over another day of torment inflicted by those who treated him like he was a scapegoat for their woes. Many Onuotu, if placed in similar circumstances, might have reconsidered their allegiance, but not Kroga. Despite his hardships, the traveler remained connected to the Onu and cherished the rare moments when he had a chance to share a word with those who displayed something other than disdain for the royal family. Out behind his workshop, Malin lifted the lid on his grill and stared into the flames, morbidly listening to the sizzle. Given the rumors about Kroga, he now deemed his dinner selection to have been in poor taste. Deep in thought, he didn't hear his guest arrive. "Hi, Malum," greeted Odogo, as he slipped up beside the ironworker and patted him on the shoulder. "Good evening, old-timer," replied Malum. "Need some help?" "No, thanks. For once, I think I've got it under control." Odogo laughed and walked over to a rugged picnic table covered with food. The massive wood slab looked like it belonged in a public park instead of behind a private residence. "Everything looks great," he said, picking up a carrot stick and dipping it into some spicy red pepper hummus. "Thanks," mumbled Malum, not bothering to turn around. Odogo nibbled on his carrot as he walked back over to Malum, who clearly had other things on his mind. "What's wrong?" asked the seer. Instead of answering, Malum flipped the food over, which wasn't ready to be flipped, then immediately flipped it over again a few more times. "You know," began Odogo gently, "it usually tastes better if you don't overtend it." "What?" startled Malum, when he realized Odogo had been talking. "I said, don't overdo it. Here, let me," offered Odogo, as he held out his hand for the spatula. Malum obliged, relinquishing control to his friend. Odogo lowered the utensil down to his side, and then did absolutely nothing. He just waited. Malum walked over to the picnic bench, sat down, slouched over, and placed his elbows on his knees. After staring at the ground for several minutes, he looked up at Odogo, who was still standing next to the grill. "Aren't you going to do something?" asked Malum, though he wasn't really interested in Odogo's cooking skills. "I am. I'm waiting." "I meant about Kroga." "So did I," replied Odogo, twirling the spatula dangling down at his side. "But if the rumors are true," trembled Malum, unable to speak his concerns. While Kroga had never revealed his mission to Malum, Malum wasn't surprised to learn the honey badger was the traveler, nor that his brave friend had been in harm's way alone. "I know," consoled Odogo. The seer then yielded, waiting for Malum to drive the conversation. Since Malum chose to remain silent, Odogo turned his attention to minding the meal. When the main course was perfectly seared, he removed it from the grill, turned off the flame, and walked over to the table. He set the tray down and covered it with foil to let the food rest, which Malum took as a signal to begin again. Are they really going to burn him? I'm afraid so. Will it be bad? Not as bad as they want. "Can't you stop it?" asked Malum, his tone full of anger, frustration, accusation, and longing. "Yes, I guess I could, but I follow the king, and he said he'd take care of it." "Okay then, when?" "I don't know." "But Odogo, why doesn't Otec just go rescue him now?" "It's not time." "How can that be?" "Because some Kuur require more." "More what?" interrupted Malum. "More time to think, and hopefully see." "See what?" implored Malum, confused, since he'd only been pondering Kroga's pain, not his passion. He'd missed what Odogo was trying to tell him. "Malum," Kroga's there because he wants to be there. He's the traveler. He's a walking witness to the power of the Onu and choice. Some choice. I don't see how a charred Kroga makes you look powerful or enticing, challenged the ironworker. On the surface of things, I can see why some would think that. Then why'd you do all this? We didn't. Stupid semantics, mumbled Malum. Otago waited, giving Malum time to stew. Intellectually, Malum understood that from the perspective of the Onu, there was a subtle, important difference between proactively doing something and allowing it to happen. He even appreciated, or so he thought, that choice, free will, sovereignty, and consequences all came to bear as a result of First Realm inhabitants being sentient. But in times like these, when a loved one was enduring pain and suffering, Malum really struggled to see the difference between allowing something to happen, causing it to happen, and not ending it. However, to his credit, Malum wasn't afraid of the truth, and was more willing to ask the hard questions and want the real answers than anyone else in First Realm, save the king, the prince, and the counselor. Okay, if you didn't do it, then why'd you allow it? He asked, with a bite in his voice. In this case, because that's what Kroga wanted, disclosed Otago. You mean he volunteered for this? Yes. Really? He wasn't ordered to go? No, he wasn't. But did he know it'd be like this? Yes and no. He didn't know all the details, but he knew it'd be hard. And he went anyway? Asked Malum. Gladly, and of his own accord, answered Otago, reiterating that it was Kroga's choice. Wow, whispered Malum. Wow, indeed. While Malum had faced many challenges and brutal wartime battles, he wasn't confident he'd sign up for any situation where he'd feel totally out of control. His next question was actually an observation about Kroga's willingness to go, and an acknowledgement he might not have chosen the same path himself. Despite the risk of torture? Yes, acknowledged Otago simply, without elaboration. But how could he choose that? Asked Malum, really questioning himself again, more than the commitment of the honey badger, or Otago's simple response. Well, after he understood what the king had in mind, and why Otec Plas thought he'd want to have a part in the adventure, Kroga chose to go. And if he would have said no, we'd have found another way. Then why did he... Malum fell silent, not sure how to share what was on his mind. It's okay, Malum. Really. Kroga always wants more. One more, that is, just like us. He's not afraid to dive in wholeheartedly to help make that happen. Otago then went on to explain who Kroga really was. The true traveler, not the one of tales and legends. Along the way, Otago was careful to point out how much Malum and Kroga were alike, not the ways in which they differed. Ah, Malum, can't you see it yet? Asked the seer. Kroga's there because he wants to see choice happen. He wants to be part of it and experience the joy of another inhabitant choosing to join us. Yes, I can see that. But honestly, I still don't understand how he does it, admitted Malum. Well, it's probably because he's playing a team sport. Say what? It may look like Kroga's alone, but even now, we all protect him. help, guide, and uplift him. And by we, I suppose you mean all the Onu? Yes, of course. We all take turns. It's a great honor. One we share. Does Krogan know this? Sure he does. But like most inhabitants, he's more aware of Telios and me, since it's often hard to see the hand of the king at work. Regardless, none of us can support him too overtly, or it'd ruin what the traveler does for the kingdom. Most of the time, we must remain hidden. Still, if I were him, I don't know if I could do all that. Malum, you don't have to do what Kroga does, or anyone else for that matter. Telios created you, and every inhabitant differently. It's more than enough for you to just be you. If you say so. I do, and so does Telios, and Otec Plas himself. Trust me. I do, replied Malum, who meant he trusted Odigo on most things, but was still struggling with this particular idea, and his own value. Odigo understood this, and responded, as only he could. Malum, trust me on this one, too. Malum turned to look at Odigo. Okay, I will, agreed the ironworker, forger of the great flaming swords. I know you will. Malum leaned back and stared up into the dark, starry sky. Then Odigo did likewise. They sat there together quietly, not speaking for a long time, both separately deep in thought, though occasionally their reflections intertwining. After a while, Malum's deliberation turned from Kroga and the agony he could only imagine to something he could see, but not touch, which happened to be right above him. Think I'll ever go there? He asked. Go where? Hiraburu? Asked Odigo, though he knew that's not what Malum meant. No, up there, pointed Malum, his finger aligning with the current direction of his gaze. To second realm? Yes, you will. Will everyone? Well, that's a tricky question to answer, since many things hang in the balance of when we act. I can tell you this, some will get there much sooner than others, and the timing of such things is up to the king, answered Odigo. While Odigo was primarily alluding to the Great Divide, his foretelling was manifold. His response also applied to future events in Second Realm, where time itself would become more important than it currently was. Can it support sentient life yet? Asked Malum. Oh yes, the water, air, and land are all teeming with abundant life. There's a wide assortment of plants and animals. The prince has been having a lot of fun creating. Why, he's even fashioned over 400 different kinds of squid alone. Really? Absolutely. I'd love to see them, exclaimed Malum, who had a fondness for all creatures, especially seafaring ones. Good luck. Why do you say that? I thought you said I'd get there someday. I did, but I doubt you'd be able to see them all, even if you took the shape of a leviathan and swam the ocean depths for years. Why not? Because there are at least 107 types that are very, very sneaky and will be hard for anyone to find, prophesied the seer. Sounds like a challenge I'd enjoy. I'm sure you will, chuckled Odigo. So, Second Realm is ready for visitors? Asked Malum, as he spun around on the bench to face the food. Yes, I'd say it is, answered Odigo, turning to join Malum for their very late dinner. It had taken 10 days instead of 7 to meet Delator's demands to quickly reopen Cazador's venue. Tonight, a multitude of Kuur tightly packed the Colosseum Plaza. Excited to see the traveler in distress, they'd gathered for the premiere long before the doors opened. Cazador took advantage of their enthusiasm by having Colosseum vendors start selling food and drink at midday, with the new shish kebabs instantly becoming the crowd favorite. While the hungry had their choice of veggie or omnivore, each kebab had been meticulously constructed, stick and all, to look exactly like a miniature traveler tied to a stake. They looked so authentic, most patrons wanted to eat their skewered kroga next to the draw, to intimidate and demean the real thing. Unfortunately for the critics, it was so congested around the cage that only a few of the Kuur got to enjoy their food standing beside the bars. When the Colosseum doors finally opened, the mob squeezed in, but as quickly as they entered the stadium, they were backfilled on the plaza by additional spectators, some who had tickets, some who did not. Many of those without passes had come just to enjoy the atmosphere and to take their minds off the storm damage they hadn't gotten around to fixing on their own property. While Cazador could have set up a technical means for those out in the plaza to watch the show, he never did so, feeling such an offering would detract from future sales. During the entire run of Port Liberation with Kroga as the star attraction, the Colosseum never had an empty seat within or an empty plaza without. Even though the Colosseum repairs had barely begun, crews were able to construct a small lagoon in the west side of the stadium grounds and a streaming mechanism that could sail a boat down to Holland Bay, like Tall envisioned the day after the storm. While much of the rubble of the ruined western stands had yet to be removed, Cazador deemed the entire structure safe and sold tickets as if the missing seats had already been restored, which forced fans to fight over the rugged terrain for the best spots to sit and wedged themselves into place. Bomvu, Cat's older brother the Rock Mason, was one of the premier ticket holders in this section of the Colosseum. Since Bomvu had been helping repair the stands the past several days, he used one of his lunch breaks to climb around the rocks to find the smoothest boulder large enough for him to sit on comfortably, close to ground level. Calculating the stone's relative location in terms of assigned stand seats, he purchased the exact spot as soon as tickets had gone on sale. Bomvu was the first patron to rush the gate, thundering over to his boulder in the dim, amber lighting turned on to help guests find their way, but not bright enough to reveal the show props or staging magic. Since the lights were very faint, many customers injured themselves scaling the remains of the broken western stands. Bomvu, however, was able to reach his lower seat unharmed. As soon as Bomvu sat down, bright lights in the Helvani suite, located in the middle of the stadium, caught his eye. In that instant, he marked that his own seat, the headwater of the stream exiting the lagoon, and the Helvani suite were all perfectly in line. Later, during the most climatic moment of the performance, he'd realize he couldn't have possibly picked a better boulder to sit upon. Had Bomvu been looking for 2 giant rock seats instead of 1, he couldn't have selected this spot. But because he and Nikondu had just broken up, she having finally given up on him, he only needed 1 seat tonight. Being gregarious by nature, Bomvu didn't mind attending alone and introduced himself to those around him, quickly feeling like they were all close friends. The exception, of course, were those who sat on the first few rocks directly behind him. Being a gigant, he did, after all, obscure their view, and he had no intention of moving or slouching to accommodate their needs. Delator, wanting to make a grand entrance to Port Liberation, arrived 10 minutes after the show was scheduled to begin. With Benedari glowing at his side, the couple strutted through the plaza in the same chariot Cazador and Tal had used the previous week. Delator pilfered this vehicle for several reasons, but foremost because the crowd had cheered mightily for it during the parade, or more accurately, for Cazador and Tal. Not being one to share the limelight, the Kuur leader wanted to imprint an image of himself in the chariot on his followers, forcing them to replace their visions of Cazador and Tal. Delator also enviously commandeered the costumes the duo had worn. He had them altered to fit himself and Benidari, and extravagantly adorned with more gold. Trying to look important, Delator even added 4 more pairs of horses to the team, which were completely unnecessary for the size and weight of the pole, and brazenly gilded his initials on all the sides of the chariot and horses. As the branded stallions nosed the chariot through the plaza horde, Benidari became overwhelmed by the crushing adoration enveloping her, and subconsciously reached over to touch Delator's hand to share the moment. When she made contact, the Kuur leader quickly jerked his hand free and used it to point to a few individuals in the throng, greeting them as if he knew them, cared about them, and thought they were important, none of which was true. When Delator and Benidari finally stopped at the Colosseum entrance, Cazador greeted them with royal fanfare and ushered them up to the Havani suite. To Delator's delight, as he strode up the steps, the entire Colosseum stood and chanted, "Foremost! Foremost! Foremost!" Once he arrived in his suite, Delator stood and waved to the assembly for several minutes, before sitting down in the Emperor's throne after the applause subsided. Benidari then took her seat in the simple, ordinary chair to the left of Delator, and Cazador sat down in the row behind him, off to his right. The hunter took this position, not because he was second in command, which he wasn't, but because from this spot he could later take aim at the traveler without putting Delator in the line of fire. The premiere of Port Liberation went according to plan. The actors effectively, and somewhat remarkably, used the hobbled Colosseum and beasts to pull off a more than adequate performance. However, in an unexpected twist, at least from the viewer's perspective, the cast stuck to the original Liberation storyline throughout the show, meaning that the traveler never made an appearance, nor did anyone even mention his name. This caused great angst and unrest, since no one had paid to see a traditional production of Port Liberation. They'd all come to see the traveler and wanted to watch him burn like Delator had promised. The audience had grown quite angry by the time the production reached the end of the penultimate scene. As the lights dimmed, they booed and began to chant, "Kroga! Kroga! Kroga!" In the darkened Colosseum, Cazador smiled, knowing the crowd would have even more to be upset about soon. The lights came back on, and the last scene unfolded as usual, beginning with a customary depiction of Delator's army storming into port. But about halfway through, the lights in the Colosseum, and in all of Hiraburu, flickered and went out. At the same time, new turbines placed between the Colosseum and Holland Bay began to rumble loudly. Specially tuned, they sounded like gale-force winds blowing in from the sea, a sign a squall was quickly approaching and headed straight towards the Colosseum. At first, most of the audience assumed this was part of the act. But as the winds blew and the engines growled, they glanced out over the city and noticed blackness had fallen upon Hiraburu as far as they could see. This caused a panic, and some startled spectators, especially those still traumatized from Vortex, began to scream. Thinking another storm was about to attack them, a few faint-hearted souls even jumped up and began racing towards the nearest exits. However, the most courageous Kuur held fast, hoping the show was finally taking a turn towards the action they'd paid so dearly to see. As most onlookers struggled to convince themselves the wind and roars were just simulations, special fans and jets of water sprang to life inside the stadium, hitting almost every patron with an airborne surge of mist. Directionally accurate, the spray flew from west to east as if coming from Holland Bay, and consequently hit some inhabitants in the back of their heads, some on the side, and others directly in their face. regardless of where it hit or who it hit. Each pelt perfectly matched the timing of the turbine engines thrusting outside the Colosseum. After a few watery pulses, land grinders near the turbines joined in the fray, creating a clamor that mimicked the sound of vortex ripping up the ground. Simultaneously, catapults near the grinders launched pebbles and dirt up over the stadium walls onto those sitting in the western half of the Colosseum. Cazador had taken great pains to guarantee these new catapults could be calibrated to account for current wind conditions, so none of the debris ever reached the Hilvani suite. But to make sure all those on the other side of the stadium felt the same terror as those in the west, ambient lights on the top of the Colosseum walls and throughout the stands turned on so the swirling projectiles could be seen flying through the air. Just as the first volleys began to land, small catapults and cannons hidden down in the main Colosseum floor fired, flinging more rubble up into the air. These devices were positioned so their salvos landed on the eastern half of the stands. Similar to his precautions for the large outside catapults, Cazador had been careful to ensure nothing from these smaller internal armaments came too close to the Havani suite. Even being overly cautious with particle choice, pressures, and material setup, a good 80% of the Kuur experienced a sudden jolt of wind, wetness, and waste. While this reenactment of Vortex had nothing to do with the original story of Port Liberation, it terrified the inhabitants by reminding them of the tempest they'd scarcely been through. Soon, all the nozzles, catapults, and fans were acting in unison, and the whole Colosseum seemed to ebb and shake. Before the 7th round of debris landed, all the ambient lights went out, and a single spotlight turned on. Located on the top of the eastern wall, this light shone from one side of the Colosseum to the other, through the broken western stands, over Holland Bay, and out to the sea. Given the mist and carnage hanging in the air, the beacon was easy to see, and looked as if it was a lighthouse trying to save a passing ship. But instead of being bright and white, this light had a purple hue, reminiscent of Onu colors. The crowd gasped, unable to believe Cazador was using such a shade. Many feared Delator's wrath would soon fall upon them all. Having effectively engaged multiple senses, Cazador knew the audience was now deeply absorbed in the theatrical experience, with some attendees even expecting Vortex to leap out of the shadows. And while Cazador would have loved to pull off such a feat, he didn't have the power. Instead, a single falcon swooped in from the bay, carrying a thespian in a honey badger suit, outfitted with a parachute. Hidden in the darkness, above the shaft of light, the falcon lined up with the prevailing wind, then dropped the actor into the void above the beam. Job done, she veered away, still unseen. The actor quickly opened his parachute to impede his fall. As the chute picked up his weight, he floated silently into the purple light, and the audience erupted. Having already heard rumors of how Benidorm had captured the traveler, they instantly realized what was going on. They understood this wasn't real Kroga, of course, but were certain it meant real Kroga would soon appear. When actor Kroga was about 50 yards away from the Colosseum, another spotlight came on. This new one was sitting atop the southern wall. Pointing due north, it had a bright orange tint, unmistakably the color of Kuur badging. The light had no sooner flicked on than a lone eagle, Jatima, the aerial guard commander, soared into its rays. With her wings pulled back in attack formation, she was still gaining speed. Meanwhile, across town, PB stormed around his living room. Fuming that his story and glory had been usurped by Jatima, he was unable to sit down. Even if Port Liberation wasn't accurate to actual events, he wanted to be the one screaming down into the stadium instead of his boss. Jatima struck actor Kroga with perfect timing over the middle of the Colosseum, exactly where the orange and purple beams of light intersected. The collision sent actor Kroga into a terrible spin. Out of control, he crashed into an artificial tree in the southeast corner of the Colosseum. The crowd roared with laughter, ecstatic the traveler had finally made an appearance, and thrilled that there was no way the actor playing the part could have survived his awkward landing without getting hurt. While Jatima gracefully circled down to land, still highlighted by the orange spotlight, actor Kroga was replaced by real Kroga in the dark. For the rest of the show, real Kroga performed all his duties flawlessly, even though he had no idea what he was supposed to do or say. Having had his leg re-injured by one of Tall's Colosseum breakers just before he appeared from behind the tree, his painful cries and expressions were authentic, and his lumbering limp believable. He was mocked, abused, and hauled around the Colosseum in action which parried Benedari's finding of the traveler, mixed liberally with highlights from Delator's final fight scene in Port Liberation. After 30 minutes of ill treatment, the actor portraying Delator chained Kroga to his boat, which was moored to a small dock in the west lagoon of the Colosseum. At the same time, technicians illuminated a fake sunset over the stream running through the broken stands down to Holland Bay. The audience wasn't sure if this meant actor Delator was about to sail off into the sunset like the original show, or that he was preparing to take Kroga out to sea to drown him. Neither seemed like a fitting end to them, since real Delator had sworn the traveler would be burned. When actor Delator started to untie his vessel, the spotlight on him went out, and he froze in place on the dock. Simultaneously, the bright lights in the Helvani suite switched back on. Real Delator then stood up and completely broke the mood of the performance by starting to monologue, like all great villains do. As soon as he began, the crowd groaned slightly, certain the real action wouldn't resume for several minutes. Cazador the entertainer hated this transition and worked on several modifications to make the tale more believable, but he never quite succeeded. And tonight, like every night, he had to patiently wait while Delator had his say. First, my friends, let me thank you for coming out tonight to help us celebrate. As you can see, our efforts haven't been in vain. We're winning. Long ago, many in the audience began their journey into the Kuur by running away from the Onu, not by flocking to Delator. But having lived under Delator's rule and control for so long, most believed his lies now and saw things exactly as he told them to. Jumping up to their feet, his followers cheered and shouted in the ruined Colosseum, confident things were finally getting better. 15 minutes into his preaching to the converted, Delator turned his attention to the show and the traveler. Okay then, let's wrap this up for tonight. As you may recall, Kroga over there is about to sail off into the sunset with me. The Kuur booed and hissed, voicing their disgust. Now, we haven't said exactly why. Maybe he's off to trial. The crowd half-heartedly cast their approval, a far-off trial not really being what they had in mind. But wait, weren't you promised judgment tonight? Yes! Howled the horde. Then what'll it be? Provoked Delator. Fire! 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 Cried the fanatics. Here's the thing, began Delator, using his smoothest, most sincere voice. You all know I'm kind, compassionate. Delator went on to list famous traits of the Onu, not himself, attributes the Kuur detested. The zealots went silent, not sure how they should react to their leader. They often tried hard not to be kind, compassionate, or anything else like the Onu, except possibly once in a while around their closest friends and family. Everyone understood Delator hated these attributes, so when the Kuur leader hit forgiving in his laundry list, there was an audible gasp by the crowd, who knew Delator was anything but forgiving. Ever. No, seriously, I'm very gracious. I don't hold a single grudge against the traveler or any one of you for failing me, announced Delator. Many in attendance grew nervous and started to look around for soldiers, preparing to drag them out of the stands down onto the field of play. While the Kuur acted like they revered Delator as their leader, they really feared him and struggled to please him. They saw him as ruthless and self-promoting, always on the lookout for those he could devour. And now most felt like they were on his menu. That's right. I am forgiving, continued Delator. And, just to prove it, I'm going to set the traveler free tonight. Delator's proposal caught them all off guard. They couldn't believe it. Jolted back to the traveler's predicament instead of their own, the crowd jumped up out of their seats again and began to yell and scream, hoping to avert their own misfortune. No! Don't! Never! He doesn't deserve it! As their rage grew louder, Delator smiled and waved his hand to calm them back down so he could be heard. Now, the show isn't over yet. I'm just considering my options. Delator paused as ominous lights in the bottom of Kroga's boat were turned on, reminding the torn audience that he was still right there. Several individuals close to Kroga crawled out of their seats and edged over to the water, like they were ready to take matters into their own hands, or do their Helvani's bidding, if he merely gave them the word. Should I let him go? Teased Delator. No! Shouted the entire stadium, nearly as one. Well then, on second thought, instead of letting him go, how about Cazador? Cazador bent over to pick up his bow and arrow, then stood up. As he held his arrow tip towards Delator, the crowd went nuts. They knew exactly what was going to happen next. Just like the night when the traveler was first hauled into the plaza, the lights on Delator and Cazador went off, so the haters could watch Delator's palm light Cazador's arrow. Off in the distance, Bomvu was cheering wildly. Jumping up and down, he was now blocking the view of even more patrons than when he'd been sitting down. At the same time, a technician threw a switch, which freed Kroga's boat. Underwater, a tow line pulled the boat away from the dock towards the stream, like the boat was drifting in a weak current, which would eventually take it down to Holland Bay. To create the illusion Kroga's boat was picking up steam, the lights in the bottom of his boat began to dance up and down, vibrating, giving the illusion he was in rougher, faster-moving water. These lights also illuminated Kroga squirming inside the boat, verifying the vessel wasn't empty. Cazador pulled back his arrow and waited, acting as if he was struggling to get Kroga in his sights, but he was really trying to build more suspense. When the boat started to enter the stream to freedom, Cazador let his arrow fly. Like the week before, the flaming arrow magically trailed a line of fire all the way back to Cazador's bow. As the line extended, Bomvu suddenly got nervous, for the line pointed directly at him. Although he considered Cazador an expert hunter, Bomvu would have never staked his life on it, and began to worry that Cazador might have overshot his target. With Kroga floating seaward, the fiery arrow raced down to greet him, and Bomvu screamed with grateful amusement as the arrow hit the boat instead of him. While lesser entertainers might have configured Kroga's boat to immediately burst into flames, Cazador had not. Instead, the fire took shape slowly, which allowed the crowd to better appreciate the finale. On first impact, Cazador's flaming arrow jolted to a sudden halt, which sent sparks flying off in multiple directions. As the sparks skipped across the boat, they ignited several small, smoldering flares. 3 of these flares ultimately grew into fires strong enough to spew forth additional flames, which waltzed around the boat. The largest, most aggressive of these flames joined hands and encircled Kroga. Bowing, they licked the ropes that bound the traveler, then stood and danced away gleefully to start their own infernos. Bound like a mummy, Kroga couldn't escape the smoldering ropes around him. After a few seconds, the ropes began to burn bright yellow. When Kroga screamed in pain, the audience chuckled with sinister delight. Once the boat was completely full of smoke and fire, and Kroga no longer visible through the glare, a trap door in the bottom of the boat opened, and the honey badger slid down into the cool water. Never before had the traveler been so happy to be wet. Under the boat, someone grabbed Kroga's broken leg, held him under the water, and pulled him back to the small dock in the lagoon. As they slid beneath the wooden planks, Kroga was allowed to resurface and watch as his boat descended down the stream towards Holland Bay. At the edge of the stands, it exploded, and large fireworks went off around the stadium to emphasize his demise. Coliseum workers had Kroga back in the draw before any ticket holders exited the stadium. This first night, like every night, Tall's breakers inspected Kroga to make certain his burns looked sufficiently fresh and tender. If not, they touched him up a bit before bringing him above ground. While Cazador occasionally changed a few details of the finale to keep the crowd on edge, he always made sure the fire torched the honey badger in the end, so as not to disappoint his patrons. And, true to form, spectators filed by the draw afterwards to review Kroga's misery, relive the climatic ending they'd just enjoyed, and heap mockery upon the traveler. Once the premiere crowd dispersed, Tall's healers slipped up next to Kroga, reached through the bars of the draw, and healed him, removing most of the damage from the first performance. Despite their repeated touch after every show, or possibly because of it, Kroga would succumb to the cumulative effects of multiple internal and external injuries. The most obvious would be a gravely disfigured knee, and fur marred by multiple wound gaps. The honey badger's overall worsening appearance would help attest to the fact that he'd personally suffered through each presentation, not some stage double or theatrical trickery. When the king finally rescued Kroga, he healed him, but the traveler asked to keep his scars as a tribute to Onu's support through difficult times, and to show respect for others who'd endured far worse at the hands of the Kuur. Late, long after everyone else had gone home, Tall walked towards the draw to check on Kroga, like she always did on her way home. Unlike previous inspections, Tall planned to talk to Kroga more openly tonight, to clarify her actions, and to try to get him to disclose more about himself. While Kroga was open to Tall being his one more, and had tried on multiple occasions to engage her, Tall had been too scared to reciprocate, fearful of what her father, the guards, and ultimately Delator might think. But last night, before she fell asleep, Tall had devised a new cover story for her behavior. If challenged, she'd simply claim she was attempting to ingratiate herself with Kroga, trying to trick him into sharing secrets the Kuur could use against the Onu. As it would turn out, this excuse ended up working well, and she never had to confess she was taken aback by the mystique of the traveler, or the idea that he might be fighting for something more important than she'd first imagined. Tonight, Tall wasn't even deterred when she neared the draw and saw Toger among those on guard duty, and the one standing closest to Kroga. Taking a deep breath, Tall pressed on. After she reached the cage, she sat down, something she'd never done before during her Kroga exams. She was confident this would signal to the honey badger she wanted to talk, and wasn't in a hurry to go home. Looking over at Toger, Tall made sure she spoke loud enough for him to hear, as if trying to prove she knew he was listening. She then dove right into the gory details on her mind, with no small talk. To keep audiences guessing, the final scene will unfold differently during some shows. But regardless of the changes, one of my breakers will always, well, you know, break you in the darkness before your first appearance. The timing of this is very important. It guarantees the crowd enjoys the authenticity of fresh injuries. After you finish your part in the finale, my breakers will polish your appearance before you're placed back in the draw. Then, when all the customers are gone, my healers will heal you, like they did tonight. Though only enough so you'll be able to effectively participate in the next performance. They could heal you completely, of course, but I've instructed them not to do so. Tall tried to sound unapologetic for her actions, but her speech came across as stiff and rehearsed, and the look in her eyes didn't match the harshness of her tone. While her account, and the direction she'd given her workers, made it sound like Tall was his enemy, Kroga didn't see it that way. Instead, he chose to view her as another lost cur, one who still might find her way home. Unable to determine if Tall was ready to admit she was searching for more, or merely playing a game with the tiger, the traveler decided to remain quiet and let Tall guide the way. You know, we treat all beasts like this, she revealed. Oh yeah? How so? Solicited Kroga, not sure if Tall was trying to make him feel better or worse with her statement. Sometimes we break them to make the fighting more interesting. Sometimes we heal them so it looks like they've just been captured and immediately released into the field of play. But whatever we do, we always have the best interests of the show in mind. You know, what the patrons want. Profit over pain, thought Kroga, careful not to say this aloud. But with sentient creatures, the ones sent here for punishment, like you, well, stammered Tall, trying to decide how to disclose Kroga's future. Well, those we break and heal differently. We try to keep them teetering and more off balance. We almost never heal them completely. Why not? We've found it's much harder to keep the crowds interested in sentience, since we can't kill them during a performance, not with their columnists protecting them. So we try to amp up the excitement by inflicting as much harm as we can. More breaking than healing. Even with that, we usually have to swap out sentience every couple of weeks. Kroga was well aware of how the Kuur treated prisoners of war, not just here in the Colosseum, but throughout Kurland and in many hidden locations. He had no doubt Tall had ruthlessly been a part of this. But still, he felt compelled to act as if she might, just might, be his one more. At least, it sounds like I'll be done soon, he replied, trying to ignore that while he was there, he'd be chronically injured and not properly healed. Oh no, laughed Tall. Based on the ticket pre-sales, I see no end in sight for the traveler. Tall then looked over her shoulder and noticed that Toger had moved slightly closer. Lowering her voice, she leaned forward, as if trying to share some great secret. I'm telling you all of this because I wanted you to know what to expect. Thanks. I appreciate that. I guess, replied Kroga, though nothing Tall had said had really surprised him. You're welcome, whispered Tall, as softly as she could, as if she was risking a lot by being civil, and thus trying to make sure Toger didn't hear her. But her sudden change of direction would make it seem patently like an act. So, tell me, she then shouted, surprising even Toger with her sudden change in volume. "Who'd you come to kidnap this time?" Tall's tone was bright and cheery and in no way appropriate for her line of questioning. A better interrogator, if trying to befriend a captive, would have never moved so quickly to such a question, or asked it in such an offensive way. Toger, who was a much better inspector and inquisitor, hid his amusement, but wondered if Tall's direct approach would yield any results. "I didn't come to kidnap anyone," began Kroga. "But if you meant who'd I come to take home, well, I don't know." "Seriously, you don't know? Or you won't tell me?" "I really don't know, though I doubt you believe me." "I don't," grunted Tall, as she abruptly stood up, brushed herself off, and started to head home. When she rounded the far corner of the cage, she stopped, grabbed the bars, and brazenly beckoned back to Kroga. "If you knew you'd end up here, in this cage, would you still have come?" The king had warned Kroga this trip would be agonizing, but hadn't specifically mentioned the drawl. Stuck in a cage, Kroga felt like he couldn't have the impact he expected, and hated to believe his own pain and suffering might ultimately be in vain. But if Tall was supposed to be his one more, he had to concede that things weren't looking so good, given her current attitude. And yet, he knew choice demanded there be multiple outcomes for any chooser, even Tall. "I'd like to think so," he said softly. "There's no way you would," huffed Tall, as she turned to storm off, acting like Kroga had just offended her. In truth, Tall didn't care who Kroga had come for, or really if he would have come knowing he'd land in the draw. She had other, more pressing questions she wanted to ask. But unsure how Toger would react, she saved her real concerns for another day. After every performance, Tall would stop by the draw to try to talk with the traveler. And each night, she would always find Toger on first watch, the closest guard to Kroga. She never learned if Toger positioned himself like this of his own accord, or if Dullator had instructed the tiger to do so. Chapter 9. One More. 8 days before the Great Divide. Kroga the homesick curled up in a corner and prepared to spend another night in the draw, unaware that the conversation he'd just had with Tall would be his last. Had he known, the traveler wouldn't have said anything different, or pleaded with Tall to change her mind. Unwavering in his approach, Kroga had decided months ago to befriend his oppressor, and had simply lived out this vision as best he could. And tonight, he had no regrets. Tired and sore from today's performance and torture, Kroga fell asleep before Tall was even halfway home. When the Onu created First Realm, they did so in a manner that required every living plant and animal to have ongoing care and feeding. For the flora and fauna, their ecosystems provided most, if not all, of their required support. But the interplay between sentient beings was much more complex. All First Realm inhabitants were confronted by daily needs and essential tasks, which created ample occasion for them to engage with each other. While many of their needs could be met individually, the Onu hoped that most inhabitants would have their necessities communally addressed to help foster the rewards of family and friends. The multitude of never-ending daily work that simply needed to be done was completely by design, created to make sure inhabitants frequently exercised and enjoyed the gift of serving, forever helping one another, just like the Onu. This wasn't punishment or a shortcoming of the realm. It was a huge blessing. To the Onu, this approach made perfect sense. Serving by nature, they depended upon one another and embodied the idea that serving is living. They were family and wanted all sentient beings to be part of a close-knit group where they could learn how to really see each other, help one another, and thus harvest joy and fulfillment every day. Seriously? That's why? Laughed Tall. Yes, it's that simple, rippled Kroga, having just explained why he hated to get wet. But I thought all badgers were good swimmers. That doesn't change the fact that I don't like to get wet. And for the record, we're not good swimmers, we're great, smiled Kroga. Well, in that case, I guess I'd better warn the divers to be more careful. I'd hate to think about how far away you might get if you slipped through their hands in the dark. Not with a mummy wrapping around me. Those ropes are way too tight for me to wiggle out of. Oh, so you've tried? Maybe, shrugged Kroga. Nearby, Toger spied on Kroga and Tall like he did every night. Well, he was sure a few of his focused, painful interrogations would have garnered information faster. He had to admit that Tall's results were impressive, and couldn't believe how freely Kroga now talked. After Toger had seated Tall with a couple of his own questions, he even felt the traveler began to give away more details than he intended. Silently, the tiger stalked slightly nearer, hoping his prey wouldn't notice. Despite appearances to the contrary, Kroga knew exactly what he was doing and hadn't been tricked into opening up. Sensing Tall's frequent visits might be a sign she was his one more, Kroga had tried to answer all of her questions honestly and consciously encouraged her curiosity. But while giving Tall his full attention tonight, Kroga had missed the small movement of the ever-present guard behind her inching closer. For some reason, the honey badger never realized the tiger had spent more time with him in Hirabiru than anyone else, save the king, the prince, and the presents. Probably because he hadn't talked to Toger directly while he was in the draw. Tall had quit worrying what others thought about her interactions with the traveler weeks ago. Once she discovered Kroga in good spirits was good for the show, and that he seemed most lively when he mistakenly believed she was building a relationship with him, Tall had consciously decided to take advantage of Kroga's gullibility. And so, after most performances, Tall merely clocked time with Kroga to con him into thinking their rapport was real. But occasionally, she'd steer their conversation towards matters she truly cared about, like she was doing tonight. I'm curious, why do you keep saying, "I've come from afar"? Kroga, surprised Tall had asked him this question out of the blue, didn't answer quickly enough, so Tall tried again. I've heard you say this a lot. Is it some sort of magic incantation or something like that? Tall dabbled in the dark arts and wasn't above trying anything once, if she thought she could obtain more power by doing so. Kroga, before Benadari had captured him, had been careful to only use his passphrase with the inhabitants he'd been sent to rescue. Even when he did use it, he didn't need it to identify the inhabitant. It was just a means to make them feel safer. The honey badger had always known who he was expected to rescue, and precisely when and where to meet them, since the Onu always prepared him in advance with this information, and the evacuee with their own corresponding cues. On his current mission, however, Kroga had no such details. The Onu hadn't told him who they sent him to help, or how he was meant to assist them. Months ago, after his capture, Kroga had thrown caution to the wind and began to freely recite the first line of his passphrase poem. Knowing of no other way to identify his one more, Kroga had been grasping at straws, hoping the Onu had at least explained his poem to whomever he was supposed to meet, and that the inhabitant would thus respond in a manner befitting someone who wanted to be rescued. In retrospect, given the tenor of Tall's question, he wondered if liberally voicing his first line so often had been a good idea. Fortunately, when Kroga created his rhyme, he'd purposely constructed the first line to have multiple meanings. That way, if caught, he could explain what it meant to him as Kroga the furniture fixer, not as Kroga the traveler. Since Tall hadn't responded with an Onu-inspired cue after she first heard the line, Kroga was glad he'd taken this precaution. Even though he still thought Tall was his one more, he wasn't ready to tell Tall that, and she didn't seem prepared to hear it. "I'd rather not say," blurted Kroga, surprised at himself for having not stepped through Tall's opening. Normally, he would have been happy to share why he felt the way he did about the first line as a furniture fixer with anyone, anywhere. But conflicted about how to best serve Tall, Kroga had stumbled right out of the gate. While he didn't realize it yet, Otogo was already hidden in the draw with him, helping him, as the honey badger pondered how to explain himself to Tall without sounding flippant or insincere. "Why not?" dug Tall, assuming she was on to something important. "Probably because I'm afraid you'll just think it's a platitude and not believe me anyway." "Oh yeah? After all we've been through? Try me," implored Tall, straining to sound like she was Kroga's best friend. I don't know if I should," sighed Kroga. Come on," pouted Tall. Kroga repositioned himself on the cold stone floor, like he often did, trying to get more comfortable. Tall didn't realize that this time Kroga was simply stalling, unsure of what he should do. "It'll be okay," impressed Otogo, letting Kroga know he was there. Buoyed by the insight, Kroga sat back and began to explain himself. "Well, for one thing, I have come from afar," remarked the traveler. "Sure, but Tala isn't really that far away." "Physical distance isn't what I meant." "Oh, what did you mean?" "That I've come a long way from who I was to who I am now." "No kidding. You've fallen from grace into the draw," quipped Tall, a little too loudly to make sure Toga heard her making fun of Kroga. "No, that's not what I meant," opined the honey badger. I know. I was only teasing. You meant you've changed." "Yes, I did." "You're right, Kroga. That is very cliché." "I warned you," chuckled the honey badger. "But still, I'm intrigued. How do you think you're so different?" tested Tall, who measured her own worth by power, prestige, and aptitude. She wasn't sure if Kroga meant that kind of advancement or not. Kroga then went on to explain that he'd always been outgoing and interested in others, but for some reason, he hadn't really taken the time to transition his concern for them into meaningful action that helped them in the ways they needed it most. The furniture fixer started to glow as he reached this pivotal part of his story. "Until, that is, Telius pointed out this glaring disconnect in me," disclosed Kroga. "Telios! Sounds just like the Onu. Judgmental as ever," cursed Tall. "Oh no, it wasn't anything like that," waved the prisoner, his shackles rattling. "Really? What was it like?" "It was more like he was coaching me, trying to help me become my best me." "So he forced you to become the traveler?" grimaced Tall, scrunching her forehead as if the thought had put her in pain. Kroga laughed. "No, not at all. Telios has never forced me to do anything." "But didn't Telios say the traveler was your best you?" "No, I didn't mean to imply that. I should have said, Telios helped me become a better me. I'm not my best me yet. But then again, who really is? Now I'm totally confused. What did Telios do to you after he ridiculed you about your shortcomings?" Kroga ignored Tall's blasphemous choice of words and focused instead on her real question. In this case, he taught me how to think more clearly about others. It took me eons to learn this, I might add. So, you're a really slow learner? Goaded Tall. Yes, actually I am. For a lifetime, I kept projecting my own preferences and desires on others, instead of taking the time to see their needs and concerns. That's probably true for all of us, mused Tall, in a rare moment of shared self-reflection. Maybe, but for me, the real change happened when I quit rushing in just to do something to make me feel better. Ah, so you were helping to get, instead of helping to give? Just like everyone else? I guess so. Teldos taught me how to slow down, take the time to figure out what really needed to be done, and then courageously do it, beamed Kroga, pausing for Tall's response. Tall, an expert logician and producer, could easily see the needs of the Colosseum and performances, but seldom, if ever, used her gifts to see others. She squirmed at the thought, but quickly distracted herself by considering Kroga's interesting choice of words. Tall wasn't sure if she agreed that acting altruistically was courageous, or just plain stupid. Go on, she directed. Along the way, I discovered that someone's real needs often take more time, energy, and repeated investment than I'd first imagined. Sounds tiresome, sighed Tall. It was, and it wasn't. How so? The more I learned to see and then help others, even if it was hard, the more rewarding it became. And watching my actions make a situation better? Wow! For me, that was invigorating. It made me feel like the effort was totally worth it. I don't know, skirted Tall. But once you see a need, how can you ignore it? Easy, shrugged Tall. Then I'd contend that you didn't really see it in the first place. Fair enough, I guess, stammered Tall, not in a mad way, but clearly blindsided by the idea. As she mulled this over, Tall became beguiled by the notion that Kroga might have a special gift she hadn't heard of before. She began to theorize. This unnamed gift helped Kroga see hidden needs inhabitants were unwilling to share, or didn't even realize they had. Tall even convinced herself that once Kroga helped someone, they'd believe Kroga was clairvoyant, and be more than willing to shower him with favors and loot. While Tall didn't really want to meet the needs of others head on, she longed for more stature and the indebtedness of others. Simply put, she wanted Kroga's gift. You must have seen and done some pretty amazing things, coveted Tall. Tall, like many others, thought well-known acts were great acts. But this regrettable misunderstanding made her seek out public, outlandish deeds instead of the truly great, mundane things that simply needed to be done for others. No, not really. Turns out I often did simple things, stuff I was already good at, or anyone else could have done. I'm just a furniture fixer, after all, deflected the honey badger humbly. You mean most of the time you only fixed broken chairs and other stuff like that? Sort of, replied Kroga sheepishly, who felt everyone could and should use their gifts to help others. Watching Tall's expression, Kroga could tell his answer seemed hollow to her, like it didn't match the grandness he experienced when he helped others. Still, he held back, hesitant to share more details, afraid doing so would seem like he was bragging, or worse, make the recipients of his support seem small or needy. Otigo appreciated Kroga's concerns, but he wanted the honey badger to share more about himself, to give Tall a chance to see the power of humble actions done in love. It's okay. Go ahead, he nudged. Sometimes I did other, non-furniture things, offered Kroga. Oh yeah? Like what? Invited Tall. As Kroga formulated his response, he knew it wouldn't sound impressive to Tall, but he didn't want to pick the wrong examples, or try to make his actions sound like he'd done something bigger than he had. Odago didn't fault Kroga for struggling to decide what to share. He was mindful Kroga's perception of actions closely aligned with his own, and that Tall might not accept the truth that the Onu cherished ordinary things done for family and friends. But nowadays, in the warped view of most First Realm inhabitants, these acts typically went unnoticed. Unnoticed, that is, except by the Onu. The Onu were heartbroken, so many inhabitants downplayed or ignored these heroic acts. Weirdly, had an unpaid stranger performed the exact same actions to meet the exact same needs, especially the recurring ones, most inhabitants would have said the stranger had done something special, but whenever a loved one or friend did them, the acts were ignored, or at best considered commonplace chores or insignificant responsibilities. This made no sense to the royal family. To them, family mattered, and they understood that the willingness to support friends and family, especially when no one else noticed, often produced the grandest acts of all. For those acts embodied the love required to selflessly and silently give and give and give some more. In this light, Odago knew Kroga was one of the most courageous and giving of all First Realm inhabitants. Not Kroga the Traveler, but Kroga the Honey Badger, who was willing to view everyone as his family, who never conflated famous acts as great, and who didn't seek the approval of others for what he'd done. Kroga simply lived out the truth that the least known, most invisible acts were the most powerful and effective. Odago hoped Tall could finally see this for herself by seeing it in Kroga. Go on, tell her, encouraged Odago once again. You know, things like hosting, cooking, cleaning, visiting, shopping, tending, mending, began Kroga, quickly listing items without any detail, trying not to slight those he'd helped or give their secrets away. Boring, interrupted Tall angrily. Yes, I guess so, but these are the same things I've seen the Onu do, explained Kroga. They both fell silent. Tall had expected more. Kroga had expected to be able to better put word to feeling. After Tall calmed down, it was she who summarized Kroga's actions for him. So, let me see if I've got this straight. Over time, you learned to put others ahead of yourself, and just did for them the ordinary things that needed to be done, even if sometimes they could have and should have done that simple stuff for themselves? Yes, whispered Kroga, not in embarrassment or shame, but sorrowfully, because the grandness of the truth had failed to land on Tall. I don't get it. To me, it seems like a giant leap from simple housekeep to traveler, measured Tall. Maybe, maybe not. How so? Well, as I learned to respond to the needs of others, the Onu helped me see and respond to more needs. It was a gradual transformation. With their help, I grew into someone I'm happy to be today, someone I couldn't have become on my own. But look at you. Of course you wouldn't have thought you'd become this. You're caged in nearly constant pain, laughed at, spit upon, and abused, even by me. I bet you didn't want to be all that. But I did. I do, professed Kroga. What? Are you crazy? No, just committed. To what? To trying to meet a need. But how did that make you the traveler? Because One day, Telio said he needed my help, and I said anything. You blindly took this job? No. When I said anything, it seemed like just another small step to me. I'd seen the Onu support me countless times before as I helped others, and already learned that sometimes providing real help comes at a high price. And this? Kroga paused to look around the draw, then back into the Colosseum. Well, this is all part of that high price, at least this time. And Tall? Yes? Here's the most important thing from my perspective. I've always found the Onu helped me all along the way, in the grand things, and in this simple traveler stuff too. What? I've never seen them here. Nor have I. Then how can you say the Onu have helped you in the draw? Because I've felt them. I know they've been here helping me, even right now. I don't see it, scoffed Tall. Like all good Kuur, Tall had consciously stopped seeking aid from the Onu, and couldn't sense Otogo was right before her now, in the cage, trying to help her see. If I were you, I'd never have signed up for this, confessed Tall. If you were really me, you might have. You mean you've been programmed to do this and have no choice? Oh, no, not at all. Then what did you mean? Just that if you'd spent as much time with the Onu as I have, receiving their help to make your life interesting and fulfilling, then maybe you'd have been willing to walk into this cage too. Whoa, I really doubt it. Don't sell yourself short. But how'd I become the traveler? I think it was by simply taking one small baby step after another. And I believe you might have done the same thing as well. But didn't you have doubts? Struggled Tall. Doubts? Are you kidding me? Of course I had, and have, doubts all the time. What? Shrieked Tall. She'd expected the traveler to blithely say he had no misgivings, regardless of how bad life looked from inside the cage. I believe choice requires uncertainty, explained Kroga. Choice does what? Real choice demands we have the capability for doubt first. I see reservations as questions in disguise, things I need to think about, research, and then decide who or what I'm going to believe in. Doubts are just questions? I've never thought about it like that. Sure, imagine we had no doubt, and were incapable of asking questions. Then I don't believe we'd experience choice the way the Onu intended, because our decisions wouldn't be decisions at all. They'd only be empty, meaningless, predetermined reactions. Tall was shocked to hear such deep thoughts coming from her prisoner. Before she'd met Kroga, Tall had envisioned the traveler as a crazy foot soldier who blindly took orders from the Onu, so out of touch they didn't even have the good sense to be afraid. But to Tall's surprise, the honey badger was nothing like that. I do have questions, granted Tall, feeling an odd, unexpected connection to Kroga. That's okay. Like I said, without doubt, without questions, there'd be no choice. And without choice, well, we'd all just be animals. You know, beasts. And I'm pretty sure we're not beasts. Having basically treated Kroga like he was an animal for the past several months, Tall was suddenly guilt-stricken, something she hadn't felt in eons. She tried to shake it off, but couldn't. Beastly actions, yes, but I'm not a beast, Tall mumbled softly to herself as she considered her interactions with Kroga and the many other prisoners she'd abused. While someone else might have heard this as an excuse or a lame apology, Kroga heard it as a private thought that had slipped out. He didn't want to make Tall feel worse, so he reiterated where his strength came from. Truthfully, I couldn't have done any of this without the support of the Onu. Tall sighed deeply and leaned sideways against the cage to think. Kroga didn't rush her. He figured she'd come back to their conversation of her own, or leave for the night. After a few minutes, Tall decided to stay. But why'd you agree to do this? She finally inquired. Because I believe each inhabitant is infinitely worthy, and that by all means we should save them. Save them from what? Separation from the Onu. Oh, that, laughed Tall, whose chortle didn't sound sincere. We Kuur strongly disagree with you there. Separation isn't something we need to be saved from. It's the very thing that makes us free. That's your choice to believe. I do, avowed Tall, though her assertion lacked its normal resolve. Well, I don't. I still think together is better. Besides, I'm really quite greedy, teased Kroga, trying to lighten the mood a bit. Aha! I knew it. I knew you weren't all good. Greedy, huh? It's true. I always want one more. One more what? Gift? Blessing? One more inhabitant to come home. Stop it. Now you sound like the Onu, glared Tall. Thanks. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I didn't mean it as a compliment. That's okay. I'll take it for what it's worth. Whatever. But Tall, that's my one more. What's yours? What's the more you really want? Tall didn't answer the traveler. Instead, she stood up and headed home without saying a word. Tall was a Kuur superstar. She had more prestige and possessions than Kroga would ever have. And yet, Tall walked away envious of the caged honey badger and the clarity that guided him. Extract from Unsealed Dachshund Royal Recording 122C-4414-80I4F-FEAB 8F24. After Telios and Odigo returned from their survey of the realm, they shared their perceptions with the king. Since they were clearly of one accord, they often finished each other's sentences and thoughts. What'd you find? Asked Otec. There's no shortage of inhabitants who long to do celebrated things. Celebrated by whom? The masses. Most inhabitants now seek a public stage for their acts. But why? That's nothing like us, challenged the king. There are a multitude of reasons, but first and foremost, it's because Kuur lies and warped thinking have permeated the realm. Their impact cannot be understated. Delator and his followers seek notoriety for their actions to gain empty exaltation and adoration, fleeting rewards at best. And the Onu prompted Otec. There are a few, just a few, who pursue public approval for their acts because they struggle with self-esteem. But most Onu believe, like the Kuur, that only famous acts are great acts. And without a doubt, the Onu definitely want to do great things for you and the kingdom. Do they really believe they have to do big public deeds to advance the kingdom? Frowned the king. Yes, sadly they do. But as we all know, great acts of service are seldom well known. Most are only seen but by a few. Otec the Serving King leaned forward onto the table and lightly tapped his fingers on the flat surface, as if beating along to a song in his head. The motion and soft tapping seemed to help him think. And what other ordinary, day-to-day needs and efforts, he probed as he stopped drumming. They still do daily work to keep the realm functioning, but most miss the grandness of it all. Their dismissal of the ordinary and desire to do audacious things have blinded them and stolen their daily joy. Do all inhabitants miss out alike? Inquired Otec Plas. For the most part, yes. The Kuur try to ignore the needs of others, so they can focus on their own advancement. Though occasionally they do show regard for close family and friends. But even so, they don't see their efforts as much more than toil, and thus miss reaping the reward. How fare the Onu, just as poorly? Solicited the king. Unfortunately, yes. There are only a scant few receiving even a partial blessing any more. Most have become so enamored with the idea that great acts require public acclaim, they've forgotten how joyous and fulfilling simple acts can be. I agree. In these dark and ravenous days, inhabitants are spending way too much time looking with their eyes instead of seeing with their olmecs. Otec started tapping his fingers again, this time as if trying to create a new song to pull others into the rhythm of life he felt. While he lamented inhabitants having lost so many of their daily blessings, he was optimistic the Onu could still provide more, and sang forth his hopeful heart. Oh, how I long to help them with the daily joy of serving. Their blessings are there for the taking. They need to feel grand again. Otec Plas tilted his head to the side as he listened to his cry echo around the council chamber. When it finally gave way to silence, he squinted his eyes as if looking deep into the future, and in a quiet, longing voice, simply asked, Will they? Will they feel the grandness of their daily efforts again? Odogo paused for a long time before he answered the king's question. As he did, it was barely audible, and not in song. No, not on this side of the Great Divide. Toyos looked away from Odogo and stared down at the table. Putting his hand over his mouth, he gently stroked his beard as he considered his own response. After a few minutes, he looked back up at his father and voiced his own verdict. No, was all he said. The king leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. Are you sure we can't persuade them to pick these blessings back up? Can't we help them see this again? He implored. We've tried. We've all tried. Many times. Nothing seems to work anymore. It's just getting worse, isn't it? Conceded the king. Yes, absolutely. They almost always view their daily acts of service as drudgery. As we've talked about before, the impact of the lingering war and festering lies must all be dealt with soon. So, we're nearing the point where true healing will only take place once I pronounce judgment and rend the realm, grieved the king. Yes, that's true, established the seer. Yes, I agree, announced the prince. The Onu paused to reflect on the upcoming Great Divide and all it would entail. After an eternity of thought, Otec broke their silence. I want inhabitants to do less so they can have more, less seeking of the famous to receive more enjoyment of the sublime. We know. Will the Great Divide bring blessing back to their ordinary acts of service? Make them grand again? Bid Otec Plas. With time? Yes, answered the seer. Well, then, we all know what I must do. But in the meantime, Otec paused to gather his thoughts. To him, a true king must do the least things to be the greatest. Not least in the sense of the fewest, but least in the sense of the most hidden and even the most mundane, to keep the kingdom safe, running, and growing. These weren't insignificant efforts to him. They were kingly, of great worth and reward. True to his being, Otec Plas wanted all inhabitants to be daily blessed by their own actions, just like he was. He had no desire to hoard or withhold the blessings, and so he continued. If it's good enough for the king, then it's good enough for the king, he declared, by which Teleos and Odigo wholly understood Otec Plas to mean. If it's good enough for the king to do the least of these things, then it's good enough for the king when others do the least of these things as well. Hear and be happy, decreed Odigo, his voice ringing silently over the entire realm. So be it, affirmed Teleos. So be it. Otec sat outside on the landing of the royal library, between the twins in the crisp, dark air, watching the stars twinkle and dance. Who's with the traveler tonight? Asked Arcuda. Odigo. He wanted the last night, answered the king. Seems to me he took most of the watches. You're right, he did. Odigo loves to support inhabitants when they must use more than their eyes to see him. Since it's Kroga's last night, can we go with you tomorrow to rescue him? Begged Arcudo, ready to set his paw to injustice. No, I'm going alone. You might frighten the cur and make it harder for them to choose in a meaningful way. But it seems to me they've already made their choice, pronounced Arcudo, the elder twin, older, that is, by only a few seconds. They have, but I want to give them another opportunity, explained the king. So, you're giving the cur another chance to choose while you rescue Kroga? Surmised Arcuda. Of course, answered Otec Plas. But why? Shot Arcudo. Wow, have you forgotten who you're talking to, brother? You may be older, but you sure ain't wiser, scolded the bear with the scorpion tail, as she peered around the king at her twin. Otec laughed and patted both blue bears to calm them down. It's just that, ground Arcudo, struggling to share how he felt. He stopped, growled loudly, then shook his head and alligator tail all at the same time. It's okay. Just blurt it out, encouraged Otec. At some point, doesn't judgment have to come? I mean, to make things better. Yes, it does. But the realm needs to know that my judgment is just, not just swift. Will tomorrow be their last chance? No, there will be more, answered Otec Plas. Why? Even though it appears as if no cur are willing to come home anymore, I know a few who are still considering it. I want to give them what they need to make their choice. But it's clear to me that all calling on this side of the Great Divide is almost over. While the royal family had held court for eons and provided judgment in each case, the king understood that the Great Divide would feel like his largest act of judgment to date. To guarantee the ruling didn't come as a surprise, the Onu had publicly talked about the Great Divide often. They even made sure there were many Desma recordings discovered and discussed that related to the event. Their actions left none with an excuse for ignorance. When concern for the Great Divide first began to take root among the cur, it was early in the rebellion. But Delator convinced his followers it was all just a lie, a ruse to get them to end their revolt. As the war dragged on, he continued to reinforce his falsehoods, using the passage of time as proof he was correct. Secretly, however, the Kuur leader tried to convert Divide clan members to the Kuur, thinking that if the king really did apportion the realm, he'd probably use the famous clan. Even though Delator was completely unsuccessful in his initial recruitment attempts, he never asked any of his supporters for help, not even his inner circle, for fear they'd believe the Great Divide was coming and defect. For the Onu, emotions towards the Great Divide were much more difficult to unwind. They longed for the war to end, but feared a divide that could permanently separate them from family and friends. Nevertheless, as the eons passed, many came to realize their loved ones would probably never return home, and something had to be done to end the conflict. While most would have never been willing to institute the divide themselves, they all hoped the king wouldn't withhold forever the justice and peace they expected to flow on the other side of judgment. Despite their own conflicted view of the Great Divide, or maybe because of it, the Onu appreciated that the timing of certain critical kingdom events, like the Great Divide itself, rested solely in the hands of the king. They knew Otec Plas understood, better than anyone else, the delicate balance between grace, mercy, judgment, and peace, and everything else that came together to make life meaningful. "When will it end?" asked Arcuda. "You know, I can't tell you that." "Yes, I know. But sometimes, to save a thing, you have to divide it," asserted the king. The twins were aware that Otec's statement had multiple applications, having talked about this many times before. But tonight, they both deemed Otec Plas primarily meant the cleaving of First Realm itself. "Sometimes only the king can," whispered Arcuda. "And sometimes only the king should," added her brother. "It'll be very different after I do," acknowledged Otec. "Will the war be over?" pleaded Arcuda. "No, unfortunately not. Not for a long time. But at least the field of battle will move beyond the realm, which will help make things better around here." "Will the land heal?" probed Arcuda. "Will we all?" added her brother, before the king could answer. Of course, Arcuda meant all the Onu, not just himself and his sister. Yes, slowly, the land and all the inhabitants. Chapter 10. The Rescue. 7 days before the Great Divide. Kroga the Energized woke early in the morning on his last day in the draw, refreshed by a good night's sleep and his recent conversation with Paul. He stretched and crawled over to the northeast corner of his cage. Kroga seldom ventured to this part of the draw, which protruded far out into the plaza, since the Kuur often stood there to pelt him with mockery. Fortunately, Cazador had implemented and enforced a strict policy against stoning and hurtling garbage. Cazador hadn't done this out of mercy. The entertainers simply didn't want Kroga, or any other beast in the draw, getting hurt outside of a profit-making performance. This morning, the plaza was curiously quiet, and Kroga felt alone in a good way. Pressing his nose between his prison bars, Kroga had a clear view of a large portion of the early morning sky. He smiled as he admired the unusually light pink and blue clouds. Rare for a sunrise or sunset, the colors made him think of baby twins, since the puffy shades closely matched the hues used for infant clothing. His mind wandering, like minds often do, the thought of twin attire made Kroger consider the twins. While the honey badger didn't know the bears very well, he was sure they were watching the day dawn from their landing in front of the royal library. Because the twins were far away in Tala, Kroger understood their view would be different from his. But he chuckled anyway, wondering what Arcuda would have seen in the clouds before him now. Kroger doubted she would deem them twin-worthy colors, since Arcuda was brilliant blue like her brother, and in no way pastel like the clouds. Soon, these meandering thoughts caused Kroger to reflect upon the royal library the twins defended, and the Onu holding council within. The honey badger knew the Onu talked about each and every inhabitant often, and he was certain they would have been talking about him over the past several months. Imagining their conversations, Kroga began to meditate on Desma, the creation of Second Realm, and the maker of all things, which eventually brought him back to the pastel clouds in front of him. Looking back up at them again, Kroga noticed that while he'd been daydreaming, the clouds had become exquisitely silhouetted in black, as if touched up by a giant felt-tip marker. Oddly, the black lines only raced across the tops of the clouds, never the bottoms. And while most of the cloud tops were now outlined, the ones nearest the ground were not. As Kroga watched, these final, lower highlights appeared, rolling in from left to right. Since Kroga hadn't seen this pattern before, he tried to imagine how the sun rising behind and below the clouds might have caused the design. But after a few minutes, he decided there had to be a special hand at play, writing Hiraburu, the Kuur, and Kroga himself, a nature note announcing the Onu were still in control. The honey badger stood up, as best he could, then used the prison bars to hoist himself up onto his tippy toes so he could peer down into the lower right corner of the horizon, where he expected, fully expected, to see the prince's signature on his work. Beyond the notable sunrise, Kroga's final day in the draw passed like most others, and his participation in Port Liberation was nothing out of the ordinary. However, since Delator himself was in the audience, the Kuur leader interrupted the finale to orate on his own greatness, like he always did whenever he was present. After a long delay, Delator lit Cazador's arrow tip, and the crowd enthusiastically cheered. But as Cazador released his flaming arrow towards Kroga, something quite extraordinary happened. Before the twang of his bowstring could pierce the air, Otec Plas appeared. He stood larger than life, or more accurately, less constrained by the size of First Realm inhabitants. Straddling the stadium, the king's left foot filled most of the Colosseum floor, and his right foot was planted firmly outside, several hundred yards away. Otec was so big, the top of the stands didn't even reach up to his shin. The Kuur had seen Otec like this before. Large, that is, not necessarily towering over the Colosseum, but over the years, and long before the rebellion was even a fleeting thought, many First Realm inhabitants had become overly accustomed to the king's constrained daily presence among them, a form he used to help inhabitants more readily relate to him. And because of this, the Kuur had lost sight of who Otec Plas really was. Tonight, the king wanted to remind them that he didn't fit neatly inside their limited views of him, and to warn them of things to come. Enough, he boomed, stopping Cazador's arrow mid-flight, and thrusting the entire audience back firmly into their seats with just the sound of his voice. I am Otec Plas, king of Moor, and this he thundered, pausing to let his question unfold. At first, it shook the stadium and rumbled over Hiraburu, but as it reverberated, it gained force and grew louder, so deafening that most Kuur had to cover their ears. The king then released his words to spread out and dissipate beyond the city. As he waited, Cazador's arrow quivered back and forth in the air next to him, as if trying to break free. It was, however, Otec Plas vibrating the flame, drawing the crowd's eyes to it. After his previous words had finally run their course, and silence enveloped the stadium, the King of Moor whispered the pain he felt. "And this?" he asked, now adamantly shaking the arrow in the darkness. "This is not more." Without explanation, everyone knew Otec wasn't merely condemning the flaming arrow and the torture of Kroga, but all the Toba the Kuur so richly cherished. As if to prove his point, the King of Shields released the flaming projectile to proceed towards its target. But since Otec had positioned himself between Cazador and Kroga, the arrow only flew for a fraction of a second before harmlessly bouncing off the edge of the king's ankle and splashing down into the water with a whimpered snuff. The king then began to shrink back down to his customary daily size. He did so slowly, smoothly, to emphasize how truly big and in control he really was. As he grew smaller, Otec pulled each Kuur out of time, those inside the stadium and those scattered throughout the realm, so he could privately meet with each one of them. For inhabitants inside the stadium, each instantly perceived the Colosseum as empty, except for the shrinking king and themselves. The king then turned to face the individual and moved in their direction, narrowing the space between them while he continued to reduce in size. As he took his very last step, he became inhabitant-sized, so he could look them directly in the eye. For those outside the stadium, Otec met each inhabitant where they were, in a manner befitting their location and approachability. And, just like those inside the Colosseum, each immediately perceived themselves as being alone with the king. No matter where or how he met each Kuur, Otec Plas offered them a unique call to return to the Onu, if they were willing to listen. And to many he also said, "The day is almost over. Please come home now." By day, with a capital D, Otec meant this period of time before the Great Divide. Everyone understood this, or figured it out the next morning when they talked to each other. While all the king's encounters occurred out of time, with no need to rush, most were painfully terse. A lesser king might have even said they were futile, but not Otec Plas. By meeting with each Kuur, he found a couple who were open to his invitation and rejoiced in the hope that one might return home. However, despite his best efforts, no one accepted his offer tonight. Pee-Pee was home alone during the last performance of Port Liberation, still boycotting the show for having not made the cast. Instead of letting go of his frustrations, Pee-Pee continued his habit of grousing around his living room whenever he presumed it was time for Jatima to make her aerial entrance over the Colosseum. Tonight, his timing was way off, and he was still flying around when Cazador freed his arrow. As Otec shrank back down and took Pee-Pee out of time, he stepped into the middle of Pee-Pee's living room. The owl circled Otec twice before he noticed the king, at which point he abruptly dove onto the couch. Performing a crash landing and a semi-controlled somersault, PB came to a stop at the far end of the sofa, directly next to the armrest. As he sat up, he tried to pretend like he'd been sitting there all along. The king spoke first, as PB straightened out his feathers. "Hi, PB," Otec said gently. "King," nodded PB in a respectful way. Although PB didn't stand up, he stretched forth his wing and pointed to a nearby chair. The king accepted his offer and sat down across from the owl. "I see you've chosen to shun the show again tonight," observed the king. "No, it's shunning me," sulked PB. Otec smiled. He loved that PB felt free to share his feelings with him. They then talked at great length about many things. While the king let PB lead the conversation, eventually and naturally, an opening took shape. "But PB, don't you want more than this?" asked Otec Plas. "Of course I do," hooted the owl. PB then droned on and on about the slights he'd received from Delator, and the Kuur, and why they all owed him so much. As he grumbled, he missed the paradox that what he'd done, and his attitude now, should make him look small and worthless to the king. But they didn't. Once the owl finally stopped complaining, the king made his proposal. "Then PB, if that's really how you feel, why not come home with me now?" PB scratched the top of his head and spun his neck around in a full circle, like he did when he was trying to think. The king's offer didn't surprise PB. He'd studied enough royal recordings to realize it was coming. And yet, the tone in Otec's voice had completely caught him off guard. For some reason, he'd expected a militant demand instead of the loving plea he heard. I don't know," stammered the owl. They talked for a few more minutes, but soon the king sensed the time had come to leave, so PB wouldn't feel overly pressured. As he stood up to depart, Otec reminded the history teacher his offer was coming to an end. "Remember, PB, the day is almost over. There's only a little time left." As the king started to walk away towards the door, PB rushed after him, grabbed his shoulder, and began asking his last question before the king had a chance to turn around. And if I change my mind, how will I get away from him?" By him, PB obviously meant Delator. "Don't worry, I'll provide a way," answered Otec Plas. And with that, Otec disappeared. As he slipped out from under PB's wing, the king dropped the owl back into time. Like PB, most Kuur didn't seem overly surprised Otec Plas had taken the time tonight to seek them out. But unlike PB, many simply ignored the king or patently cut him off when he tried to speak, as epitomized by Benadari, Visvasa, and Nit. Benadari, tired of watching Port Liberation unfold again and again and again, sat alone in her cabin next to a roaring fire. Instead of relaxing or enjoying the solitude, she was mad Delator had decided to go to the Colosseum without her, and lamented her lack of private time with the Kuur leader since Kroga had been placed in the draw. As she was about to hurl her empty cup into the flagstone fireplace to join the shattered remains of its kin, Benadari heard a knock on her front door. Surprised anyone had the audacity to show up at this late hour, she sprang to her feet and marched towards the sound, ready to chew out the visitor. When the door appeared in her sights, Benadari stopped, for the light on the front porch revealed it was the king. Benadari immediately turned around and walked away. Otec Plas knocked again, but Benadari didn't bother to stop or reply. Instead, she withdrew around a corner and let the king knock himself out. Visvasa stomped around the care center, still fuming that she'd pulled an extra night shift. While she hated to aid the enemy, she remained in Tala, hoping to discover weaknesses she could share with Delator. The expert nurse felt the care center was a great place to steal military secrets, since the wounded warriors had their guards down and weren't thinking clearly during their recuperation. As she was about to cruelly burst into a patient's room to unnecessarily wake them up, Visvasa slipped and began to fall. But at that moment, the king arrived, caught her, and kept her from banging her head against the metal door. Visvasa began thanking her savior as she turned to face them. Thanks. Oh, it's you. Good evening, Visvasa. Not now, Otec, she said disgustingly. Visvasa then pushed the king aside and rushed down the hall, pretending she had another patient to save. Nit was picky, hard to please, and loved to peck at the flaws in others, but he never wanted to face his own issues. Whenever anyone mentioned something askew in his life, Nit felt like they were being mean, Toba-like, even if the advisors were the all-knowing Onu themselves. But curiously, in his warped thinking, Nit loved it when the Onu addressed someone else's Toba, because he believed they were merely joining him to pile on contempt. Nit so loved his view of Toba and the Onu that he'd concocted his own creed and repeated it often. They're good when they point out your Toba. They're Toba when they point out mine. Tonight, Otec Plas met Nit outside of his shop as the keeper was locking his front door. As Nit turned around and saw the king, he immediately assumed he'd be the object of the king's denigration. He held up his hand to interrupt Otec before he could even speak a single word. Save the king, prince, and convictor stuff for the Onu Otu schmucks. I've got better things to do, he shouted as he stormed away. Tol had taken the day off, confident Port Liberation would run smoothly during her first absence. While she was eating dinner with a friend at an exclusive restaurant, Otec stopped time. Dessert had just arrived, and the producer was taking her first bite. When she looked up, Tol was startled to see Otec sitting across the table from her. Good evening, Tol, began the king. What? Asked Tol, disoriented by the sudden appearance of the king and the silence of the now empty restaurant around her. Otec Plas explained why he was there, and that while he was meeting with her, he was also simultaneously and privately meeting with her date, though for the other engagement he was sitting on the opposite side of the table in Tol's seat. The king then started to unfold his invitation. Tol, have you enjoyed meeting with Kroga? Yes, I guess I have. Good. I sent him here to help address some questions I knew you had. Well, that explains quite a few things. I thought it might, and it seems to me you only started asking your most important ones last night. Yes, I suppose I did, agreed Tol slowly, in a measured, retrospective way. Do you have anything you'd like to ask me now? Tol picked up her glass and gently swirled the wine, then breathed in its bouquet. No, I think I'm good, she said as she took a sip and set her glass back down on the table. But instead of immediately giving up and leaving, Otec tried again. Are you sure? Tol paused and looked around the empty room. She then stood up and walked throughout the entire restaurant, painstakingly surveying the establishment to guarantee they were alone. After she emerged from the kitchen, she came back to the table, sat down, refilled her glass, and freely poured forth her reservations for hours. The king, never afraid of an honest inquiry, answered every single item. Once Tall had depleted her questions, Otec Plas asked the ultimate one. So Tall, are you ready to come home now? Before Otec had even taken a single step towards Delator, the Kuur leader was screaming at the king from his Ilvani suite. That's not fair! How dare you show up like this? This is my city! You have no right to be here! While Delator went on, the king didn't bother to interrupt him or explain why he was wrong on all counts. At one point, though, Delator cursed the Onu, which finally brought forth a visible reaction from the king. Telios, to Toba with all of you! Shouted Delator, as if his words had the power to damn. But by right, that responsibility was reserved for the king. Although Delator was no prophet, Otec knew there was some truth in his slander, since Telios had already agreed to suffer the punishment for Second Realm Toba. Otec Plas began to weep for the pain, torture, and prolonged separation his son would endure, as he carried Second Olmec's into and out of Toba, paying death's price to rescue those who chose to be adopted into the royal family. Delator mistook the king's emotional response and chose to believe his insults had wounded Otec's non-existent ego. Empowered by the king's agony, Delator pressed on, even more aggressively, and never let Otec Plas speak a single word. In the end, the king turned and woefully walked away. As Otec Plas shrank and spun towards the small lagoon fielding Kroga's boat, Kroga tried to sit up to welcome him, but due to his freshly broken leg and the cords that held him fast, the traveler couldn't even scooch an inch closer to the king. After Otec Plas stepped across the dock and down into the boat, he knelt to heal Kroga's leg, then started to untie the ropes which bound him. While the king could have spoken a single word to release the honey badger, he worked the knots by hand as he sang his own version of the traveler's poem. I've come from afar, seeking treasure, not gold. You're the one I seek, who I long to uphold. As he finished the tune, the king freed Kroga and snatched him up off the wooden deck into his loving arms. He then cradled the furniture fixer like a cherished newborn child. I knew you'd come, smiled the honey badger. I know you did, Kroga, whispered the king. I know you did. Well done. Are we going home now? Asked Kroga as he snuggled deeper down into the king's arms. Yes. Wait, are we going home alone? Pressed Kroga as he peered up over the king's forearm into the empty Colosseum. Sadly, yes, answered Otec. I'm confused. I thought you just said, well done. I did. Then where is she? Asked the traveler, still looking around for Tall. Kroga, my friend, I meant well done on many fronts. But, as you know, choice requires choice. Kroga took a deep breath, but said nothing. While he understood this intellectually, he still felt like something, or rather, someone, had just slipped through his paws. The honey badger then started to relive his brief time with Tall, and quickly found himself grateful that, at least last night, they'd had a deeper, more meaningful conversation. During his reflection, Kroga never once thought about the pain he'd suffered over the past several months. In the weeks ahead, when his friends asked him about his surprising adventures as the traveler, Kroga would be forced to ponder injuries from some of his previous endeavors. But tonight, he didn't even think about his wounds from his current mission, too focused on Tall. The king finally broke into Kroga's deliberation to interject his own perspective. You know, you helped us give the Kuur more to consider. You mean Tall to consider? Yes, but more than just Tall. I really did mean the Kuur. Kroga stopped scanning the Colosseum for Tall and turned his head to look up at the king. But I really only ever talked to Tall. Almost no one else, he demurred. Kroga preferred private interactions as the traveler, furniture fixer, and honey badger. He never sought public acclaim, and had absolutely no appreciation for the impact of his performance from the moment he crashed by Lake Manu through every second he'd lived in the Drawl and Port Liberation. Otec touched Kroga once again, this time on his Olmec, to help him see that during this trip, his actions and presence had been more important than his words, at least for many Kuur. While this vision was insightful and uplifting, the traveler couldn't help but think about Tall. And Tall? She's definitely not coming home tonight? He finally asked. No, she's not. Kroga wrung his paws as he wrestled with this truth. His thoughts swirled so quickly, he wasn't quite sure what to say or do. Any regrets? Petitioned the king, trying to help ground the honey badger, not make him feel guilty or sad. Can I get back to you on that? Kroga wasn't struggling with what his journey had cost him. He just desperately wanted to help save one more. And he hated, absolutely hated, to leave Tall behind. Still, he hoped she'd join them at some point. Of course, smiled the king, who loved all of this about the traveler. Suddenly, a new idea seized Kroga, and he sprang up to look directly into the king's eyes. Otec! Yes? You're doing one of your out-of-timey things right now, aren't you? Yes, replied the king, a twinkle in his eye. Then can you please put me back in the boat? I mean, so I can finish the show and spend more time with Tall. Oh, Kroga, cried the king, overcome by the honey badger's compassion. Otec had to take a few moments to compose himself before he could continue. The Kuur have already seen me rescue you tonight, and I've been out talking to each one of them. But then, can't we just go back in time? I mean, to some point before Cazador shot at me? That way, you can erase what the Kuur saw, and no one will remember. I'm sorry, but these events must move forward as they are. Are you sure? I'm willing to stay. I know you are. But for now, it's time for you to come home. Okay, sighed the honey badger, who trusted the king more than his own emotions. And Kroga? Yes? Don't give up on Tall. There's still a small window left for her, and all the Kuur to choose, encouraged Otec Plas. And with that, the king rescued the rescuer and took him back to Tala. Chapter 11. The Message. 6 days before the Great Divide. Kroga the Restored roamed around his home in the early morning sunlight, greeting his pets. They all looked great, even the fiddle-leaf fig, which was notoriously fussy and required regular misting, since his plants radiated a glorious sheen and were dust-free. It was obvious to Kroga that Hawk had painstakingly cared for them during his absence. Kurland woke in chaos, thanks to the king. Last night, if Otec had only met with each rebel quietly, most wouldn't have bothered to tell anyone about their encounter, since he pursued them so often. But Otec's brazen Colosseum rescue caused word of his presence and actions to ripple throughout the realm. Quickly, the Kuur realized the king had solicited every insurgent last night, which frightened them, because he'd never called every single Kuur privately, all at the same time, all across the realm. And so, most had endured a restless night, as they struggled to understand why Otec Plas would do such a thing. Delator himself had slept not a wink, having been up all night trying to decide how to convince the Kuur they had nothing to fear. In the end, he chose a tactic that had worked well for him countless times before. When dawn broke, Delator blasted out his message that, once again, Otec was full of bluster and didn't have the means or stomach to follow through on his outrageous threats. The Kuur needn't worry. The Great Divide wasn't coming now or ever. After he sent forth his proclamation, Delator dove downstairs for breakfast. But first, he stopped to consult his seer, who lived in a small cubby next to the kitchen. "Figlia, what do you see?" "A battle on the plain, my lord." "Which plain?" "Yours." "The Great Eastern Plain?" "Yes, I believe so." "And?" queried the Kuur leader. Figlia paused to look around her vision, her eyes still closed. As she surveyed the carnage before her, she twitched her head back and forth a few times, but never turned around to look directly behind her. "A lone warrior, standing amongst the slain," she finally said. Who is it?" "I can't tell. They're too covered in blood." "Get closer." "I'm trying." "Is it me?" drooled Delator. "Hold on, don't rush me," begged Figlia. Delator fidgeted impatiently, then leaned over Figlia's bowl until his nose was an inch away from the seer's. Feeling Delator's hot breath, Figlia knew the Kuur leader was trying to force himself into her prediction. Still, after a few seconds, she had to concede defeat. "Gone," she whispered, meaning her entire vision, not just the warrior. "Did you see who it was?" Figlia tilted her head slightly and opened her left eye, but only a small bit, barely a slit. Anxiously, she peeked up at the Kuur leader and considered lying to him, then quickly thought better of it. "No," she confessed as she lowered her head in submission. Without saying another word, Delator exploded out of the closet and slammed the door shut behind him, frustrated that, once again, Figlia had failed to see as clearly as her mother a punch win. After breakfast, Delator summoned his inner circle for an unusual mid-morning meeting at his mountaintop mansion. Currently, they were seated at a round table in the center of a circular chamber, a not-so-subtle sign Delator was trying to mimic the Onu. But since the Kuur leader hated having inhabitants anywhere in his mansion, today was the first time he'd allowed anyone into this room. Delator did, however, frequent the chamber alone, pretending to be the king. This morning, he projected no sense of royalty by his demeanor or demands. "I don't care what I told those idiots. Right now, I want to hear what Otec said to each one of you last night," shouted Delator, banging his fist on the table. "Well, I, for one, didn't even answer the door when he knocked, boasted Benadari. Why not? Fired Delator. I, didn't think you'd want me to, fumbled Benadari, surprised Delator had attacked her for rebuffing the king. Why'd you assume that? Because I've watched you reject him many times yourself, deflected Benadari, who quickly regretted blaming Delator for her own choice. But what if he was going to tell you something special, something I could have used against him? Roared Delator. I never thought of that, cowered Benadari. Obviously, jabbed the Kurd leader. Delator then went around the table to brutally inspect the members of his inner circle, and, just like Benadari, each one had to explain why they hadn't listened to the king. During the ordeal, Delator didn't admit that he hadn't listened to Otec either, and no one was brave enough to ask. While everyone knew Delator shunned the Onu, and encouraged all Kuur to do likewise, his accusations and tone this morning indicated he was concerned about something he hadn't shared. A few suspected Delator must have received a bad omen from Figlia, but none could have guessed the Kuur leader believed Figlia's vision was of the Great Divide, and that he had lost. As he completed his tour of the table, Delator was visibly shaken. Is there no one who listened to Otec last night? He bellowed rhetorically, since rumors of what the king had said were already flooding the land. I want to personally talk to someone, anyone who listened to Otec. Having seen Delator in this type of mood before, his inner circle understood that he meant he wanted them to find some of these inhabitants, preferably here in Hiraburu, so they could be quickly dragged before him and interrogated. Volpres, unlike the others in the chamber, was having a good day, benefiting handsomely from a market rush sparked by the king's alarming appearance last night. The fox decided it'd be fun to offer up his nemesis, Cazador, instead of holding on to his secret any longer. I'm sure his daughter did, Volpres said, pointing at the hunter. Why'd you say that? Challenged Cazador, as he jumped to his feet, ready to rush around the table and pummel Volpres. Sit down, ordered Delator, who was more interested in Volpres' accusation than he was in watching the normal confrontation he fostered between the hunter and the merchant. Cazador slowly sat back down, and Volpres smugly continued. Because I know she talked with the traveler every night, and of course she did. We all know she's been trying to get information for Delator, interrupted Cazador. Please, let me finish. That's not quite what I was going to say. Okay then, what were you going to say? Prompted Delator. Just that, anyone willing to listen to that scoundrel, Kroga, like Tall does, is surely willing to listen to the king. Cazador jumped up again, as Delator simultaneously raised his right hand to stop him. Begrudgingly, the hunter sat back down. Go on, Volpres, encouraged Delator. Volpres smiled and continued. I know for a fact that Tall did more than just pump Kroga for information she could feed you, bargained Volpres. And you're just now telling me? Snarled Delator, clenching his fist so tight his knuckles instantly turned white. This time, it was Cazador's turn to smile. Sorry, I only learned about it on my way over here this morning, whimpered Volpres. Oh, sure you did, doubted Delator. Really, I did. Trust me. So, how'd you come across this information? Probed Delator. While Volpres was afraid of the Kuur leader, he was unwilling to give up his source, so the fox paused to consider his options. I said, how do you know this? Insisted Delator. Volpres swallowed hard and began to explain away his advantage. Well, I wanted to gain more profit, which you all know I love. Get to the point, growled Delator. I am, groveled Volpres. Simply put, I wanted more inhabitants to help me grow rich, particularly those who weren't already working in M3. So I recruited several to join me in a new mission. They'd steer inhabitants towards M3, and I'd share a small portion of the profit they helped me bring in. I told each one of them that it was our private co-mission together, and, well, as it turns out, one of my cohorts is Tagatana Nofo. Everyone knew Tagatana Nofo, the elephant keeper at Cazador's Colosseum. With thick skin and a long trunk, he was perfectly suited for tending the beasts and getting things in and out of the cages with little risk of injury. The keeper loved that Volpres always used his full name, like he was an equal, instead of his nickname, Tag, which everyone else used. Volpres did this on purpose, building and then exploiting the bond that Tag now felt. While Volpres only used his ability to read an inhabitant like this to push his own agenda, the merchant was better at seeing and understanding someone's hidden desires than anyone else in First Realm, save the king, the prince, and the supporter. You mean Tag's been sending business to you, away from me? Glared Cazador, who had numerous shops and concession stands inside and outside his Colosseum. Yes, maybe just a little, answered Volpres, as he raised up his claw to make the sign of a small pinch. However, the merchant was lying. Tag had earned more commissions from Volpres than anyone else. Cazador started to rise up again. Sit, commanded Delator, before turning back to Volpres. But what does that have to do with Tall? Well, as I'm sure you all know, Tagatana Nofo has great hearing, and 2 nights ago he overheard Tall and Kroga having a very interesting conversation, where she proved very sympathetic to the traveler's cause. Before Cazador could leap to his feet, Delator preempted him. Wait, he said, holding up his stop sign hand for the second time. Toger, did you hear this too? Asked the Kuur leader, pivoting to his most trusted inner circle member, the one he'd personally asked to watch over Kroga and Tall. Toger wasn't surprised by the question, and had prepared his answer yesterday in advance. He replied without hesitation. Yes, but I strongly disagree with the fox. I heard Tall firsthand, not through some elephant being paid. From my perspective, and I was very close to Tall, it sounded like she was acting interested in the Onu, only to confuse Kroga. And, to be truthful, I wish she'd done that much sooner. Volpres, with the wind ripped from his sails, tried to save face. Still, you'd better talk to her right away, he yelped. Oh, don't worry, I will. She debriefs me every day, announced Delator. Since it was clear Delator didn't want Cazador springing to his feet yet again, the hunter pulled out his invisible bow and arrow and shot Volpres, which made the Grand Inquisitor chuckle. Okay, look here, everyone, continued Delator. I'm going to hold court today, in this very room, and all of you, and I mean all of you, are going to round up at least 100 individuals for me to talk to about their meeting with Otec last night. Don't waste my time. Make sure they've got something meaningful to say, or else. 100? Cowered Jatima, who didn't have that many underlings. Yes. By when? Asked the commander of the aerial guard. Lunch, replied Delator, feeling overly generous. Soon, Delator's outrageous mandate resulted in a line of inhabitants snaking single file up the mountain road to his mansion. True to form, Delator kept track of how many cur each of his inner circle sent over throughout the day. By his score, only one failed to reach their required 100 plus, and he decided to save her punishment for another day, giving Jatima time to nervously simmer. As the zealots inched up Delator's mountain to their interviews, they were forbidden to talk to one another. Delator felt conversation would improve morale and hinder his ability to determine what each knew of their own accord. To ensure silence, the cur leader ordered his Imperial Guard to patrol the road and punish any word speakers. It took several hours for most pilgrims to make their way up to Delator's mansion. Paradoxically, none thought twice about how Otec Plas had graciously met them where they were last night. But today they had to trudge up a mountain to be interrogated by their chosen Hilvani. Many even blamed the king for the inconvenience of having to stand in the bright sun. Still, most were excited to finally get a chance to set foot inside Delator's home and see it for themselves. While Delator's inquisition yielded little new information, he feasted all day long on the fear and confusion of his followers, who didn't know if they should embellish the interaction they had with Otec or be honest. For Tal, the choice to lie was easy. The king interrupted my dinner, and believe me, I was more interested in dessert than anything he had to say, so I told him to leave me alone, and he did, expounded Tal, waving her hand as if to dismiss a peasant. In the waning light of dusk, Delator and Toger stood outside, watching the landslide of inhabitants tumble back down the mountain. Those descending now were going home without having been granted access to Delator's mansion, the cur leader having abruptly decided he was done for the day. Since Delator had confronted everyone alone and hadn't shared any details yet, Toger had no idea if the day's investigations had been fruitful. But as second in command, and confident of his standing with Delator, Toger felt compelled to ask. So, how'd it go? Delator was slow to answer. He'd been daydreaming about Figlia's vision when Toger had raised his question, wondering, once again, if he was the last one standing. I didn't really learn anything new today, Delator eventually said. He had no intention of telling Toger, or anyone else, all he knew or had recently discovered about the Onu and their plans. Just Otec asserting the Great Divide would be coming soon, suggested Toger. Yes, that's pretty much it, nodded Delator. Oh, and don't forget, run home, laughed the tiger. Exactly, chuckled Delator. That's definitely not new news. No, not at all. While Toger didn't want to sound like he doubted Delator, he was certain the cur leader was withholding information. He decided to gently probe around the edges. But why do you think Otec created the uproar last night by rescuing Kroga and meeting with everyone the way he did? Probably just hoping to scare some weak-minded ones into believing he meant what he said. But if he really didn't say anything new, why believe him now? Puzzled Toger. Good question. You shouldn't. Did PB say anything that might help us? I assume at least he listened to the king. Despite openly ridiculing the history teacher for eons, Toger often found PB had insights into truth others in Kurland lacked. Oh, you know that stupid old owl. Like usual, he just said Otec never lies. According to him, if Otec maintains the Great Divide is coming soon, then it is, mocked Delator, flapping his arms like they were wings and rocking back and forth to imitate PB. Did he have an opinion on what soon meant? Yes, of course. He claimed, you gotta hear this, that Otec told him to get ready now. Did Anyone else say the same thing? A couple, slipped Delator, who'd meant to keep that a secret. So soon means now? And we're supposed to get ready for the Great Divide right now? How are we going to do that? Asked Toger, with a small hint of alarm in his voice. By doing nothing, ranted Delator. Otec's lying. There'll never be a Great Divide. Are you sure? Absolutely. Otec's been saying soon and come home forever, and he never does anything. Why would this time be any different? Why, indeed, shrugged Toger. Trust me, it won't be. The only divide that'll ever happen around here is the split we've already created on our own, and if we try harder, we can make our portion bigger. Yes, Havlani, agreed Toger, a little stiffly. Toger knew Otec was slow to anger, but unlike Delator, Toger never mistook Onu grace and mercy for Kuur victory, and recognized that the king might yet pronounce judgment. The tiger weighed his next comments carefully, trying to provide Delator with a path to limited compromise and safety. Delator, what if the king was speaking metaphorically? I mean, what if he simply meant a great battle was coming, not the Great Divide itself? Interesting. I hadn't thought of that, lied Delator, as he turned to face the tiger. Delator instantly became suspicious of Toger, wondering if he'd had the same vision as Figlia and hadn't mentioned it. Or maybe Toger had gained access to Figlia during the day while he was busy questioning the Kuur. Toger continued, unaware he'd accidentally piqued the rile of his leader. And if that's what Otec meant, shouldn't we do something to get ready for that battle? No, we're safe here in Hiraburu. The Onu can't reach us. The walls and soldiers stationed around the city protect us. Toger knew this wasn't true, the king having just breached all of their defenses last night. Want me to deploy more warriors? He asked. No, definitely not, bit Delator. But what if they strike? They won't. The Onu have never attacked Hiraburu, or anywhere else inside of Kurland for that matter. I know. Then why would they do that now? Argued Delator, once again choosing to ignore all he knew about Desma and Dachshund. I don't know, fretted Toger. Stop worrying. Otec won't invade us. Are you sure he won't? Completely, and I won't have you or anyone else thinking I believe otherwise. Okay, but, began Toger. Stop it! I'm not going to react to anything Otec said last night, snapped Delator, who'd ironically already spent all day long reacting to what the king had done. Toger pawed the gravel, but said nothing. Delator pounced anyway. Don't you get it? If we do anything at all, and the Onu don't come, and they most definitely won't come because they never do, we'll look like fools. Yes, I guess that's possible. You know, I bet it's the very reason Otec came in the first place, just to make me look bad. Maybe, discounted Toger. The way I see it, I win by doing nothing. Anything more than that, and I'd look out of control, weak, and I am not, cried Delator. Chapter 12. The Delay. 5 days before the Great Divide. Otec the Intentional prepared his army and the Kuur for their upcoming battle by doing 2 very specific things today. First, similar to what he'd just done with Delator and his followers, the king met individually with each of his soldiers, where they were, out of time, and all at once. But unlike his Kuur encounters, all the king's meetings today were interactive and fruitful, with each of his warriors accepting his message. The time has come. Get ready. We leave in the morning. While the king appreciated that word of his private encounters with his warriors, and their pending deployment would ripple throughout the realm. He wanted to make sure the Kuur understood he was serious. As a warning, Otec Plas pushed the sun backwards for 3 hours, then allowed it to progress forward at its normal pace. His intervention made this the longest day in recorded First Realm history. No one, absolutely no one, missed this ominous sign. "But everyone saw it!" exclaimed Togr. "I don't care," disregarded Delator. "We have to do something." "No, we don't. I wouldn't dream of giving Otec that kind of satisfaction." Togr, who'd been arguing for action for the past several minutes, finally gave up. "Okay then, what'll I tell everyone?" "Just tell them everything will be fine. Today was only a minor setback. Otec won't do anything tomorrow. He's all talk." "Well, that sun move wasn't simply talk," mumbled Togr under his breath as he walked away, so Delator couldn't hear him. Chapter 13. Motivation. 4 days before the Great Divide. Otec the Transparent held true to his word. In the morning, he transported all his warriors to Delator's third wall of defense. The king didn't just move his troops. He created an extensive encampment outside the barrier, which looked like it'd been there for months. To make sure accounts of his arrival spread swiftly, the king situated his camp such that it abutted the bulwark for miles, impossible for the Kuur guards to miss. The Kuur wall guards, with limited offensive capabilities and vastly outnumbered, posed no threat to the invading Onu. Frightened, the guards reported the incursion to their superiors and begged for reinforcements. Togr and Delator were meeting in the Kuur leader's makeshift office in the Burnt Scroll when the guard wall commander broke in with her appeal. After she left, Togr spoke first. "So, what now?" he asked, ready to deploy the troops and meet the king head-on. Before answering, Delator reflected upon his morning encounter with Figlia and her recurring image of the unidentified lone survivor. Since he couldn't guarantee he was the victor in her vision, Delator wanted to evade combat and wait for Figlia's foresight to pass. Under normal circumstances, the Kuur leader would have been eager to confront Otec, believing the king would back down and he'd win. But for some reason, Figlia's vision had stolen Delator's courage, and he was unwilling to fight until he could ensure his own well-being. "Do nothing, just like I've already said," commanded Delator. "You can't be serious." "Totally. They're still far away. Otec's bluffing. He'll turn around and leave." "Quite a bluff," marked Togr. As the tiger stalked out, he wondered how much longer he could afford to wait before he'd have to act on his own to save the rebellion. If forced to proceed without Delator's permission, Togr figured the Kuur leader would at least forgive him if he won the battle. And if he didn't win, well, then Delator's forgiveness wouldn't matter at all. Chapter 14. The Reaction. 3 days before the Great Divide. Otec the Determined moved his entire encampment at dawn. Today, he positioned it one step closer to Hiraburu, just outside the second wall of defense. When news of the Onu advancement reached Togr, he sprang into Delator's office at the Burnt Scroll without knocking or seeking approval. "Let me guess, still do nothing?" he roared. Delator didn't reprimand the tiger for his lack of respect, or even bother to look up. "That's right," affirmed the Kuur leader. Toger spun around without saying another word and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Although Delator hadn't given his approval, Toger would spend the rest of the day amassing troops on the Great Eastern Plain to bolster their last line of defense. Long after Toger was gone, Delator finally looked up at his broken door, which had splintered from the tiger's violent exit. Instead of being angry at the carnage, the Kuur leader smiled, having just figured out how to remain safe during the Onu attack. His idea was eloquent in its simplicity. He'd merely claim his mountaintop was a command post, the only point high enough to overlook the battle down on the plain. As his irrational courage and normal demeanor returned, Delator requisitioned the best land telescope and had it installed on a platform up in his mansion garden before nightfall. Chapter 15. The Priority. 2 days before the Great Divide. Otec the Just once again moved his whole encampment at dawn. Today, he placed it another hop closer to Hiraguru, barely outside the first wall of defense. All day long, Toger invested his energy in the Kuur troops, preparing them for battle. He didn't waste any time trying to meet with or talk to Delator. The Kuur leader, on the other hand, stayed up on his mountain alone. Midday, he summoned Jatima. Even though Jatima flew as fast as she could, there was no way for her to reach Delator's mountain by the prescribed time. The Kuur leader knew this would happen, aware of Jatima's remote location out on the plain, when he'd first called the meeting. As Jatima finally neared Delator's mansion, she saw the Kuur leader pacing back and forth down in his garden, obviously mad that she was late. She dove down through the clouds and landed abruptly, almost on top of him. "Reporting," she panted, as she saluted and came to a stop. "Don't think I've forgotten about your failure earlier this week," announced Delator, petty as ever. "What?" startled Jatima, confused. "You know, when you failed to round up your share of Kuur for me to interview." Jatima squinted and furrowed her brow. The eagle couldn't believe Delator had called her all the way up to his mansion just for this, especially since the Onu were clearly about to attack. She had no idea what to say, so she said nothing. "Here's what I've decided to do," began Delator. "I want you to fly my colors over the contest, as a way to bring courage to my troops." Everyone knew Kuur warriors always wore their badging proudly during large campaigns. They even carried pennants, banners, and other orange tokens of their affiliation. But while they had an aerial wing, it had never flown their colors over a conflict. Jatima felt that would be a stupid thing to do, since it'd make the bearer a target and keep the carrier from their other duties. Still, afraid of Delator's wrath, and cognizant her punishment could be much worse, Jatima didn't voice her concerns. "Will there be anything else?" she simply asked. "Indeed, I'm having a special flag made for the occasion. At the beginning of the struggle, I'd like you to fly it from my mansion, across Lake Manu, and then over my troops, like I'm joining them in spirit." "You'll be staying up here then?" "Oh, yes. I've installed a telescope over there. See it? From my stand, I have an unobstructed view of the plain. It's the perfect place from which to direct my forces," justified the Kuur leader. "So when the fighting begins, you want me to fly back up here to grab your flag, then immediately turn around and sail it back over the melee I just left?" "Yes, absolutely." "Why can't I take it with me now?" "Oh, that'd never do. My banner needs to commence its flight from up here once the battle begins. That way, it looks like I'm rushing to the scene to save the day. A clear sign of my support and commitment. Chapter 16. The Buffer. One day before the Great Divide. Otec the Waymaker commanded his troops to break camp after breakfast. Within an hour, the Onu were ready to head west. They formed straight columns, a configuration they would have never used in combat. Visually stunning, their lines were perfectly straight and parallel to the first wall of defense. When Otec gave the order, they marched as one towards the wall, and the ground began to shake and rumble, but not from their rhythmic stomping. It was the Great Eastern Plain itself, opening up a divide to swallow the barrier. As the stone wall began to sink into the soil, the Kuur guards stationed on top of it fell. But when their backsides hit the tumbling boulders, they slid gracefully over the top of the rubble, gliding down invisible slides provided by Otec Plas. Once they reached the turf, the guards quickly dashed away from the massive ditch. After the wall debris was completely below the surface of the ground, the land shook back and forth like a sieve, settling the dirt down between, around, and over the rocks. Otec then raised his hand up beside his cheek and pointed his index finger at the ragged sod where the wall once stood. Passing his finger along the entire expanse, he smoothed the wound. Moments later, as the Onu traversed the scar, the pitch felt firm and level, like they were merely crossing over a well-constructed dirt road. Before the Onu finished passing by, Otec transported the wall guards to the other side of the Great Eastern Plain to join the Kuur warriors gathered there. While Otec could have instantly transported his own troops to the other side of the field as well, he did not. Instead, he wanted their final approach to be seen, so no one could claim they were surprised. By mid-morning, when the dust cloud swirling behind the advancing Onu finally covered the entire horizon, Jatima tracked down PB, the least of her subordinates. "I have a special job for you," she disclosed. PB puffed out his chest, proud to have been selected. "Yes, what is it?" he asked. "As you can see, the Onu are coming. We're headed for battle, and Delator wants you to fly his colors over the fray, to encourage our troops and flaunt his power over the Onu." PB the history teacher was no dummy. He knew that was a terrible idea, but before he could raise any objections, Otec Plas whispered in his ear, "I said I'd provide a way, and this is it. Don't be afraid." "I'd be happy to," replied PB promptly to his commander, without batting an eye. Jatima couldn't believe PB was so naive. Cheerfully, she explained that she had to personally retrieve the flag from Delator so she could hand it off to the owl. While PB thought Jatima hadn't chosen a sensible location for their exchange, he was excited to have the chance to soar above and beyond the Kuur. After lunch, Delator looked out over his troops and the advancing enemy. To his dismay, the Kuur were the much smaller force. Immediately, he ordered the evacuation of Hiraburu, not for the safety of its inhabitants, but so his flock could fortify the space between himself and the Onu. The capital city residents, professional Kuur, but recreational fighters, followed Delator's instructions. For the rest of the day, and long into the night, they swarmed past his mountain, around Lake Manu and through the forest to join the effort on the plain. Since these denizens didn't have warrior skills, Togher placed them at the back of the ranks, closest to the trees. At dusk, the Onu fixed their camp within striking distance of the Kuur. To restrain hostilities, Otec hung a shimmering veil between the factions, keeping them separated for the night. Chapter 17. King Time. The Day of the Great Divide. Kroga, the reluctant civilian, walked around the Onu capital in the early morning twilight, stretching his legs. As the honey badger passed across the green, he was surprised to see how bare the royal library looked without its famous blue guards. In many ways, Kroga wished he was with the twins and the other Onu warriors, but he understood why the king had asked him to stay behind in Tala. Once dawn had completely given way to day, Otec touched the veil separating the Onu from the Kuur on the Great Eastern Plain, allowing his army to see through the shimmer. It remained, however, opaque from the rebel side. While the king could have lifted the curtain to allow the fighting to begin, he hoped that by delaying combat, PB would come home. And so, the battle waited. The Kuur spent all morning trying to bypass the king's veil, but never succeeded. The shield seemed to be infinitely high, wide, and deep, for they couldn't see around it, and even attempting to tunnel underneath it proved futile. Unable to circumnavigate the curtain, the rebels attempted to destroy it, but everything they shot at it had no lasting impact. The shroud merely indented slightly to absorb the kinetic energy with a small flash of light, then swayed gently back into position as the projectile dropped harmlessly down to the ground. After the Kuur ceased their curtain attacks, Jatima flew up to Delator's mountain to retrieve the flag. When she arrived, Delator derided her for already coming up to his mansion. "I said I wanted my flag flown when the onslaught begins. There's no battle going on down there." "Oh, yes there is. You just can't see it from up here." "How can that be?" challenged Delator. The Kuur leader was up on the stand in his garden, several feet above Jatima. He turned to peer through his newly installed telescope, and hastily gave his assessment. "I see a ton of wasted munitions piled up against the screen, but no new O2 to strike." "The current struggle is within, my lord. Your troops are nervous. They've never seen signs like these before." "Telios, the cowards! I'm half tempted to fly down there myself and give them a piece of my mind." Jatima had come up to retrieve the flag early, so she could pawn it off on PB before the confrontation began. Figuring now would be much safer than later, she wasn't really worried about troop morale. She was, however, extremely concerned that if Delator came down to the plain, he'd find stronger resolve than she was voicing, and uncover her deception. I don't think that'll be necessary, Hilvani," she waved. "Why not?" demanded Delator as he jumped down from his platform and stood face to face with the commander. "They understand we must fight to save the rebellion and to protect you." "So, is that a bad thing?" pushed the Kuur leader, who fully expected Jatima to claim he was acting out of self-defense, hiding away up in his mansion. While Delator's attempt to lead from behind was a new tactic, Jatima and most Kuur believed it was a good approach and that their leader deserved special sheltering. Soon, many insurgent commanders would mimic Delator, staying behind those they were meant to lead. No, not at all. I was just thinking, it'd really steal the troops if you'd, let me fly your flag over them now, even though it's earlier than you first wanted. They really need a sign of your presence," rambled Jatima, now afraid Delator was going to make her wait to take the flag until the battle raged. Delator, in a narcissistic rush that his troops were willing to fight for him, safeguard him, and keep him above the fray, momentarily forgot Jatima was supposed to be winging the flag during the conflict as punishment for her failure. That'd really help them, wouldn't it? Asked the Kuur leader egotistically. Oh yes, most definitely. In that case, you might as well go ahead, approved Delator, pointing over at the flag he had staked to the ground, so it wouldn't flutter away on the breeze. Jatima saluted and ran over to the flag without uttering another word. She didn't want to inadvertently say something that might cause Delator to change his mind. Untying his banner, Jatima swiftly took off. PB sat perched on a chimney of Benedari's cabin, his talons scratching the metal flashing which rimmed the top of the vent. Since he knew Benedari was working at a mobile care center near the Shimmering Vale, the owl felt reasonably secure trespassing today. From its current location, PB had a clear view of Delator's mountain. Once he saw Jatima airborne and the flag whipping wildly below her, PB sprang into action. While Jatima seemed to float effortlessly down on the wind, PB had to flap his wings furiously to gain altitude and rise up to meet his commander. When he neared their rendezvous point over the center of Lake Manu, PB banked to circle around and pull up next to Jatima, hoping to enable a safe exchange mid-flight. However, before it could swing into position, Jatima haphazardly draped the flag over the turning owl and continued on her way without slowing down or altering her course. PB was caught off guard by her reckless move and became entangled in the fabric. Struggling, he made matters worse. Soon, he was completely wrapped up in the flag and looked like an orange cannonball diving down to the water. As he plummeted, images of his encounter with Vortex, at nearly the same spot, raced through his head. Rapidly accelerating for impact, PB shouted, "Otec Plas! I thought you said this was the way!" Although his words alone sounded like he was cursing the king, PB's tone was undoubtedly a cry for help. Otec heard his plea and answered by slowing the owl's descent, unwrapping him, and placing the edge of the flag in the owl's talons. As Otec let go, PB regained control and swooped down close to the water. While PB was able to level off before splashing down, the flag grazed the surface of the lake and got wet, making it heavier. Beating his wings, PB pitched up and barely cleared Benedari's porch as he headed towards the forest. Over the trees, a strong updraft added significant height to his flight, and PB glided as much as he could to catch his breath. When he neared the plain, it was obvious the situation on the ground hadn't really changed much since he'd left. Worse, the king's veil still completely blocked the horizon. With no way to escape, he asked what to do. "What now?" he pled. "If you want to come home, simply sail straight through," answered the king. "What? Nothing can get past your veil," replied PB, as he scanned the array of broken Kuur aggression amassed at the foot of the curtain. Arrows, spears, swords, cannonballs, and trebuchet boulders, just to name a few. "You can," submitted Otec. "Really?" "Yes. Trust me. I left the veil up to protect you. Don't worry. You can make it." During his flight, PB didn't realize that the king wasn't talking to him alone. Otec had been speaking openly, so all the Onu could hear him, encouraging his army to watch PB's approach and decision. While most of the time the king pursued inhabitants privately, sometimes he did so publicly. And today, if PB chose to return, Otec needed his warriors to know exactly what was happening, so they didn't fire upon the owl when he broke through the veil. Soon, all eyes were straining to see the image of PB approaching from the Kuur side of the barrier. Instead of immediately heading for the curtain, PB turned and circled over the Kuur to consider his future. And as he did, an odd thing happened. The rebels began to cheer. While PB felt like they were praising him, they were actually hailing the sight of their colors flying high and proud. Unaware of this nuance, PB flew around for several moments, mistakenly basking in their acclaim. But as their shouts subsided and their attention reverted back to their duties, PB found himself headed towards the king's veil once again. Was that hollow tribute enough? Or do you want more? Invited Otec Plas. More, answered PB, who this time didn't mean fame. Are you sure I can make it? He asked the king. Without a doubt, pledged Otec. Portabandaria, the flag-bearer, lowered his head slightly and flapped his wings even harder, as if speed mattered, then dove straight at the curtain. A few yards away from the veil, he closed his eyes and scrunched up his face, certain the impact would hurt. However, at the last second, PB opened his eyes, figuring he wouldn't want to miss this unique experience. As he passed through the shimmer, PB found it to be paper thin. He didn't sense anything at all as his beak and body slid through, but when his claws contacted the curtain, he felt a violent yank as the flag was torn from his talons. Just like it'd done with the other armaments, the veil flashed slightly, then dropped the flag down to the ground, on the Kuur side. Even before PB's tail feathers had cleared the screen, accolades from the Onu army rose up to greet him. Unlike the Kuur, the Onu were cheering for PB, not for some tie-dyed piece of fabric or wayward idea. They were simply ecstatic PB had chosen to join them. PB had never seen so many inhabitants happy to see him. Slightly confused, he circled the field, unsure what to do next. It's okay, PB. You can go on home now, instructed the king. Go see your friend Mies. He's been petitioning me every day on your behalf. He'll be very excited to see you. Thank you, hooted the owl. PB then buzzed low over the army, rocking back and forth as a salute to those about to go to war, before soaring up higher and turning south to go home to Tala. After PB was out of sight, the king addressed his army. The Kuur will attack as if their lives depend on it, and in many ways their way of life does. Since the Great Divide is upon us, they must choose today whom they'll follow. To be clear, I don't expect many, if any, of them to return at this point. Still, we'll fight to the bitter end, full of hope that at least one more will join us. I know the battle will be brutal, but I promise healing will flow freely when we're done. The Onu signaled their resolve with various shouts of approval and acceptance. With his own army ready, Otec Plas then turned and spoke to all the Kuur, all at once, all across the realm. Seemingly never tired of rejection, his offer was simple. Please, join us. Then, as if of one voice, the Kuur answered, Never! In response, the king dropped the veil, which crashed down to the ground with rumbling, thunderous abandon. Before the field quit shaking and the dust had settled, the battle for the Great Eastern Plain began. To say the Great Eastern Plain was just a plain doesn't do it geological justice. Although it's true that most of the land was flat, the region adjacent to the forest had several plateaus, rolling hills, and valleys. Over time, the Kuur dug tunnels and trenches in this area so they could sneak around below the surface of the plain, and built tall fortifications so they could also have the high ground. It was from one of these nearby forts that the first arrow flew. While many said the archer was Cazador, he never claimed the shot, since the missile ultimately missed its target. When the king had started to drop the veil, Teleos had also signaled Squire and Warrior that they should deploy the flaming swords. In the split second that it took for Squire to quickly position herself in front of Warrior, she grasped something new in a profound way for the very first time. For years, Squire had been silently coaching herself that she was bowing for the king, Warrior, and anyone else they happened to be defending. But in this instant, she realized she was truly bowing to Warrior for herself. Not out of pride, but because the pride was out of her. The swords had worked, just like Otec said they would. And so today, when she lowered her head before Warrior, she had a small tear in her eye as she silently whispered, "For me." What Squire couldn't see, because her back was to the Kuur, was that preceding her bow to Warrior, an archer atop one of the forts had taken aim at her head and loosed his arrow, since Squire was still one of Delator's most sought-after targets. Based on the archer's location, the arrow was coming towards Squire at a slight angle, one that wasn't directly in line with Warrior. As she dipped her head, the arrow whizzed by the spot where it had been and impaled a bush off to her left. Immediately, the king jumped up and down, rejoicing. "Yes, yes, Squire, you did it! You understand! It was all for you!" he shouted, skipping and dancing as he ran towards her. Before Otec could reach Squire, Warrior extracted the flaming swords and rushed to engage the Kuur. However, as Squire turned to join Warrior, Otec stepped in front of her, impeding her progress. As the violence erupted around them, the king cocooned Squire in a protective bubble, dampening the sounds of war. Still dancing, the king held out his hand. "Join me," he proposed. Now that it was quieter inside the bubble with the king, Squire could easily hear the song Otec Plas was singing as he swayed and waited for her response. She chuckled, curtsied, and took his hand. And then she danced. In the middle of the chaos, in the middle of the storm, she danced with the king. When Otec finished his song, he bowed his thanks to his partner. Catching her breath, Squire asked, "Why? Why'd you do that right now, in the middle of, well, all this?" "Oh, Squire, my dear, I never, ever miss a chance to celebrate true success." The king then ushered Squire into position up next to Warrior. He smiled at her, and as he nodded his head, the cocoon disappeared, and they joined the battle. The fight for the Great Eastern Plain was the largest and most horrific battle of the rebellion, consuming all the warriors in the realm. While previous, smaller skirmishes had often lasted longer, this struggle wouldn't even survive the day. By late afternoon, everyone had been wounded. The hostilities had spilled so much blood that the ground was covered in reddish-brown mud, resembling the effects of a torrential crimson rain. Most warriors lay incapacitated, stuck in this muck, right where they'd fallen. Although their kalamas had protected them from death, their special bodies hadn't shielded the combatants from all harm. And yet, despite the greatly diminished number of those still able to fight, the conflict raged on. By evening, the Onu had clearly won, with not a single cur left standing. As it turned out, Togr had been the last rebel to fall, struck down by none other than the king himself. After Togr collapsed, Otec took a few steps backwards from him, while the tiger remained face down in the mud for several moments. But then, remarkably, Togr somehow pushed himself back up to his knees, and with great effort hoisted himself upright to face the king once again. Had Figlia been standing in the king's shoes, she would have recognized this blood-soaked image of Togr as her vision. Togr's tenacity was commendable, but as he tried to move forward, he stumbled and almost fell down. Regaining his balance, he raised his sword as if preparing to attack. However, instead of advancing, he stopped and tossed his blade towards Otec, which landed with a loud smack in the red mud, halfway between them. "Is it too late?" he gasped. "No," resolved the king. "Then," began Togr, who had to pause to catch his breath. "I'd like to come home," he panted. "This isn't what I wanted." "Are you sure?" "Yes," registered the tiger. "Welcome back. I've missed you," admitted the king. Otec Plas then began to restore and heal Togr, even though neither of them had moved. Arcudo, who happened to be a few paces behind the king, stepped up beside Otec. "King, is Togr the only one to return today as a result of our battle?" probed the bear. "Yes," replied Otec. "Then wouldn't it have been a lot easier and faster if we'd just cornered him first?" asked Arcudo, only half jesting. "No, the tiger in Togr needed the whole conflict to make his choice. I warned everyone today would be difficult, but he was worth it. Don't you think?" Without hesitation, Arcudo roared, "Absolutely, and I'd do it again." This same sentiment ran throughout the entire Onu army. Their commitment to do whatever it takes to save one is what makes them, them. Arcudo then turned to Togr. Having never chosen to separate from the Onu, the bear struggled to understand what caused someone to leave and ultimately return. His curiosity overcame his inappropriate timing. "So, Togr, what made you change your mind?" Arcudo's question didn't offend Togr, but the tiger labored to answer it nonetheless. While Togr had given his decision a lot of thought, and had many reasons for choosing the Onu, he wasn't confident he could easily explain himself in the middle of a battlefield. I'm not sure how to put all that into words right now." Arcudo moved closer to Togr to show his support. As he advanced, he relaxed and lowered his alligator tail, letting it drag in the mud as he walked. When he reached Togr's sword, Arcudo stepped on it with his left paw, causing the weapon to gurgle deep into the muck. "That's okay. You don't have to," reassured the bear. "But I can say this," began Togr. "I don't want to fight anymore today." "Because you lost?" ribbed Arcudo, who, though few knew it, had a better sense of humor than anyone else in the realm, save the king, the prince, and the uplifter. "No," smiled Togr, still too sore to laugh. "Loss was inevitable. I believe the king could have ended all this with a single, crushing word if he'd wanted to, even before it all began." "Then why'd you fight in the first place?" "Well, I guess I simply wasn't ready to accept the king had the more I really wanted. But now I am. And after facing him in battle once again, I'm very glad he's restrained. Togor looked beyond Arkudo over at Otec. You pulled your punches again today, didn't you, King? Yes, of course, replied Otec Plas, who always balanced justice, judgment, grace, and mercy. I knew it, exclaimed Togor. The tiger then turned his attention back to Arkudo, with a fuller answer in hand for his decision. I know this sounds crazy standing here, but I really want to be more like that. I want to learn how to pull a punch or two to bless my enemies, just like the king does, he said excitedly. Yeah, that's a hard one, agreed Arkudo as he swung his alligator tail back and forth in the mire, creating a smooth, pie wedge-shaped depression. Togor, whose strength was now rebounding, walked well past Arkudo towards the king. Stopping a few paces away from Otec, Togor addressed him, the tiger's recent admission apparently freeing his thoughts and tongue. I also know I want to fight alongside a king that protects those who need to be defended and rescues those who need to be saved. I don't want to waste my energy empowering and protecting someone who wants to hide up on their mountain, announced Togor as he pointed up in the direction of Delator's mansion. Sounds like you want to be in the king's special forces, suggested Arkudo from behind Togor. Yes, I guess I do. Togor took another step closer to Otec and spoke eloquently, respectfully. I want to be more like Cat, who was willing to admit she was wrong. Squire, who's willing to carry a burden. The twins, who were willing to stay forever on their landing. And Kroga, who was willing to come when I needed to hear. But most of all, King, I want to be more like you. It took me a long time to realize this. But you're the more I'm looking for. Arkudo, ever being Arkudo, had turned to follow Togor and stepped up beside him while he was talking. The bear had blushed slightly after the tiger mentioned him and his sister, and now did his chummy best to lighten the mood, instead of savoring the moment. Awesome. I'm glad to hear you're on our side. Now, can we get out of here? He chimed. Just a minute, please, asked Togor, leaning his head to the side, as if turning to solicit permission from Arkudo, but without ever taking his eyes off the king. Yeah, sure. We've got plenty of time. What else are we going to do? Replied Arkudo. Togor then stepped even closer to the king and stopped when he was barely a breath away. Otec, he implored. Yes, answered the king. I know a tiger can't change his stripes, but a king can. And, well, I don't want to be orange anymore, pleaded Togor as he smeared aside some of the caked mud and blood on his chest to reveal a small sliver of one of his orange stripes. In all of First Realm, only a few inhabitants had ever sought to have their appearance changed by the Onu, and none had been granted their appeal. Togor's assertion was thus an acknowledgment of his own limitations and appreciation for a power he'd never seen the king demonstrate before. What color would you pick? Bid Otec. None, answered Togor. What? Shot Arkudo. Why not purple? Because that belongs to the Onu, and to them alone. Don't get me wrong. If Odago chooses to seal me later with a splash of purple someplace, I'd gladly accept it. But I'd never presume to be purple all over. That just seems inappropriate." The king smiled, some at Toger and some at Arcudo, who was now standing beside the tiger, having once again stepped up beside Toger as he was talking. Ironically, in his current position, Arcudo happened to look entirely purple, since his blue fur was covered with red blood, and the two colors were combining to reflect purple in the waning sunlight. While the Onu didn't hoard purple, or anything else for that matter, Otec loved the sentiment of what Toger and Arcudo were both trying to say. Turning his attention to the tiger, he put forth a recommendation. "How about white? Black and white go well together." "I defer to you," replied Toger. "Okay then, white it is," declared Otec Plas as he waved away all the blood on Toger, revealing he'd turned all the tiger's orange stripes to white. "Thanks," revered Toger, humbled that his request had been answered. "You're quite welcome," replied Otec. To say the king and his army went on to rejoice over Toger's return would be an understatement. After Otec healed the Onu from their wounds, many gathered around Toger and began to eagerly welcome him back. Otec Plas, always one to offer more, then turned and healed all the Kuur. As he did, a dreadfully sad thing happened. Each healed Kuur warrior reached for their weapons to continue the fight. And at the same time, every insurgent who wasn't fighting began cursing the king and cheering the Kuur warriors on. It was almost as if Delator and his followers felt Otec's healing was proof that, once again, the king didn't really have the fortitude to divide the realm or expel them from the kingdom. The insurgents were wrong on both fronts. When the first rebels reached the Onu to resume combat, Otec Plas whispered, "Enough." With that single word, the king executed the judgment the Kuur had chosen, casting all of them out of First Realm into Bolmek, the Great Divide. While the Kuur soared out of the realm, Otec Plas once more protectively blessed those who considered themselves his enemies. He constricted their kalimas, shaping each one into a small ball, regardless of their previous form. As Bolmek swallowed the rebels and they plunged towards Second Realm, the Kuur looked like tiny pebbles tumbling down a giant ice tube. The king found no pleasure in this expulsion. Quite the contrary, all the Onu suffered greatly as they honored each rebel's choice to decimate their deshmi and sever their connection with the royal family. Each separation was nearly unbearable for the Onu, their loss too great to explain. Still, from the king's perspective, the timing of the Great Divide was perfect. Looking into all possible futures, Otec Plas had seen no Kuur choosing to return to the Onu by staying in First Realm any longer. He'd just seen greater conflict and hardship. The king understood, better than anyone else, that he could only bring stability to the realm by bringing justice to the land. And so, the king of Moor proved he was willing to divide the realm to save the kingdom. Chapter 18. Toast. The morning after the Great Divide. Togr the Hungry raced to answer the knock on his front door. Expecting to see Otec, Telios, or Otago, he was surprised to find the rap had come from Squire. "Good morning," announced Squire as Togr opened the door. Since Squire felt safe, knowing the Kuur were no longer in the land, she was alone, without warrior. But her flaming swords were still slung over her back, the hilts saluting a good morning to Togr as well. While Squire was aware that she'd been one of Togr's primary targets during the war, she wanted to help him settle in, sensing the tiger must surely feel remorse for having injured so many Onu. The old Squire, prior to the flaming swords, would have never bothered to think twice about the needs and desires of others. But the new Squire, the one who dances with the king, had immediately felt and seen this need when Togr had returned yesterday. Despite recognizing each other by name and appearance, it's safe to say Togr and Squire had never been friends. At best, they'd been acquaintances before Togr had joined the Kuur. And yet, Squire stood on the tiger's porch, holding a loaf of bread in one hand and a small bag containing butter and several packages of instant hot chocolate in the other. "What are you doing here?" asked Togr, sounding gruff and abrupt, though he didn't really mean to. I just figured your house would be empty, and you'd need the fixings for your famous breakfast," explained Squire as she held up her supplies. Squire wasn't voicing some great secret. She knew, like everyone else in the realm, that the tiger's favorite breakfast was buttered toast with hot chocolate. "That's very thoughtful of you," began Togr, whose tone instantly softened. "It's clear the Onu kept my house clean, ready for me to come back at any moment. But you're right. The food hasn't been restocked yet. Please, come in." Squire strode in, and Togr closed the door behind her. They then stood facing one another for an awkwardly long moment of silence, which Squire broke. "Well, here you go," she offered as she held out the loaf of bread and small bag. Togr eagerly accepted the fresh bread first, without saying a word. Holding it in both paws up close to his nose, he sniffed it deeply, enjoying the still warm feel of the loaf and the sweet, almost salty aroma. Exhaling gratefully, he lowered the bread in one paw and reached out with the other to secure the bag of butter and hot chocolate from Squire. "Thanks. How many slices of toast would you like me to prepare for you?" he asked. None," she replied. "You wouldn't know this, but if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I really hate toast." "Then why'd you come by?" "Because while I hate toast, I love that you've come back, and I wanted to help," she explained excitedly. Togr chuckled, not just at Squire's enthusiasm, but because the flaming swords Delator had him working so hard to acquire were right in front of him now, without warrior here to wield and protect them. As Togr turned to lead the way inward, he spoke over his shoulder. "You know, if I'd have known it'd be this easy to get you alone with your swords, I would have defected a long time ago." Squire, who'd been following Togr, stopped dead in her tracks, wondering if the tiger had accidentally revealed the true reason he'd returned. Leery, she took a step back. Togr had great hearing, and even though he didn't have Squire in his sights, he could easily tell she was no longer following him. He spun around to plead his case. Whoa, don't worry. Look, Otago vouches for me." Togr set down the supplies on a side table and held out his paws, upside down, so the pads were showing. And there, covering the center, largest pad on his right paw, was Odego's distinctive purple seal. I see, laughed Squire, as she realized Toger had been joking. Walking over to him, she scooped up the loaf of bread, slapped him on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Come on, let's eat." Toger grabbed the bag, and they went into the kitchen and had a great breakfast together, sharing stories of themselves and spending a lot of time simply getting to know one another. Squire ate bread, not toast, though she did enjoy several mugs of hot chocolate. Toger savored his favorite breakfast and the company. Incredibly, while he'd always eaten breakfast alone, the tiger committed to never do so again. And he never did. Toger quickly became known as one of the most trusted and feared Onu warriors, fighting harder than anyone else to shield and protect the oppressed, save the king, the prince, and the guard. Chapter 19, Epilogue. Bolmek, like many of the Divide clan members, was spectacular and hard to describe. Primarily living in the space between First and Second Realms, Bolmek served as a rampart between the realms and the Kuur. Internally, he seemed to be a labyrinth of ever-changing passages and chambers, with more stomachs than a Wasternaker. Thanks in no small part to Bolmek, Delator and his followers never regained unfettered access to First Realm. However, on occasion, Otec Plas commanded the Great Divide to let Delator back into the realm to attend court, but only with an appropriate warrior escort. Delator would ultimately waste most of this special time in the king's court, accusing Second Realm inhabitants of wickedness, a vain attempt to prove that he'd personally brought Toba to the new realm, which the Kuur leader claimed made Second Realm, and all of its inhabitants, rightfully his. Delator's assertions didn't shake the kingdom. The king already had the final word prepared, the way to free all Second Realm inhabitants from the clutches of Toba and Kuur cruelty. Teleos. Author's Endnote. 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 8b, has been a life-changing scripture and concept for me. If the God of more can show up in the midst of David's sin, not accusing, but offering more, then he can show up in my own life, in my sin, in my joy, in my heartache, and in my pain. All the time, he is simply the God of more. I pray you meet this God of more. The end. This has been Bolmek, written and narrated by Keith Schaefer. Manuscript copyright 2023 and 2024 by Keith Edward Schaefer. Audiobook production copyright 2024 by Keith Edward Schaefer.